Hello, everybody, and happy Frenzgiving to everybody who is here. It is great to see you, and I'm glad you could make it tonight. You know, the holidays can be tough for a lot of people, and especially if you're going through changes, sometimes the holidays can be downright depressing. So I like to do these streams each and every year on the holidays just to include people so that that way I don't want to leave anybody hanging, nobody left alone. If you ain't got nowhere else to go, you can come out to the clubhouse and hang out, even though previously we just started calling the show Clubhouse last year by the time we did the first one. So we are here tonight and we are going to celebrate our Friendsgiving. And Kenny, it is good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Honestly, I wasn't sure how many of us were actually going to be here on screen to entertain you tonight. There was actually a little while I thought it might just be me, which, although I am entertaining, it's not a clubhouse without everybody else involved. So, my first thing is I'm just going to say I am thankful for all of you guys showing up tonight. Ed, Aaron, Bud, Joe, Thanos, Kenny, thank you all for being here. And I know some of our other regulars are planning on being here a little bit later as well. We just got to see who's able to show up.
Well, our Canadian friends don't have anything going on. It's just a Thursday night for them.
Right. Just another Thursday for those guys.
Yeah,
And,
where are all those friggin' Canadians that are always in here on Saturday?
well, we all know where Ken's at. He has been kidnapped by a bunch of Asian people and is being forced to have dinner, even though it's not, We'll just leave that hanging there like that. That was kind of some low fruit to hit.
Could be worse. Could be kidnapped by white people and forced to eat
mayo turkey.
Unseasoned mayo turkey.
Unseasoned mayo turkey in a sous vide bag. Oh my god. Ugh. Some nightmares. Some actual nightmares. All right, guys. Well, should we say hello to the chat and see who all made it here with us? All right. Let me hit those starred comments here. First up tonight, we had Figuratively Speaking John hanging out saying, dropping in to leave a like and say happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, John. Good to see you, brother. We got Masterversal Toy Hunter Eldor here with us saying, good evening there all. And yes, happy Thanksgiving. Alpha Magnus in the house with a big was up. Makes it feel like the old Budweiser commercials. We've got Speaking Moistly in the house saying, good evening, folks, and happy Thanksgiving to the USA. Trust a Screamer, or True Star Screamers in the house saying, hello, Toy Geeks. What's going on, brother? Stanley Eberhard saying, figuring out my mom's TV setup. I'll be on at some point. Well, all right, brother. Good enough. We got the Rolando Flores in the house. What is up, brother? Good to see you here. Menhoza joining us this evening saying, what's up, all? We've got Same Time Toys here saying, what's good, everybody? And Legends Series is in the house saying, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Fat Red Foo is here. And we are officially ToyTube with Nolan being here saying, hi, all. Happy Thanksgiving to our southern neighbors. Good to have you here, brother. I know you guys up north, you have all celebrated your Thanksgiving quite a bit earlier than we do. David R. in the house. Not used to seeing David R. Says, happy Thanksgiving, all. Happy Thanksgiving, David. Good to see you here, brother. Jason's Electrics, the happy Friendsgiving. Good to have you here, brother. Onryu83 saying, hello. What is up, my friend? Tony's Figs in the house saying, happy Thanksgiving, all you cool mofos. Well, you know what, Tony? It'd be a lot cooler if you join us, man. So if you're free and you're not busy, come on. Let me know. Shoot me a message. And we have the Eternity Lips, Sir Clifton in the house saying, happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Hope you had a great day with your family and friends. Pray that those that drove are safe and will be safe going back. Well, thank you for that, brother. And we have many more just jumping into the chat here. I actually had to reload the starred comments because it needed to refresh. Justin Booth saying, hello, everyone. What is up? We have Terrence St. John saying, wait, you're live. Yes, we are. We didn't wait the usual half hour to 25.
We're not actually live. This is a turkey coma fever.
It was 20 minutes, but it wasn't 25 or 30. So.
Right. And we have the man Collect saying, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. Also, the man himself just jumping in at the bottom here saying, want to say, it's right. I don't have the soundbite. I need to get the soundbite for him. But saying, want to say hi, but I'm a little busy on another channel. So hello. Well, it's good to have you popping in even to say hello, Punk. But I see how it is.
Mhm.
There are other more
priorities, baby.
channels, right? More important channels. Yeah, okay. We get it.
Yeah, we know where we rate.
It's because I'm under 1K, isn't it? That's it.
Damn.
And we got John of the Collecting. Look, I'm just going to assume it's automatically John because it always is. Saying, happy Thanksgiving, friends. So thankful for Oz and everyone for providing this space. Well, John, we're thankful that you are here to add to that, brother. And look, if you're free and you want to jump on, let me know. We'll shoot you the Punk. We'll shoot you the link. I'm not actually going to shoot Punk. I promise. That's not going to happen. I mean, maybe
it
on
would be fun
camera.
to shoot Punk out of a cannon, right? At the circus.
You know, that actually would be entertaining. Okay, so when I hit 1,000 likes, I'm going to take a cannon up to Michigan. We're going to shoot Punk into Ohio to drive him nuts.
Right.
He didn't
What
agree
we'll
to any
do
of
is
this.
we'll
It's
launch
just
him
gonna
from
happen.
we'll launch him from Sergeant Red's. So we'll promote Sergeant Red's to the Hello Dope warehouse. It'll be perfect.
And what we got to do is we got to get him like the old school trying to think of his name, Evil Knievel outfit.
Yeah.
With the little helmet. We got to put him in that, load him up in a cannon, and launch him to Ohio. Oh, he says, not because you're under 1K, because it's mine and I should be there. You know, that is a big respectable.
It's just a premiere. You don't need to be there.
No, let him be there, and you better tell everybody to jump on.
You know what?
Your
the only thing I heard from Punk is me, mine, me.
I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not going to argue with it.
He's thankful for himself this year.
We all love you, Punk.
So, touching on your first statement of this, Oz, I do want to tell people if they're struggling, reach out, especially during this time.
You better. I was going through a really, really rough spot in 2019 at this point. And it was actually this very weekend, Thanksgiving weekend, that I made the decision that I was going to unalive myself. And because over the course of that weekend, I said goodbye to all of my close friends and family for our little Thanksgiving get-togethers. They didn't know that goodbye was going to be the last goodbye, supposedly. So, you know, I'd much rather you hit me up and us talk for 25, 30 minutes, whatever. I will make time for you than to have to ever say that final goodbye. That's not going to happen.
Yep.
We've got Andrew Davis in the house saying, welcome to the Turkey Clubhouse. And you know what? He's probably only 5 minutes behind at this point. We'll see how it goes throughout the stream.
Yeah.
We'll see how far back he can get himself. So I know we were all talking a bit before we went live here, but how's everybody's day been?
It's good, man. Good. Ate too
Weird.
much, drank a lot of coffee.
Weird and slightly emotional, but you know, I'm good.
That first one is always rough, Payne. I'll tell you, man. I get it. So I'm glad you're here, brother. Glad you're here.
Yes, sir.
But on the plus side, I get to hang out with you fellows. So,
That's right.
Right. And that's something that we can all look forward to. I was even a little depressed about tonight because my uncle had to work for like the first time in my entire life that I can remember. My uncle had to work on a Thanksgiving, and that meant we weren't going to do our usual Thanksgiving dinner. So that has been postponed to Saturday. And, you know, I was kind of bummed out about that. He still, you know, managed to have us a nice meal and everything like that when he got off of work, but it's just not the same. So I'm looking forward to Saturday, looking forward to having that actual Thanksgiving. But it was also nice to know that, even though I wasn't doing the usual family dinner Thanksgiving, that we were going to be doing Frenzgiving tonight anyway. And that's even with knowing that I've got to wake up and go back to work tomorrow, which is always a bummer. But I don't get the whole weekend off, but I at least get the chill here tonight. And Roll Keeper entering the house saying, "Happy Thanksgiving, friends." Well, thank you for being here, Roll Keeper. We appreciate it. And Nolan up there with the hashtag Frenzy Family. For some reason, if you don't already know, the original show that I started on, Toy Frenzy, which is now called The Frenzy, that is one of our hashtags that we like, the Frenzy Family, all the diehard supporters of that show, most of which come over to here and watch and hang out with us in the clubhouse. All right. True Star
I
Screamers.
think every year. Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead, bud.
I was gonna say, I think every year when you guys have your anniversary stream over on Frenzy, it should be the Frenzy / Toy Frenzy, just to bring that back for like one day.
I bring it back every time I hold up this bootleg because even if we get the new label stickers and the new branding stickers, I'm not covering that up. That sticker's staying on there. Even
Speaking
though
of,
I've got mine on this side.
nice.
I always.
Speaking of mugs, I pulled this one out because I was making up a drink, and totally made me think of you.
Well, I have let
Because
down
you
my
shaved it.
responsibilities, and I need to get that.
It's okay. Joe's making up for your responsibility. He's got the best beard we got. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Not only does he have one of the greatest beards on the internet, he's also got that perfect stash, like that rivals, if not better than I say, Tom Selleck's.
He just needs to grow it out just a little bit more and give him a little curl. And
They should cast him as a Man-at-Arms in the new He-Man film that'll never get made.
Joe, you must be
You're
on
muted,
mute,
Joe.
brother. We're not getting any volume from Joe. It doesn't show that he's
No,
muted.
that explains a lot. I didn't have my actual microphone turned on. So
Oh shit!
I
His
wouldn't mind
mustache
being.
sabotaged it.
It did. It was setting me up. It just wanted people to enjoy looking at it. I wouldn't mind playing Duncan in a movie, except that Man-at-Arms is physically fit, and I don't want to do that.
I was thinking Joe would be more like a Dirk Dastardly from Wacky Racers.
If you ever watch Legion's Quest, you will know that he totally can relate to that character.
Yeah. I have to be the bad guys. That's the rules.
Hey, you know what else though? He doesn't mind throwing it out there. He's already literally told him, "Oh yeah, dragons are here now. You're all gonna die, and then we're gonna bring it back."
Yeah, but we have to. Yeah.
Got to once the new rule book comes out.
Yep.
Guidebook for it.
Well, when Joe gets his dragon, he can call it Muttley, and it'll be perfect.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
There you go, Joe.
One to customize, right?
He's the size of a dog, so
Right?
works
Yeah.
out perfectly.
bigger than a lot of dogs.
The sad part is that I know there's going to be some. I'm probably going to only get one, and then some 3D customizer is going to come out with like a different head or some other parts that I'm like, damn, I wish I had another to customize. But at that price point, I don't know if I'm going in for two.
They announced payment plans. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm a horrible.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see where we're at. December is usually a heavy overtime month for me, so if I can swing it, I'll get two. But
I got to tell you,
expectation.
It's funny that they probably could have linked up with, was it Shop Pay or Shopify, whichever one of the ones they've got it hooked up with.
Shopify.
They could have done this ages ago, but they haven't. They announce a freaking dragon, and they're like, "All right, we need to get this linked up now because otherwise,
it's going to be a Kickstarter too. So we don't know what other offerings like the base dragon is going to be an amount, But then if they have a bunch of cool stuff with it, I'm going to want all the cool stuff too. So that might supersede the second dragon also.
We definitely can't rule out all the cool stuff.
The rumor is they're trying to figure out if they want the base that it was displayed on at Legion's Con to be one of the stretch goals. and that would be pretty amazing. That
if they're willing to replicate that base, that would definitely be a good point for a lot of people. Mind you, when he says that base, I'm sure that the more mountainous looking one,
the one that they revealed it on. That one.
Yeah.
Even though
that's really cool.
The castle one with 3 figures would be pretty slick too.
Yeah.
Like
I ain't mad. I already know what my ashen gray freaking skeleton 4-pack's gonna be doing.
Right.
It didn't take me long to figure that out after they showed that Dio, because that's what they got in there with it.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
so probably sorry.
No, bud.
Thanos might be the only one that gets this because he played WoW a lot. Do you recall back in the oh gosh, which expansion was it that Blackwing? Not Blackwing.
Cataclysm. That was
Cataclysm. Yeah. At the end of the cinematic, when he's like the dragon's perched on top of Stormwind Castle.
Yeah.
Do that with the dragon, but when they come out with the castle for the
Cat Slayer?
The figures like the Dragonor. Dragonor, there we go. That perched on top of there would actually look really cool. Now, if only the dragon was like red or black, that'd be even like better. But like, I was just seeing like the dragon from behind, but like the front legs are up on the 2 towers. You know, that would make for a really cool picture. And then,
Look, 4 more dragons to come. So we'll.
That's what I was going to say.
True.
Yeah, we've got a lot of dragons to come. However, I do know Thanos is getting the Cat Slayer too. And look, seriously, you can go on there now and you could buy the D20, right? The mythically or the 4 horsemen D20 that they released. They have spares of those
I bought 10 of them. My holiday shopping is done.
It's a good purchase
for yourself.
So look,
shopping for yourself.
For everybody,
you got to buy that and then take a shot of the dragon rolling the die to a nat 20, right? And then having him beat up the Cat Slayer, and you can tagline it, I roll a D20, it's smashing up the Pussy Palace. I'm just putting it out there. It'd be a great shot.
I'm still waiting to see what the price on that thing's going to be before I decide if I'm. I wouldn't have even considered the dragon, but the payment options, like, okay, maybe I can do a dragon.
The payment options is what solidified it for me. Before that, I was on the fence about what the price was going to be, but after payment options went up, I'm like, there's no reason not to.
As soon as I heard Dragon was coming out, I knew I'm not going to be getting one. That's just way out of my range, which is fine.
Look, bud, there's a lot of things I'm willing to do and trying to do for you, brother. But
oh God, no! No
even this one's a stretch.
I don't have where would I put it? How would I fit it on my desk so that I can show off my new figures? You'll see like a arm.
I'm just gonna carry it, like put a strap on it, and just.
You might as well.
Thanos is gonna baby Bjorn.
There we go. Tony, thank you for joining us tonight, brother. It's good to see you here.
Thank you for having me, bro. Hell yeah. All the Thanksgiving festivities is done. We had it at my cousin's house. And food galore. We're fat and happy.
Hey, man. That's the best way to be. Mm-hmm. Fat and happy, right?
Fat and happy. And I'm going to, every time I think about the Cat Slayer, I'm going to call it the Pussy Palace every time.
Well, every time you think Thundercats, just remember it's actually lightning pussies.
That's right.
All right, so we got highly articulated jumping in the chat here saying, "What's up, nerds? What's going on, Adam? You got the link, brother. Let me know if you can jump in." And he says, "You guys started early." Well, it's a bit of a different situation tonight, so we definitely kind of went early.
Why not?
All right. Oh. Alpha Magnus still sitting on the fence right there about the Ecto, but being unemployed sucks, and that's a very true damn statement.
It sucks for buying toys, but it's nice to not have to work.
Yeah. Yes. True enough. I wish I had started the channel longer before I was unemployed, and then maybe I could have turned it into a full-time thing because I could have just dedicated the time, but There's no way I could make enough. So, not this. Of course, then I would have the time to sit here and every time there was some kind of toy news, pop live and chat about it for like 50 minutes or whatever. We got Troy Dodson saying, "What's up, my dudes? What is going on, Troy? Good to see you, brother." Jeff Morris in the house saying, "Happy Thanksgiving. I am more in love with that lion than the dragon." With absolute justification there, because that is a beautiful damn figure.
It's gonna be the one that I definitely get from that one at some point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that lion is a must.
And he's one of the ogre scale figures too. So he's.
I totally forgot he was ogre. Like when I saw him posted next to a like different figure, I was like, oh damn, I didn't realize he was that big.
You're talking this scale. I ain't got no like little kid hands. These are definite bear paws, and yeah, these guys are 10 inches. He's going to be a little bit taller than your average, probably because of the way the leg piece is and the way his head is and everything.
I just hope he doesn't have kind of the weight problems that some of the ogre scales do. That's my concern.
They've redesigned the hip structure to work better on the newer ones, the newer ogre scales. So hopefully it won't have like I'm sure you're thinking the cosmic figures. Yeah, the sloppy waists were pretty crappy, but I suppose I'm told the problem is.
Go ahead, bud.
Oh, I was gonna ask him Azahar. Is he brute scale or is he ogre?
Right?
Brute
No.
Yeah, as the Hazar is brute
or as the Hazar.
ogre scale. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Ogre. Oh, okay.
He is
Wow.
an ogre.
That's gonna be a big kitty.
Well, he's a little bit taller too because his horns make him a slightly larger than the average ogre scale.
Yeah.
The brute scale was Kalazir and Tharnog.
Mm-hmm.
And
they're only slightly larger than the regular figures.
Yeah, like just a head sculpt or so bigger. Mm. That's what we got to do. We got to break down the scales for everybody so they know what we're talking about. All right, we got War Chest full of toys saying War Chest stopping in. Brother, good to see you here. We got to get that package out to you for sure, brother. Because he was the one that won the giveaway for the Minions Infantry. Nice. All right.
Now that image is forever burned into my brain thanks to Brick. Ramen flavored Funyuns. No.
It's a real thing. Bud showed us, and they look delicious.
I have tried them, and they are amazing.
It is really? Just the Lay's and the wavy Lay's flavored Funyun flavored chips are freaking awful.
Man,
those aren't the best.
Look, I'm just saying, like, you know how
only in moderation.
Bought a bag. I had one chip and threw it out.
Look, you know how everybody throws those like French onion and crispy noodles on top of their green bean casserole. I'm just saying, if you crumble,
dude, I totally
ramen flavored
plain.
Just eat those plain. I mean, they're like, go for it.
Yeah,
they're so good.
And well, to say hello to Brick and thank you for making it to Frenzgiving, my brother. He's got to say, pass the Maruchan ramen flavored Funyuns, bud. Pass it. I don't think Bud would. Bud would keep those two.
No. If there's one thing about me, like, especially with popcorn, I do not like to share. I make a specific blend and amount for me to consume. So when people come up and go like, "Ooh, I want to try. Ooh, can I have some of these?" I'm just like, I made this for me. But when it comes to my sister, I'll share.
I don't.
And I say that because she's sitting right here and she's in slapping range.
I was going to say, I don't think Ange gives you a choice on that one for some reason.
I don't get a choice. No, it's either give me the popcorn or die.
Right. She's going to take the other kidney from you if you don't.
Right.
All right, Alpha Magnus.
Black market. There you go.
And then she'll be the proud owner of a dragon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's it. Alpha Magnus says, I'm out on the dragon, but I'm 100% on the anthropomorphic dragons from Mythic Legions, though. Can't wait for that black BBTS one. Oh, yeah. I'm with you, brother. I cannot wait to get him in. And like the full soft goods on that thing. Ooh. If you guys haven't seen that yet, he's still available for pre-order on BBTS right now. It's a BBTS exclusive. It's the only place you can go get it. And
That's the one for the
looks
25th
gorgeous.
anniversary, right?
Yeah, for
Yeah.
the 25th anniversary for BBTS. And technically, the Four Horsemen is a very joint partnership for that kind of release. Did you guys see the Elon comment about Hasbro? Can't say that I have because I don't pay attention to that guy.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to either.
Nope.
If I want to listen to a rambling idiot, I'll figure one out.
I'm sure there's plenty of us on here
You
too.
tune in on Mondays.
A lot of rambling.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Okay,
I'm just teasing.
Art was
I'm
solid.
watching this premiere
Art
right
was
now.
solid.
Right. War
That's
chest.
all
All he
Just
knows
stay
that Punk ain't
here.
gonna rewatch this, so and he's tied up doing his own shit now. So
He's got his own stuff going on. Me. We already heard it. Me. I will give an extra shout out to War Chest saying looking cool Oz. Look, I appreciate it. No, I don't.
Yeah, what's up, Scott? Yeah.
I need that beard back. It's coming. It'll be here by January. Alpha Magnus with another. I quickly learned that given infinite time, I still can't video edit. Filled a video and edited for a week. It was trash. I'm out. All anyone is getting is what I'm putting out currently.
I'm with
Hey,
you.
bro.
I can't. No, put me in front of an editing. No, hell no. Be one take, awkward as shit. Get it over with.
One take.
Look, and now Brick's fantasizing about all of us with baby faces. Nobody will ever know what Joe
My
looks
face
like.
was a
with
baby face in September. I mean, I shaved
Yeah, it
off
was.
everything but the little
There you
bitty
go.
toe patch, so it's not like you have to see my face.
This isn't that much.
I mean,
Look.
if I shave, I still have the bags under my eyes and all that. So I don't know how baby face I actually am.
I don't know if anybody wants to see me without the mustache. Like this is an enormous gap between my
Oh,
nose
it
and my
is.
lip.
I wouldn't
without
know
the
who you
mustache.
were, who you'd be.
Yeah, no, complete stranger.
So I would be like,
Even
who's
to
this?
myself.
You're not Joe G.
Look,
Nah.
first off, Joe popped out of the ground like all dwarfs do. Okay, popped right out of the ground, out of the mine.
Like an
And
orc.
that's just a further joke because he's definitely not a dwarf.
Yeah. Well, just the mustache is all the confidence. Without the mustache, I don't know if I could even come on shows.
You're a
Mustache
shy
is
boy.
like-
To talk.
like
Yeah.
Samson's hair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
That's where the power is.
I
Yeah.
used
Joe would
I-
go out and get one of those fake ones just to glue on
Yeah.
for a few weeks till it
Like
came-
that are attached to the glasses.
he'd go get a picture of Tom Selleck and cut away the face and just glue the mustache on.
My buddy
I'd have
has a
to.
mustache tattooed on his finger, so he can do this.
And maybe that's what I should do. That way, it'll still look just as creepy as the real one did. I look creepy with the freaking mustache, man. It did not work for me. It did not work. All right, we've got K-Roll in the house. What's going on, sis? Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you had an amazing evening today.
Here comes the money.
Oh, we got Frankie Rivera saying hello, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. What's up, Frankie? Thank you for being here. All right. And I know we got the super chat popped up. I will be grabbing that in just a moment. But we got highly articulated. Leo will be taller because of the digitigrade legs. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm thinking. Those legs with the bend back, it's going to be quite a bit. Like it's going to stand like a couple of like a half inch taller than.
He's got a big head too.
Buddy said later.
He does, but he'll be back. Might be his
Well,
phone overheat.
The legs probably have to balance out the head, so
Right, right.
otherwise,
Yeah.
he's gonna fall over all the time.
Yeah, that is true. He would.
And you definitely don't want him taking a head dive off the shelf.
Yeah, and the horseman, the official horseman stands were great for their ogre scale figures. Just
Yeah,
for-
they do. Yeah, I got a few of those.
And they've got them up on sale right now, I believe, in stock. I think.
they might they were. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If they're still there or not. But
Right, because they've been selling out of everything. And Adam mentions black and red dragon pass. Well, it's just because it's black and red. He hates the Sith. He hates them. It's such an easy color scheme. Dropping in to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, Todd, as well as We did get the super chat from Todd C saying, "Happy Thanksgiving, all. No peach this time, just a turkey." Appreciate it. All right, scrolling back up here, trying to make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, yep. This has actually been going on. Have you guys seen this? People are posting their Mondo Lionos have
How much
shipped.
is that guy?
Oh, the Mondo Lino?
Probably like 200. Probably.
Yeah, I think it was like
250.
Wait, is he the first one that's 1/12 scale though, or is he still? No, he's the 1/6.
I think he's 1/6.
Yeah, he's 1/6.
Yeah, the Ghostbusters are going to be the first 1/12, and then the 2000X He-Man's going to be 1/12. I can't wait to see more of that. All right, and we've got Trevor 16 Shooter saying, "Happy Turkey Day, all." You know what, Trevor? Happy
What's up,
Turkey
Trevor?
Day to you too, brother.
Happy Turkey
hey, man,
Day, bro.
if you want the link, you want to jump on, if you got some time, I know you're probably busy with family, but you're more than welcome to, brother. Shoot me a message and I can send that link over.
1/6 scale. Wow.
All right, let's see here. In an interview,
I'm
someone
looking at
said
that.
Hasbro was woke and he knew they were having money problems, and then commented how much it would take to buy Hasbro. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all that.
Though? Are they really though? Let's be
Right. I don't see them being that way. So
I don't see them having legitimate money problems. It's all shifting.
Yeah, they have a lot of different areas. I could see where maybe the action figure area might be struggling a little bit, but they just made a fortune.
But it always is.
Power Rangers.
Let's
Fucking
be
sold out
real. They
those.
just went through all those layoffs because we know that Christmas time is their biggest money making time, right? And all they're doing is padding all the CEOs and the stockbrokers' wallets by laying off all those people that they don't have to pay. That's all.
Yeah.
It is.
And they do it every year though. I mean, it's not.
That's exactly what I'm saying, right?
They've done it every year for the last 3.
it's coming up on the end of the year. Again,
Got fourth quarter numbers, one way or the other, which is ridiculous.
their Activision or their action figure lines, I think they tend to struggle a little bit more there, and they pay a lot of high premiums on pricing. But let's face it, they're making buku bucks on all of their, little kids' toys and board games, Magic the Gathering, D&D.
Magic the Gathering is the biggest part of their profit portfolio.
Right, and it's not just Magic the Gathering either, because they got a bunch of those card games.
I mean, they stepped away from making movies because they weren't making money because they were making shitty movies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we're being blunt about it,
see some Magic the Gathering
movies. See, it would be cool if they did Magic the Gathering like a cartoon. That would be cool.
There's supposed to be a Netflix series for Magic the Gathering.
I mean,
I would be really excited for that.
I liked Critical Role. So,
Critical Role is good. Vox Machina is a fun series. If you got Amazon Prime, I highly recommend it. And also just check out like the Magic the Gathering books.
Yeah.
Just like the D&D books. Like they're really good when you get into well, actually, they've got new stuff coming out for Forgotten Realms now that I think about it. They just announced that they got some more books coming out for that. So that's going to be sweet to see. But yeah, those books are really great. Derek Hoover from yesterday's podcast mentioning, "Hey there, fellers, on a train heading back from Chicago with the shittiest of service." Well, that's great to know. But I wanted to wish you all happy Thanksgiving. Thanos Oz, thanks for popping in last night. Hey, brother, you guys were having a great time, and it was good to see you, Andrew, Allison, and Chris, or Shiny Plastic People, all hanging out, having a good time. It was great.
I jumped in right as it was ending.
Right? Yeah. Like, there was a couple people going last night, and it was like I was trying to like hit as many as I could, and then I finally just fell asleep, and I missed quite a few. I was bummed out about that. A couple of people went live a little bit later, but that's what the replay action's all about.
I'm waiting on that one too. It's 2 years. It's been about 2 years, 2.5, because it was on like Skeletron, because it was 2022 when I ordered it.
Right.
So it was like I want to say May or April of 2022.
I'll put it this way. I'm glad that people are finally getting these. And it sucks for everybody in Canada who ordered one.
Yeah, they
Just as they're finally shipping out, Canadian Post goes on.
But-
It's like,
but Ben is actually they're going to give the Canadian customers an option for like a FedEx kind of thing. Apparently,
Well,
if they
that's
want to
good.
pay a little bit for expedited shipping direct rather than doing basically circumventing the postal service up in Canada.
good. Because those people, they've been waiting a while. They deserve to get their damn toys. And
Trust me, I've had to email Ben. I've had to email Ben a few times for address changes. He's like, "Are you sure?" Yeah, I'm sure this time. It's fine.
There you go. All right, let's see. We got Nolan says, speaking of shows, isn't Mythic Legion supposed to be getting a show or something? There's the video game.
Mhm.
The video game, they've been working on it for years. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And they did announce Cosmic Legion's comic book at Legion's Con. That's coming.
Which we got the ash can versions of, which is
Shout
pretty
into
cool.
their media because I think they could. I mean, they have a rich enough lore that they really could.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
They're-
The thing about the Horsemen is that they're kind of sticklers about their lore. So if they want something done, they want it to be the kind of quality that the rest of everything they do is in. And I think that's whole because I know for sure Cornboy said that they've had discussions with Netflix about an animated show and they just haven't gone anywhere. And I think that's because now this isn't what he said. This is just my guess, but that they didn't want to do it true to what the Horseman lore was, and because the Horsemen, they're going to want it to be family friendly. It's a family friendly line, and that probably holds back some things being produced.
Well, and Netflix is hard to work with as far as they want you to put the show on that they think is going to make money and not a show that people are really wanting.
Trevor has a good point about the done by people who did Vox Machina or Arcane Studios. It's doing League of Legends.
Yeah, Arcane's doing the League of Legends, and what else do they got going on too? No, the people that handle the Castlevania anime as well. I think those guys would be really good too. They're
Powerhouse Studios, which also did the Motu Revolution.
Right. Yeah, those guys are just killing it right now.
Yeah.
And Duchess of Darkness saying, Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving, Duchess. She just released a Wicked Wednesday last night. That was pretty crazy. And boy, did that live chat get wild. There's a lot talking about stools above for Thanksgiving. That is not one thing I want to think about while I'm thinking about dinner. Oh, also, everybody throw up your super chats. Pain's taking off clothes,
Ooh,
folks.
keep going.
Woo!
Flex that dad bod.
So,
but yeah, definitely, Trevor. I definitely would. I think it'd be great, especially seeing some people get a little bit bored with the politics portion of it, but seeing the politicking between the different factions and all like that would be kind of cool. Especially with Alithia's brood. That just seems like there'd be something really sinister going on amongst that house.
It would be fun. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And yeah, hoping that game. I didn't get a chance to play that. Joe, did you ever get a chance to play that game? Because I know you were trying to get in on the RP.
I didn't, even though I walked by it like 10 times. They had it set up in the lobby, and I thought it was just some dude playing video games in the lobby.
What? I didn't realize that's where it was. I definitely wrote that
on
down.
that counter, like that bar counter in the lobby.
Yeah,
that dude there with the laptop, that was a game demo. And
are you kidding me? I didn't realize that's what that was. I thought that was just that guy.
I'm not kidding you. Yeah, I totally missed it. I walked by and I was like, wow, the graphics are pretty good on that. Not realizing that it was the Mythic Legions game. Yeah.
Oh, so bad I missed that because I walked by them when they were in like the Horseman shop area. They had their booths set up in there.
Yeah.
you could still go buy the Orc Legion builder and all. I wish I had more money to go, man, because I would have bought a couple more of them.
Right.
And the Elf Legion builder too.
Mm-hmm. There were no bad ones for sure.
No, there really wasn't. Those things were friggin' awesome. Just awesome. All right, everybody. I said last weekend, make sure you bring your pie. I put it in the description tonight. Now, I know a lot of you guys here didn't bring pie. Who in the chat brought pie tonight?
I brought the monster. The monkey. Hey, what monkey? Where's your monkey? This is a monkey, eh?
See, I had to go. I got this little apple pie. They didn't have any pumpkin pies at my Royal Farm store. But you can't have Thanksgiving without the pie.
I don't know. I did.
Me too.
Yeah.
I
I had 3 pieces of pie after dinner, not because that's what I wanted, but just because I guess my girl was trying to fatten me up or something. So
yeah, she's trying
Is
to
that
fatten
what
you
it
up
is?
so you can't, flex that stash on all the other
Sounds like
ladies.
she's trying to give you the diabetes.
yeah, right. Well, and unfortunately, I have this hang up, whatever is on my plate, I got to eat it. I'm not one of those people that can leave food behind. That was my training since I was very young. So
Same.
Well, somebody
it
who
irritates,
ordered eating. That's
yeah,
fantastic.
it irritates me because I tell her like I don't want that much. Like, give me an average size portion. I don't eat that much. But she brought me 3 pieces of pie, and it wasn't like I was going to throw them away. So
Maybe she's afraid you're going to get kidnapped, so she's just trying to fatten you up so you won't get kidnapped.
harder to drag away. I already weigh like 230 pounds, so
I got
don't
it.
know. They're going to have some strong kidnappers.
It's all good. I'll throw Joe on my back with, freaking strap and just run through the desert with him.
Yeah, I don't think you'll get far, Oz. No.
Oh, come on. I used to throw stuff way heavier than 200 pounds on my back.
Through
and
the
run all over
desert?
places.
That's
a good point. It wasn't through the desert. Not with that much weight. All right. So Carol's saying she just had a waffle from Waffle House. Does that count?
Yes.
Waffle House does not really have a good pie. So yes, the waffle counts. Now tell me this
sounds
though.
great right now.
The Waffle House.
Tell me this though, Carol. Do your Waffle Houses still have all the toppings? Because the ones around me, like they don't have the toppings anymore. And I'm like, how is this a Waffle House without all the toppings? It's what made you guys Waffle House. You could do all kinds of crazy stuff with the toppings.
Oh,
Waffle House is IHOP still in business?
IHOP's is still around. I just don't care because I got Waffle Houses.
Yeah, we don't have IHOPs around here at all ever.
Oh, well, if you ever come down this far, we got you.
Yeah, literally, there's an IHOP and a Waffle House, literally in the same parking lot.
Peanut butter chips. Yep, Carol, my daughter
I'm like,
likes
why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Because we
Waffle
all
House is
know.
full. They gotta have an overflow someplace.
I'm just gonna say. Oh, go ahead, Stanley.
Waffle Houses must be regional because there's nothing up here in the Seattle Pacific Northwest.
Yeah,
must
they're
be not
supposed
out
to be
there either.
Southern and East Coast.
Yeah.
Oh man, well I tell you what, I gotta get one of these franchises and head out there because I'll make a killing. Waffle
I'm waiting
House.
for someone to open an Ollie's up out here. Come on, man.
Yeah, always.
I would like that out here.
Right,
Just raw-
See, if I opened up the Ollie's, y'all would never get the
Ollie's
toys
raw
because I'd take them
cheese
all home
pumpkin.
first.
Just write them a strongly worded letter, them and Ross, and then you can be fine.
Yep.
There you go. There you go.
They're really not that great of stores anyway, outside of finding a couple of good deals once in a while. So
A
Yeah.
couple of good deals.
But I mean, I see people like, this is at Ollie's, this is at Ollie's. Just like, that's like 5 states like that way,
Oh yeah.
it's no
Yeah.
different than going to any other store when you see everybody buying something at the Walmart and you go to your Walmart and it's like, this is fucking ridiculous. Why?
Well, the Ollie's here that I go to every once in a while, they were pretty stacked with legends, but nothing Joe related. And I do mean stacked, like there was end caps, there was literally 3/4 of a entire unit, shelving unit full.
Yeah. The problem is though, Aaron, you and I have talked about this before, is that Hasbro, McFarlane, Mattel, they're not making the overages that they were making.
No.
Not
they're
last year. No,
So
There's
that-
not going to be as much stuff showing up.
Well, the thing is there's just not just that. You're gonna be the thing is that at some point those are losses for
Yeah.
Hasbro.
it is. It
Because
is
they're selling them probably below cost. to
around
Ollie's.
cost. Yeah.
Ollie's is making some money on it. So, at some point there has to be some blowback, and that's where they drop the production numbers. But the other converse of that is, what are they going to choose to put out? Because if you look at what's selling and what's not, that's pretty much what's showing up at Ollie's is the shit that's not selling.
Right.
Yep. And that's why they'll get like single pack cases of like Ric Flair.
Yeah.
Where, he's taking up half of their action figure while
there's Clamp Champ still taking up space.
Yeah. Well, it's just like when Hasbro did the wave of legends with Kazar and Sabu, right?
You're not going to find that.
Everybody bought the 5 figures to build Sabu, but no one bought the Iron Man that didn't come with any Sabu part. So,
yeah, and I still want to get that Zabu, and I want that Cable. Actually, I like that Cable.
Cable looked good, yeah.
Kenny, how you doing, brother? Man, you look like you was about to fall asleep over there. You okay?
Yeah, I'm a little beat, dude. Yeah, I've been. Of course, I didn't get a lot of sleep because I did the night shift last night, and then we had lunch this early afternoon, so I had to get up. So I only got a couple hours, and I may end up taking off and trying to get a couple hours before I go in tonight. So,
hey, I don't blame you, brother. I certainly
figured
can't
I'd
blame
come
you.
on a little bit, at least try to get an hour's worth in. So,
well, we ain't going the full clubhouse length anyway tonight because
we're not going 6 hours tonight. I've still got to wake up and do work tomorrow myself. Believe me, I'd love to, but I got work tomorrow, so that ain't happening.
Yeah, once the batteries on my earbuds run out, I'm probably done.
Yeah,
for sure.
But I did say last week that there will be a Clubhouse Cafe on Saturday, and we shall see how I'm feeling after Thanksgiving, because we're gonna have people over for Thanksgiving. So we'll see how I'm feeling after the fact, and if I'm still up for it, we might do a Clubhouse.
What time are you doing the cafe on Saturday? What time you start?
I was thinking 9 a.m. Eastern. Sound good for most people?
Yeah, I could pop on for an hour then. I'm leaving around. I'm leaving that morning, but
I was going to say, I know you were planning on being leaving soon. You're going on quite the adventure, and we're going to miss you here for the next couple.
Yeah, it's going to be a fucking blizzard too, so it's going to be awesome.
Oh, it's going to be even better, man. Even better.
Up in the mountains in a log cabin with a fireplace, endless coffee in a snowstorm. What more could you ask for?
Right? Toilet paper.
Hey, when the toilet paper runs out, that's what they made showers for, man. So that's all.
True story. True story. Just go outside, plant your ass in the snow.
Like pine cones outside. Just turn it around and rub it up against.
There you go. Get a couple of pine cones. Just put in there.
There wasn't always toilet paper when I was in the service, so you learn how to make do. So.
You make do.
Reminds me of that joke when the bear and the rabbit.
Oh yeah, you got problems with shit sticking to your fur.
Right?
Oh, you
have a problem with shit sticking to your fur? No. It's a rabbit. Grabs a rabbit and wipes his ass with him.
Hey man.
I was just talking to my ex-wife the other day because she was having a problem with her septic at the house that was our house, and my oldest daughter has, since she was little, been infamous for overusing the toilet paper, right? So there's always problems. And I was sitting there, my oldest daughter was here with us, and I was like, well, just get a fucking bidet. That takes care of the problem. And my oldest daughter was so offended that she might have to actually wash her ass instead of wiping it. I was like, you'd probably really like it as long as the water was warm. What the hell's the problem?
Yeah.
Right? Because I'll tell you what, when that water is cold and you get that, that'll wake you up, though. That'll wake you up. Don't play with the cold bidet. Woof.
What are 3 seashells for?
Let's say, what's up to the Canuck? Good to have you here, brother. Thank you for showing up. And then he says immediately, he's starting from the beginning. So behind about 45 minutes, happy Turkey Day, everyone. Look, man, you know what? You're going to be back there with Andrew Davis. So
that's right. This is
hello from the future.
Old West corncob toilet paper, man. They used to use
because they didn't have
their ass, man. That's right.
They didn't have toilet paper. They didn't have paper for the most part. Most people didn't just have paper of any kind.
was always waiting for the Demolition Man shells to be like a thing. Like,
Right,
if
I know, right?
Wesley Snipes put out an infomercial and showing people failing to wipe their ass, like promoting those, I would just die. Like, it would be so great.
Did they ever say how those actually worked?
No.
They never did. And that's the running joke. You have no idea what they're actually supposed to do with the shell. I personally like Stallone's idea. I'm going to just cuss up a storm and grab these tickets. And you know what I think about your tickets? I'll wipe my ass with them.
Yeah.
What year did Demolition Man take place? I can't remember. Is it right around
Oh,
there?
you mean like in the future? I think we've already gone
it's a few.
past
No, I think it's in a few more years. I think it's like
Yeah.
8 years.
I think it was like 2036 or something. I'll Google it right now. Let's see.
Yeah, I was going to say, now I kind of want to look it up and find out, man. That was a fun movie. I really enjoyed that movie. I know a lot of people did. You know, for a while there, too, 2032?
2032.
So we ain't got that much longer to go.
I knew it was in the 30s. Yeah.
Okay, so then what futuristic movie takes place in 2024?
Terminator, doesn't it? Or is it Back to the Future? No.
No.
Back to the Future.
Terminator 2027 or 28.
Well, which Terminator? Because don't the
which
different
version?
ones happen in different?
Yeah, the timeline has shifted.
It's shifted forward now because of
Well, because like I remember the original Judgment Day was 97, and we blew past that, and we're all still here supposedly. I don't know. Maybe we're not.
I don't know. Could be a trick in the Matrix, and we're on an alternate timeline now.
It's a true story.
All right, guys, I'm gonna probably pop off. I'm gonna try to go get a couple. I'm gonna go get a nap in before work. So
Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. We'll see you
Love
guys.
you. Have a good one.
All right, later, guys.
Yeah,
later, Kenny.
Henri says, didn't the original Transformers movie from 86 happen in 2024?
I thought it was 2005.
Yeah, I thought it was 2005 too. I was gonna say I thought it was like 20 years in the future from the original series.
I'm sure there's probably a website that has all the futuristic movies in chronological order. So we could probably just go through a list like that and just okay, well.
I know we've blown way past the Jetsons, and I don't have a fucking robot maid or a machine that automatically makes my dinner. So
look, we don't have a Roomba because
Let's
you
be
didn't
honest.
get one from Travis yet.
We don't have flying spaceship cars.
Yeah,
I would love
Roll
the
up
thing
to a
that like
briefcase.
throws you out of bed and like just gets you dressed and ready in the morning. That would be amazing.
Yeah, brushes your teeth for you. Perfect. That'd really work well for anybody that has a teenage son that does not like to get themselves ready.
Well, I think now that I'm on the downhill slope of really starting to get old, I need it more than I did when I was a teenager. I have to get up a half an hour earlier to get to work.
The difference
on time
is,
just
Joe,
'cause
is
I
that-
move slower.
Yeah, the difference is that we'd appreciate it for a different reason. We'd
Yeah,
appreciate it
that's
for
for
our
sure.
sons just to get their asses out of bed and get them
Yeah.
moving and actually brush their teeth.
I don't have that problem. My son is up and out of his bed by 6. I don't know when this started happening. I'm just looking at him like, why? You don't have to be at school until 8:30. What is wrong with you?
And it's
not
not like
normal
he
to
has
me.
all the cool cartoons that happen before they go to school.
He just gets up. He's dressed and out the door by 6:30. I'm like, what are you doing in the parking lot at school for an hour and a half, 2 hours?
My daughter that's 21 right now, the one that's in the Air Force right now, her whole life she was very strict, man. It was, hour before school started, she was up, bowl of cereal, brush teeth, take a shower, eat, dress, whatever. My son, dude, you got to get up. Dude, you got to get up. 30 minutes. Dude, you got to get up. 20 minutes. Dude,
he
get
used
your
to
ass
be that
out of
way.
bed.
He
Get
used
your
to be
fucking
that way.
clothes on and brush your teeth. But I'm hungry. Well, you should have got your ass out of bed earlier.
Got up earlier. That's how it goes. All right, so I did look it up. Transformers did take place in 2005. So we are now almost 20 years past that.
Well, we don't have any big planet-eating monsters, so I think we're probably safe.
That you know of.
That's true.
So Carol said, got up at 3 a.m. to be to work by 5, and she knows the feeling, Joe.
I get up at 4:30 to be to work by 6. I feel that
Same here.
time for sure.
Same exact thing.
Jetsons took place in 2062, so we got to get our shit together in the next
Wow.
30
That's
plus
calling
years.
us out.
It's not going to go that well.
Chances of Jetsons or nuclear annihilation. Ah!
I'm with Henri here.
Let's wait.
You know, 2005 is when Transformers happened. Where the hell?
I was
are
really disappointed when
Japan.
no spaceship crashed on Macross Island in
Yeah.
1999. Yeah,
Yeah.
right?
that was a bummer.
Well, on
Hey.
there is a giant robot in Japan.
I was gonna say they
Yeah.
got giant
Gundam.
robots. Well,
We
actually,
have
that's
automated
supposed,
cars.
they're
We have
supposed to be
automated
taking a
taxis
Gundam
over here.
down.
It's
Yeah,
Yeah,
freaking
they do.
weird.
They've also got those bullet trains too that are fast as hell
Yeah.
that we don't have yet, but we're trying
We
to.
got those Waymos, those automated taxis. It's like they're weird, but I still want to get picked up in one, just so I could be in the back seat and no one driving. It's gonna be
Right.
weird.
And
As someone
late-
who's been driving for like the last 11 years of employment, I kind of am a little intimidated by those things.
Those things are weird.
well, look at this. Trevor's bringing up Blade Runner 2049. You know what? The first thing I thought of when I saw that stupid Cybertruck was I totally thought about those boxy looking cars.
That thing is butt ugly.
Well,
From,
and the
like,
other thing is that we
E-rate.
do have people out there that are making androids.
It's true.
Yeah.
I
Have
I
you
think
guys-
cyberpunk is one of the futures that are dystopian futures that are a little more realistic. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, so is Idiocracy. Let's not go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's probably the most
Right? Getting close.
Idiocracy
What
was the
I
future,
saw
but it's
that,
pretty
right?
close to the current.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think we have to call it the future anymore.
That's right.
we're living it.
We
We're
got
in
it.
it
Living
now.
it.
All right. Nolan says he's spoiled. Only takes him 5 minutes to drive to work. Technically, I could walk. Look, I don't want to hear it. Like, I got the best commute
my
in the
second
world.
job,
I roll out of bed and then go put on a pot of coffee, come set up my computer,
Andy
and
gets
then
to
go
play
outside.
with heavy machinery all day, so I'm just
You know
saying.
what? That playing with Tonka trucks for a living does kind of kick ass.
Yeah.
I had a buddy back in the day, Big Dumb Adam. He was like, I don't want to hear about your shitty job. I drive Tonka trucks for a living. Screw you.
Big dumb Adam.
That was his name. We called him Big Dumb. He was actually one of the more intelligent people, but everybody always, he
Big dumb.
looked like this big dumb guy. So, just called him Big Dumb Adam. And then he'd like school you on physics.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh, it was so good. So, who's excited for some Black Friday deals tomorrow? Who's shopping for themselves? Who's shopping for other people?
So I pre-ordered all of the retailer exclusive Horseman figures.
Nice.
So I'm expecting a 300 plus
Charge
drop tomorrow. so
Woo!
probably not much. Yeah, not much Black Friday shopping for me.
Look, I got my Fallen of Vikenfell from Helidope Toys, paid off the first one, and then pre-ordered a second one just this past week, but I did the Shopify with the payments, so I can't wait for that to come in.
I got her coming in.
Ooh,
Woohoo!
Oh, we can expect some Wednesday hump day stuff.
She's got like a whip that's like a bendy too, so that'll be fun.
Oh yeah. I know how your mind is.
Trevor is all about the Costco tomorrow. What do they got going on at Costco, Trevor? What is
Costco Town,
right? Costco Town, right? You're like, what's going on at Costco? What do they got?
It's talking about Idiocracy.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah.
Welcome
See,
to Costco, Logan.
I really, really tried to ignore so much of that movie, and now I'm afraid to go back and see how much more of it is reality now.
There's so much of it that's reality. It's scary.
Well, they were like one of those,
Especially,
the Crocs. Like they wanted to
Yeah.
come dumb, and those were like being like put out. So like they got those shoes, and now everybody wears those shoes. So
Yep.
that was the
And
first-
they'd even commented to them too, like, well, what happens if these actually like become a thing? And the guy said, nobody's ever gonna buy these, like wear these. And now it's like,
Now you can buy Croc
What's
add-ons.
really scary
right?
is in the film when they're at the White House and they're like introducing the main character to all the like main cabinet people and the pics. Compare that to now. I don't want to get political, but ooh, that's scary.
Hey, yeah. Let's
Yeah.
keep the politicking off.
Yep.
I mean, if we really want this to be like Thanksgiving, though, right? We'd have to get awkward and talk about
That's
politics.
right. Screw you and your politics. I don't care what you believe in.
That's when I'll just sit here and eat this pie and watch the whole fucking stream burn.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit here and be figures and be happy.
So I was actually asking Aaron about some advice because I've never tried to do any like pop and swap with Hasbro before.
What?
But I haven't. I just haven't messed around with it, because it's not necessarily as easy as some of the other guys. But I want to get these green camo pants on
what I do
on this version.
He just needs to boil them because
Snake eyes. So yeah, I just want to pop a
Big
lower
gun
half.
or warm water.
The
The legs
pegs
pop
on the
right off. The diaper comes right off. And
Sometimes.
put the other ones right on.
shipwreck was a friggin' disaster. I don't want to get into that.
Right.
Why? Shipwreck was?
Yes.
Yeah, there's also the neck
Because it has
ball
the
joint.
square. It has the square peg that goes into the torso instead of the. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I
That
messed
was
with
a
him. I made my own freckles with him, but I didn't have to mess with his torso.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that in the near
I
future.
never know
though.
which torso setup I'm going to get when I start taking them
off.
apart.
Easy.
Yeah, we'll see. Because I also like these boots, right? Like he's got kind of that plated armor top to him for this version of the figure, right?
I hate that Snake Eyes.
But then he comes with like actual the
Fitting.
colored BDU pants and then like the actual lace up boots on this
That
one.
one's alright.
I don't remember. Do both of those have boot swivels?
But then this one's got the shin guards. Yeah, they both got swivels.
You can pop this. You can pop it at the.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm just going to
boot
replace the
swivel.
whole leg, I don't have to worry about it. Like
Okay.
I'm going to replace the whole lower half.
If
Otherwise,
you wanted to switch the boots, you could do
Yeah.
just switch the boots.
I'm also
That was
probably going to put all the black tack gear on.
Saturday.
What
My,
Snake Eyes came with the camo pants?
That's the
It's,
latest one.
This is the
Kind of.
one that came with the white timber.
Yeah,
the
right.
white
it's
timber.
the white
okay.
timber one.
Yeah, see, he's got like that green and black, not just the straight black.
Yeah.
So
That could be
that
like
would
a
look
nice
better
one.
on the more commando looking Snake Eyes, right? Like that came with the other one. So either way, I didn't really get the damn thing to get the Snake Eyes. I really just got it for timber. So I got my whole wolf pack now and I'm very happy. And I really like the articulation. Like you can actually get like a wolf running pose.
Yeah,
Mind you, he
Timber's
doesn't
got the
stand for
articulation.
shit like that, but
Hasbro kills it with the animals, man.
Yeah. Order's coming out with Law and Order. He looks good.
yeah.
Can put a German Shepherd in your collection.
So Tony, were
Yeah.
you able to kit bash Alpine for a shirtless look yet?
A shirtless look?
Sorry,
So you want him with
sorry,
you want him without the jacket?
Yeah, I want to try and make him with a white shirt, because he's originally from southern Idaho, and I'm going to go down there for Christmas, and so I want to buy my Alpine in southern Idaho, and so I just want to know if we can, because he has Idaho written across the shirt. I'm just wondering if Alpine could be a figure without his jacket on. If somebody has some white shoulders or sleeves, that would
White
be
shoulders.
Only ones that I know of
Outback.
would. Yeah, I was gonna say Outback would be the only
But
one.
he's a bigger,
Get the
he's a
original, but
bigger
he's
figure.
got a
Yeah.
bigger torso.
Yeah. Outback's been pumping iron, but that's the white T-shirt right there. But you had to take survival off.
Right.
You know?
And the torso should be white
Yes.
itself underneath and painted on the skin tone is painted on it. So you should remove the white when you take off the
It's just a white T-shirt.
survival.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. All right. So we got Ray Black in the house saying, "Hi, everyone. What's going on, Ray? Thank you for being here."
Yo.
And Plastic Skulls has arrived. What's up, brother? And this legend right here, Emerald Knight Photo.
Bonito.
John in the house. Been killing it on the AWOC photo competition. They're getting down they're getting down to the final 4 guys. So look, we need everybody's help. We're gonna get John through to the end, okay?
And his Toy-Vember shots have been pretty solid too. So
We can't forget about that. But that's a point scoring system, so that's a completely different kind of rating than what we got going on for this. What I do want to do though, so when the new prompts go up with the next round of the AWOC, go to Spiro Toys. They post it in their stories, and they have you vote in their stories. Let's make sure over the next couple days we keep voting John up, because this one was real close. And as we get to that next level each time, it always gets harder, and it's always going to be a little bit closer. So, John, we're going to get you the support you need, brother, because we want to see you win that competition. And you got an inside man, a couple of inside guys doing the voting on the toy photos for the Toy League Takeover Toy-Vember. But the problem is everybody else has those same inside guys, so it doesn't really give anybody an advantage.
There's no advantage.
They're all the same buddies.
Right. It's all the same friend group for the most part. So I don't know. That's not really going to help anybody. But we can at least score you the thing with Spiro. We're going to try to bolster your numbers there, get you higher. I do also want to say, I don't know if you guys saw this. So we were talking about Black Friday deals. Did you guys see Delta17toys.com?
Did not. I'm looking it up right now. Let me get this.
They got a sale going on from now through Christmas, like towards the end of the year. 20% off.
Whoa.
All orders. That's a steep discount, folks, especially if you want to get some of them army builders.
Yeah.
I can't.
Delta 10 off.
That Thunder Battalion. Oh man. Well, the Delta 10 off, I think that's just what, the 10%?
10% off for orders of 6 or more items. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they're actually doing a
Black Friday one,
discount from now through the end of pretty much the end of the year, 20% off. They just posted it all over their IG.
And
so look, we've already lost you one vote, John. I'm sorry.
Adam said the hell with John.
He said it's his buddy Eddie. He forget.
Damn, Adam, tell me how you really feel. Eddie got your vote.
Man.
Shit.
Damn.
What's Eddie doing for you there?
Excuse me.
The whole contest has been stiff competition from the start, really.
That's what she said.
Ooh. There's been some hard matchups where I'm like, ooh, man, I don't know who I actually want to win this or win that, kind of thing. Stuff. We're gonna put this up in here. Yeah, come on, let's. I think you and I hit it both.
Yeah.
Nolan says, yes, I'm thinking about getting a few more figs. And see, folks, when your significant other runs in the same circles you do, you can hide nothing.
That made
he doesn't need any, Ray, but he wants some.
That's right. And maybe he does need them.
Do any of us need them? No. Do we want them? Absolutely.
See, Adam says, my favorite pick is already out. See, this is also why Adam doesn't always talk about what he's getting, because he knows Amanda watches the streams from time to time. Or, she'll just walk in and smack him while he's live or something. She's got just as much of an open door for the clubhouse as you do, Adam. She's welcome on whatever she wants. So if she wants to come on just to yell at you because you're buying too much, she totally can.
I'd be more afraid of Adam's daughter coming in and putting me in my place than Amanda. That girl,
she could,
sass, man. Good
she
Lord.
could too, man. I was just talking about the other day how I felt honored that I got to actually open my knee in infantry alongside Victoria the other week. Yeah. That was great. That was so great. I like fun moments like that we get to do with Clubhouse where, it's not just about us too. Like we got our families to surround and and they get involved in the show. And hey, if your families are watching, that means we're doing something right here because we're entertaining as hell. That they're like, let's listen to these toy nerds talk, about everything, including sports ball.
Hmm.
Yes,
So,
Yeah, it's a
highly
game right now,
confrontational
though.
in sports ball.
What's going on with the game right
I'm
now?
gonna go
Green
to bed.
Bay's killing him.
I am going to bed.
Ooh.
You go to
All
bed,
right,
Aaron?
Grandpa
See y'all
Aaron.
Saturday
You
morning.
done messed up, AA Ron.
You know what? I'm an old man. I got to get up at 5.
You're
So,
done going to bed.
yeah, going to bed.
All right, Aaron.
All right, brother.
Hey.
Have a good one.
Thank you for being here, my man.
I did see that Ace and Ramen is having a stream tomorrow morning, advertising something Black Friday. So it's
Oh,
going
right.
to be 8 a.m. Seattle time. So I assume
Give me
it'll be
that
11
black
a.m.
razor half off.
8 a.m.
Well,
Seattle. That would be 3 hours.
Yeah, 11.
Seattle's on Pacific time, so yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
got the van, I got the van already.
So
I see he's got his vans and his ramen razors up on BBTS now.
I got the van. I got the van already for my
Yeah, me
review.
too.
You know to have it.
So will his Black Friday deals be greater than the early bird specials?
Oh man,
It's hard to say with ramen what he's going to do.
Okay.
He's got a lot of different things he could offer. I mean, he could just do a percentage off if you order from the site. I mean, you never know what he's going to do.
Did you say the razors were up on BBTS?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
I ordered 2 of them yesterday.
Well, I ordered one from Ace himself. So
the dreadnought looking one.
I ordered
Yes.
a razor and the blackout with the one that's not the Inferno style one.
Yeah,
You're right.
so-
The kind of a rehash of the
Yeah, it's
racer.
called like metal black or something. He's calling it.
It looks badass.
flat.
It looks like the one Blade's supposed to have.
Yeah, it's a flat black version as opposed to the shiny
badass.
black.
How much was it?
One was $259, one was $299, but that's basically with Ace's shipping. I get the $4 shipping. It's pretty much the same price. So.
yeah, that's what I was looking at too.
Freaking,
So BBTS.
well, I mean, I could do it, but it's like you get the damn dragonfly, and I'm like, okay, hold on.
Yeah, I don't have any of the Joe vehicles, so that's.
Oh, okay.
Like, where am I putting another one of these 112
Where am I
scale?
putting another one?
And I'm already building a shelf to go over top of my TV, so when I get
I'm
the
doing
dragon,
that
it can like
too.
sleep on top of it.
I was gonna say, Tony, where are you putting the dragon? I'm parking it on top of you, my
It's on
hiss.
top of- it's on top of the decal as it topples forward. No.
Yes.
It's on
Well, yeah,
top
what
of
Gridiron could do is put
the his tank, the NECA street scene, full of freaking Marvel Knights, and then the huge ass dragonfly.
There you go. Well, here you guys go.
Then I got the ramen.
Someday
The-
Tony's going to
the
be
Red
live, and you're just going
Raider.
to hear this crash, and it's going to be his DTOF just
I gotta
imploding
get the
on
Red
himself
Raider
from the weight.
somewhere. The
Crippling.
Red Raider is the same length as that Bratz car. It's pretty big.
Yeah.
I bet.
yeah, maybe Gridiron Studios can make a helipad case for the or a covering for the his tank. That way you can just
That'd be crazy. I
Park it on
might
top.
take it over.
and
I might take the Red Raider over there to Mark and say, "Hey, man, I want this all Punishered out. Let's do this." So
Right?
hopefully-
That's what I want to see. I want to see some people take that van, and I want to see them rocking into the Punisher War van,
Yeah,
especially
so- yeah.
with that
So
new
I'll
Punisher
grab
figure that
some.
just came out with the 2-pack. It's gonna look good with that
Yeah, I just got a GPS slot
trench
for it.
coat. Yeah, look at that, man. Perfect Punisher
Tony's
Warzone.
custom Punisher is amazing. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
We were doing the same thing. Let's go ahead. Try it again. Yeah, man. Punisher Warzone right there. Now they just need to come with micro, right?
Yeah.
Where's all of his weapons? How can you have
Oh
In
man,
the coat. They're in the coat.
I'm messing with him right now as we speak.
He's got to have them lined
I
up.
had to get him dressed first. I had to get
Oh,
this
okay.
damn thing on him.
All right. So real quick, here it is, guys. You can see it here. Thanksgiving holiday sale, 20% off in-stock figs, not including the Elite Okami Sentry. That is 10% off, but that was the Joe Fest exclusive one. However, it says no order limits. None. So you can order as much as you want and get 20% off. And that's the only exception is the Okami Elite Century from Joe Fest.
Nice.
But man, that is awesome. That is a great deal. And I'm pumped for it because I know I still wanted to get a whole set for Ziggy. So it's a great deal. I can definitely work on that. He's like me. His birthday's right after Christmas as well. So stock up on a bunch of both of these. And we have Travis, Mr. Wonderful, saying, look at this group of goons. That's probably the most accurate description I think I've ever heard of us yet. Everybody calls us gentlemen, but
yeah,
goons works, especially with Stanley around.
Well, yeah, it's the mullet
Straight
and
up
the
hockey.
Canadian hockey reference. So
Right? straight up goon.
So, are there any Transformer fans here?
I don't buy a lot of Transformers,
Not me, not really.
So did
I
you
think we're
hear-
all fans, but we're all like they're too expensive to collect.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I've already got other things to collect.
yeah, so apparently Cybertron Fest is happening again after eight year hiatus. And so that's making news around the Transformers toy world.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah. They got a couple of exclusives that I'm gonna probably have to go after.
Right? Like you don't want to pass up anything that's it's funny, since the movies and stuff like that, it doesn't seem that Transformers, they get a lot of love, but it doesn't seem like it's the same kind of love that everything else gets, because it's whatever the movie is out right now, and that's what we see in the toy aisles. I never see any of the other stuff that they announce. I never get to see in the toy aisles. Those are not the Transformers that show up in store. Like, if you're going to order those, you might as well order it from Hasbro Pulse, because I'm not going to find it in retail.
There's a bunch of great third-party offerings, though.
Yeah, third party, because some of the third party stuff is so good.
Yeah,
it is, but it's still it's actually
pricey,
hard to say it's pricier than what Hasbro's putting out.
That DLX Jazz coming out in the spring looks freaking gorgeous.
Well, I have the YOLO Park Megatron and Optimus, and those weren't too pricey, and they're great figures. They don't transform. But...
Yeah, right, but they're action figures, though. Like, they're strictly action figures. They're definitely not Transformers in the usual sense, but they are gorgeous. And then I love those Robostin ones too, man. The self-transforming ones. That's I'm sorry. Like, I'll never get over seeing a self-transforming Optimus, Megatron, and freaking Grimlock. That's just too cool. I'm never going to buy one.
Yeah, my buddy was like, why don't you have these? And I was like, did you look at the price tag on that?
You know how much those cost? And they're not worth it for me at that cost. Like,
Hell no.
No,
if I had that six-figure salary... Yeah, if I had a six-figure salary a year, I'd definitely own all of them, but that's not reality.
I got my Target BBTS Voltron. I'm good.
There you go.
Yeah, I'd be interested in a Roboson transforming Soundwave into a boombox. That would be cool.
Hell yeah!
And then the boombox actually works when you're done.
Yeah, of course. Possibly.
Hey, no, look, we can do it. We can do it because the Blaster, right, the Autobot guy, in Japan, his original toy could play the music when he transforms.
Oh, really?
Ask Ken
they can make a Bratz car with a radio. They can make a transfer.
Yeah, all we have to really do is put like a Bluetooth speaker in him,
especially nowadays, right? Like it'd just be way easier.
Yeah. Where's Ken? Is he not around tonight?
Hey, he's got family stuff going on.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And it's not even Thanksgiving for him. He's just, he's got family and stuff that he's doing. He said he'd try to pop one late, but considering how late he normally jumps in, I don't know that we will still be live by the time he comes on.
Who is it?
Ken.
Our boy Ken.
Mr. Transformers and Hockey.
Not that Ken. Not Kenny.
Oh, Connection.
Toy Connections. Man, look at this. Tony forgetting Toy Connections. Ooh. It's because he hates diversity.
Okay, Allison. I'll be like, Allison, you
stand the diversity.
That's right. I do it. Allison hates children.
Yeah, but so do most people. Crotch goblins.
Then-
Well, it
I
depends what age.
I love kids. I love kids. They're great.
So Tony, did you order the Commander Gridiron figure,
yeah,
or are you
and
just getting one for free?
no, I ordered it. I ordered the that demon looking one, the red with the demon.
Oh, one of the
looking-
13 ghosts. Yeah.
Is that him? Yeah, he's all tactical, has a demon mask. He looks crazy. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm getting that one too.
Right?
Yeah,
Looking at that, that's wave 3, isn't it?
Yeah, that's season 3.
yeah. Then he'll start. Then the weapons will start being from Gridiron. He
Yeah,
didn't do
From
the first
Gridiron
wave.
from that point on.
All the steampunk. That's not Mark.
Yeah.
Look
phasing
at
out.
Carol. Allison isn't the only one.
My sister's, she's had her issues lately. Sorry, K-Roll. You love your nephew, and that's what's
K-Roll.
important. That's what's important. She loves her nephew, Connor. But that's just because Connor's a really cool kid. Of course, he probably would have been trying to convince me on how we could smuggle the dragon back from Legion's Con, which would not have been good, because then I would have been like, well, how can I? You know, and let's just face it. I want to come back to next year's Legion's Cons. That would not have been a good position for me.
You'd be getting letters from the Four Horsemen like NECA sending out to their customers.
Yeah, so
you're banned forever.
on Off-World, because they were talking about the NECA thing where they sent out the extra play sets, and I was saying that people should return them. It's just the right thing to do. But if the Horseman sent me an extra dragon on accident, I'm keeping it. And Joe Vasapolo, who works for the Horseman, was in the chat, and he said, "I'm coming to your house to get the extra dragon." So they're not gonna let that slide.
Sending out the Pinkertons after you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the Horseman would.
The biggest problem with that NECA thing is, though, they waited to ask for it back.
That's the biggest
Like,
problem.
If they would have been like, "Oh shit, you're gonna get to send one back,"
Right. Well, see, the funny thing is we only touched on this briefly on Saturday, right? So there's a lot of people out there quoting a guideline from the FTC. But the problem is they're not quoting the full guideline, and you really need to have all parts of that to understand how that works.
Yep.
So the way that guideline works is if a business, which is one part of this whole thing, a business is sent an item from a company that they do not have a relationship with, that other company cannot charge the first party that sent them the item. That is considered a gift.
Yep.
Sorry, Nick, are you gifting?
That does not apply to somebody who has an existing relationship with an entity that gets shipped additional quantity of a product that they've already ordered.
It also does not include consumers, which we all are
Not
consumers.
Of course, it
has to deal with.
Why would it care what a
business.
consumer does?
Well, that's kind of the idea, right? They're protecting the businesses that are doing this. Thing. That's the
Yeah.
whole point of those.
The bottom line is that NECA just handled it completely wrong. That's the biggest.
Oh my God, they did atrociously with it. Like, first off, you don't send out a whole bunch of emails like you got Gestapo in your back pocket that are gonna roll up on people and
Just
get your shit
because
back.
you
'Cause
did
that
it,
ain't
I'm
gonna be
keeping
the
all this
reality.
shit, if I had it.
But
You know,
like if they charged me for it, I would tell my bank like, you need to.
Oh,
reverse
exactly.
the charge. Like,
Well, that's what everybody's going to do. You know that anybody that keeps it that gets a double charge, they're going to be like, "This is an
I
unauthorized
got
charge."
I played that Star Wars Online game for a while. Like, somebody bought me the game, and you had to sign up. And I canceled after the first month, but they charged me like for a year while I wasn't playing, and I didn't realize it because it wasn't like
you weren't looking.
I told my bank, I was like, "These guys have been charging me for a year. They just gave me the money back."
Nice.
So,
Yeah. Well, they're generally pretty good about those subscription things, like when you catch on. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a big deal that they handled that poorly. And then, of course, at the same time, it comes out about your whole social media. I'm sorry. Here's my thing, right? The guy who's running your social media, who's interacting with the public, who's dealing with the people, you can forgive him for anything you may have deemed him doing inappropriately on your own, which I wouldn't, not for what he was doing, according to that. But he should no longer be the one that's dealing with your public.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, he lost that position. And you certainly don't try to cover it up. So if he comes out and admits it, even if he says, "Well, I didn't realize at the time," which is BS because there's receipts, he knew. You really kind of need to get rid of that guy, make him beat bricks. Because
NECA's other big issue, like I haven't had I've never had any like issues with. I don't buy a lot of NECA, so I've never had any customer service things. But there's a lot of people who have had a lot of issues. So for them to be like, "You need to fix this," it's like you guys need to fix your shit too. So
you got to get your house in order. Like whatever dumbass system started shipping extra units to people in the first damn place.
Yeah, but I mean, there's people really who have had issues like this toy is like defective, and it's like they don't ever get back to them. They just don't return the email, respond, like so.
No, they just don't care. But I know we talked about it briefly, like I said on Saturday, but I wasn't really going to touch too much on it because they were still coming out with the facts at the time. I know Madsen said people who hadn't even ordered the play set were getting them, and that was something that I had not heard. And since then, all I've heard is about people receiving extra allotments. I don't know who Madsen talked to that they hadn't ordered a product and they got it.
If they sent me one and I didn't order it, I would just keep it.
Well, you know what? There you go. Guess what? There was no existing relation because, like you said, you don't order a lot of NECA. Do you order any NECA from NECA? Because typically I go through a third party.
I've ordered a couple things. I got the Donnie's like portal because it's like a cool little background piece.
Okay, so you did order something direct.
Yeah, I think maybe 2 or 3 times I've ordered from them directly.
No, see, I've never ordered a thing from NECA directly. I've only ordered from BBTS or like picked up in store, or I did a lot of third party buying off of the whole like lots on Facebook, kind of thing. Like I would buy people getting rid of like their whole NECA lots because
their site is garbage though. They don't have like almost any of their product on their site. It's like you can't buy from us anymore. It's like you don't have shit in stock. So
maybe going to be though is that still everybody's going to decline the charges. They're just going to say they're false charges and not have to pay it anyway. So
good on them too, because NECA needs to be taught a lesson. This is not how you deal with this kind of a situation.
No,
like I'm sorry, I feel that people should send it back as that would be the right thing to do, right? Like I mean, it really is just the right thing to do. But NECA screwed up. And
here's the biggest kicker though, right? You got to wonder, did they even find out about this on their own, or did some honest customer call and say, "Hey, you guys sent me 2 of these," and then they started looking at like, "Holy shit, we sent a bunch of people like 2 of these that shouldn't have gotten 2."
Yeah. No, what it was they started seeing the posts on social media by that crappy social media manager.
What I was told is that they used a third-party company for shipping.
Like most,
and then it was that company's mistake that they were double.
Guess what? I was going to say, guess who needs to pay for all these extra allocations that went out? Certainly not the people who received them.
Threatening all their customers and shit.
Well, and then they're like, "You need to send this back so other customers can have it." It's like, you're going to send them like used stuff, like that's weird.
Yeah.
Like,
right? Like what's that?
They'll just break them.
You guys need to suck it up and make it right. Like it's on them to suck it up and make it right.
Yeah.
Come on, come on.
At the end of the day, that's what it is. So
like BBTS, right? With Thanos, you got that one that was defective, the street scene, right?
Yeah.
BBTS is like, just keep it. We'll send you out a new one.
Yeah.
Adam.
Ship that back
when he comes on.
Now we got to stay up at least.
Well, I mean, he has a much better perspective on it. I'm just like,
that's what I'm saying.
Guy who's like, that guy can eat a dick. It's like,
yeah.
Well, he's probably getting emails about NECA's customer service. Excuse me, AWOC customer service. I'd like to complain about my NECA purchase.
Right. Take it back to Target. They're all over Target collector spot.
So, and this is kind of that principle that I was talking about before. As a shipper receiver and the toner pirates would call a random office worker saying, "Can we ship your back order?" And then ship something that maybe was never ordered, and they were required to send it back if they paid the shipping to have it shipped out. See, and that's the kind of shit that law, or that guideline was put into place to protect businesses from, because that used to be a very big scam that a lot of people would go, and most businesses wouldn't catch it because they're just like, oh yeah, accounts receivable, just pay it off kind of thing. All right.
Well, the other thing is I've worked in a lot of businesses that have their own warehouses and stuff, and it's like the warehouse doesn't pay attention because there's not usually somebody at the door that's receiving. The UPS guy comes in, drops a load,
it, and then
backs out and gone. No one's signing for that shit.
Especially for office stuff. It's a little bit different when it's like a warehouse where you got a warehouse.
Well, you got big,
there
steel
all
pieces coming in and stuff, right? But I mean,
right. But yeah, for like office supply shit, it's like whatever comes in off the truck, that's what we're supposed to get, right? That's above my pay grade to order.
Yep, exactly.
It's one of them pencil pushers that's ordering all that crap. I don't know what kind of grade toilet paper they get, but we got 6 cases of it.
Yep, exactly.
All right. Adam says, for the record, he has had emails about product that's not ours. And that's common too. I've received messages about product. Like, I don't work in these businesses. I just have slight insights. Don't ask me questions I don't know the answers to. I'll look up answers when I get a chance, but because sometimes I do. But
customers are weird, man. I see a lot of the emails that come in for Hella Dope, and we have customers that are just like, when's my order shipping? Well, what's your order number, Brad? What product are you looking for? It's like nothing personal, nothing like any kind of information. Just when's my order shipping? I ordered this 6 months ago. It was supposed to ship.
Sent from an email that they don't have an account under.
Right, exactly. You don't know what.
Right. Because the email they buy stuff with is typically the email that gets all the junk.
Yep.
The email they actually email from is the one they actually want to receive a notification on, or that they're going to go back and check. Because we all got that email account. We do. Speaking of Hella Dope Toys, I want to bring it up here real quick and see what they still got pre-order available for they're out of Fisher Rice, folks. If
they
you guys
are out
wanted
of
to
Fisher
pre-order
Rice.
Fisher Rice, you ain't getting them from Hella Dope.
You ain't getting them.
Tomorrow is the street date. You can start showing off your picks if you got them in hand.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't. Oh, so Fisher Rice wasn't the only one. Guess what else sold out?
Vikingfeld.
The Undead of Vikingfell.
Yeah.
Which is good because I still got to get my other. I got to get the other 3 figure obscures from them. So I'm glad they've still got those available. But right now it's crunch time though, and since it's Christmas crunch time, I can't be spending more money.
Oh yeah, I know.
Well, and then the other figure is Obscura, whatchamacallit.
I was going to say, and next week we're going to have another figure Obscura drop.
I was going to ask you, when is that going to drop? That should be dropping soon, right?
And that's basically going to drop next weekend because at least
historically,
Joe and I were talking, and several others. They are conscious about dropping too much on us at once. So, like this weekend, it might be a bit much for them to drop their little teaser tomorrow.
I don't know though, because the Dragon's not till January. The pre-order window is open extra long because it's open for another month still. So
it's
just the street date for the retailer exclusives is tomorrow. So a lot of people that have pre-ordered are going to be charged for those tomorrow. That's why I was thinking they're usually cognizant of that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I'm thinking they'll probably wait another week.
All right. So you know what? They had retracted this in the regular chat, but I'm going to read it out here anyway. John says he ordered an extra Fisher Rice from Hella Dope Toys because he heard they ship fast. I've heard they ship in 1 business day.
1 business day.
And unfortunately, I'll never ever be able to play any of those ads because those are exclusive to me. Mr. Almost 6K Punk with Toys. He gets those, but we can still make the jokes here because we all seen the commercials and we love them. So yeah, they do ship fast.
Are they having a sale? The Black Friday sale?
Holiday?
Yeah.
You know what? I haven't even actually reached out and asked them if they're doing any kind of sale. I know Ed and I last Friday went through their entire clearance section. We walked through the entire site showing what they had off in stock, what they're trying to get rid of. they got some pretty good deals on clearance alone. And again, remember, if you sign up to become a channel member too, you get additional discounts. So they'll probably have like some extra discount codes or something. Ed, what do the boys have coming on for Black Friday? Anything?
They plan on doing a sale, but they haven't announced it yet, which is odd. So I don't know what they're planning.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I hadn't actually heard or seen them post anything about it. And I know on Sunday they were just basically going over the retail exclusive retail appreciation wave with that.
Part of the problem though is right now they don't have much in stock because they're waiting on everything. So
it's all delayed, but they've still got some pretty good stuff in stock though. And again, they got a lot of really good clearance stuff, which is already at a cheap price.
Yeah. I watched Gremlins today, so I was thinking about grabbing that Gremlin. But
I want to get that NECA Ultimate Gremlin that they got, but at the same point in time, I'm a little pissed off at NECA right now. So I also kind of don't. Well, you know what though? The truth is, NECA already made their money off of that when Ted and Aaron ordered it. So now I'm just supporting the boys directly, and that's important because we all know the big guys are going to get
one day. The Tanger's only $45 right now. It's pretty sweet.
Oh yeah, AWOC is doing a hell of a sale.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, Brick sent that out to us earlier. Let's get that up here.
They got a Chunari Infantry for $10, a Feral Beastie for $10.
Yeah, all the
you can't.
The Primal Ancients.
Primal Ancients, $10 for each one of those.
You really can't beat
good deals going on right now.
Now remember, folks,
right now.
The AWOC sale is insane. TCB, man.
Let's remember, folks, we're all supposed to be thankful for everything that we got, and then forget about that shit tomorrow and go buy all new shit.
That's right.
So be thankful tonight because come midnight, you're going to buy all new shit for yourself. Also want to shout out too, John did a pretty fun live stream last night. I didn't catch it last night because I ended up falling asleep beforehand, but I did catch the replay this morning. He was going through like the last 2 years of Build-A-Figures and ranking them. You might be shocked at some of the things he picked. All right. Here we go. I'll pull it up here.
Ed, what is? Okay. So I know what that is.
It's one of my many Nerf guns.
Blaster, yeah. So Nerf and Dart Zone are big. Another leisure activity that I do besides collecting. So, yeah, that one's a pretty good one.
Yeah,
with the barrel break.
I had the pump shotgun too, which is a lot of fun.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've been buying a lot more of the Dart Zone stuff right now. So they have
Dart Zone's pretty cool too.
Yeah. Because Hasbro hit their own ceiling as far as what they can do as far as the velocity that they can shoot at.
So, Travis, I'm not going to discourage you against buying anything because that's just not what I do. But really? I mean, hell, again, go support our friends over at Spiro Toys, though. They make amazing toys, and, they're great guys over there. Absolutely great guys. And John, anytime, brother, let me know if you want to come hang out with us tonight for Frenzgiving. I don't know if you and Josh are a little too busy, but if you want to come swing by and hang out. But this is the sale we've got going on here. So you get your General Thane for $50. You can get a Tanger for $45. And remember, that was the PowerCon exclusive, folks. So then $24 right here for the entire row. Everybody knows they want a Tiberius, right? And seriously, Lexion is another beautiful one.
Lexion is an awesome pig.
Right? Not that any of those are not good figures. They're all amazing figures, but these guys are standouts. And seriously, $10 on any of the Primal Ancients? You're basically just stealing stuff here. Not to mention you can get the headsets and the weapon sets for $10 a piece.
And those weapon sets look good with other lines too.
Oh yeah.
A lot of the other lines. A lot. Like not even just minimal. They look good on your Masterverse. They look amazing with your Mythic Legions. I especially like the glow-in-the-dark poison kind of set. That's a really big one for me. And again, the head packs too. Head packs.
I didn't realize the weapon packs are on sale. That's great.
Yeah, it's included in the $10 tier, which is hello right there. you can't beat this. You really can't beat this. Seriously, get yourself, look, you go in here, you get yourself a bunch of the primal ancients, and then you load them up with weapons, and you basically got $20 on a figure right there. Full loadout. Like, come on. Can't beat that. Also, come get your merch. We're just going to throw that in there too at the bottom. Doesn't say there's any, sales on the merch itself, but might as well get yourself some merch. It's always fun to go rocking one of these toy shirts. Not just to help support who you're a fan of, but when you get recognized by somebody in your area and you're like, yeah, you know what I'm wearing? Okay. I see you. And then I tell them, come check out my channel. And I don't know if they do or not. But seriously, this deal right here, throw $10 at a Primal Ancient. Like, I want to get like a bunch of the Onyx. Seriously.
The Primal, the AWOC figures are some of the best figures that have been made in as far as articulation and playability and posability and everything. Just great figures.
Yeah.
Right. When it comes down to that posability, being able to hold its pose and remain that way, nice, good joints. And again, it's not like we're going to try to bash Savage Crucible here. But
very good, guys. I might chime in later on.
All right. We got a spot for you, Tony. Definitely.
All right, brother.
Go get some pie and bring it with you.
Depends on what kind of pie he gets.
Yeah. Some
lemon meringue.
If there's certain types of pie that you can have, that may have to go on the paywall.
That's right.
On the paywall. Just yep, that right there is insane. Exactly. We got Cobweb in the house saying, "What's up, fellas? What's going on, Cobb? I know you're probably I don't know. Are you working tonight? What's going on? Let us know, brother. You know where the link's at." And John says, if you want to try out an AWOC figure, this is the time. These ancients are at Ross prices here, boys.
Yep.
Ain't it the truth? And K-Roll said, just ordered Onyx. Yeah, we're terrible at what we do here. We enable so much. Got a couple for my nephew. Oh, no. And then he follows it up with some more for himself. Well, you know what? That's good right there.
Those feral beasties make good Beastman minions too.
Right? Especially with their color scheme.
Yeah.
Very cool. And yep, it's true story. I'm a beautifully horrible individual for enabling all of that. Look, it's not like these guys make it easy on me either, okay, though, Carol? Seriously, if like you were in a group chat with Thanos and Brick and they were posting all the cool shit from 5K Toys all the time, I like that he went and jacked Optimus Prime's gun.
Yeah, I just had it on the desk and it's like, oh, that'll fit. So
no, I totally believe he totally kicked Optimus Prime's ass and stole his All right, Cobb says working on a video, but he might need a break and hop on. You might? You mean you need a break and you're going to jump on, right? That's what I heard.
That's what I heard.
It's Frenzgiving. There you go. And I just mentioned it. The glow-in-the-dark weapons pack are on sale for $10, and they glow. They glow. We all know I had a little bit of a disappointment with some non-glowing stuff.
The other day we had a power out, and like it's just like, oh, all my toys are glowing. It's like so much glow in the dark stuff. It's all you could see in the living room was the glow in the dark stuff.
That's right. Light up the house. It's perfect for when the power goes out. Last week it was a plunderling. Now this week it's AWOC. That's what
Cheddar's only
Both good choices.
Yes, right now the one with the mohawk.
Yep, I saw him.
Nice. Fun fact: Adam still does not have a hyena. Is that because the post strike, Adam, or you just haven't ordered it? Just inquiring minds want to know because some people are looking for the hyena. Still need to order Wave 4. Probably order them during the Black Friday sales. Hey, why not? It's a perfect time to order stuff. Now, is anybody actually buying anything for other people? Clearly, we're all selfish.
Surprisingly, I got almost all my Christmas shopping done, except I have 2 more gifts to purchase. And that's
Good
it. I'll be
for
done.
you, Ed. I'm proud. I
Yeah.
did a lot of shopping for others while I was at Legion's Con. So surprisingly, with all the stuff there I could have got for myself,
I kind of wasn't joking about the 4 Horsemen D20s. Like the majority of my gifts are going to be 4 Horsemen D20s.
It's a cool
Joe,
gift.
I didn't know you had a sense of humor. So I totally thought that was serious from the start.
Okay, well, good, because I was.
I know the mustache would never lie to me, so
No,
It's not gonna lie. Mustache
Definitely
don't lie.
not.
It's like Shakira's hips.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that the mustache does well, but lying is not among them.
Right. These toys are too good for others. All right. I mean, hands down, sorry. Like, I'm liking more the indie stuff the further and further we go, and price wise too, I feel better about paying $45 for a Mythic Legions figure than I pay $45 for a Marvel Legends figure per se, because the paint apps are way better. Sorry.
absolutely.
Mhm.
So Adam says he's had the opportunity to get one, but he's passed in favor of other people getting them, and he'll ship myself a couple soon. See, there you go. There you go. I appreciate that, Adam. Thank you. Yeah, I'm with you, Nolan. I procrastinate too. Like, I get little things here and there for Connor throughout the year kind of thing. But then he gives me the list of everything that he wants, by Christmas. And then boom.
That's the problem. Like with young kids, it's hard because you never know what's going to be hot up until about this time of year at Thanksgiving. They're pretty much set on what they want. But
you know what Connor wants me to get? He went and looked up because he's seen the new Venom movie, I guess. I still haven't seen the new Venom movie, The Last Dance. I still have not seen this movie. He's apparently seen it, and I did see some clips, and they got like the whole separation anxiety thing going on where they got the other symbiotes. So you know what he sent me the other day? He don't look at prices of stuff. He sent me the links to every single one of those symbiotes in Marvel Legends. Lasher, Shriek, Phage. Like, he sent me the links to all those. None of them are in current circulation at all. So, like, he's sending me links for figures that are like $120 on Amazon. Like,
nowadays, the movie-based figures aren't coming out till almost a year after the film comes out.
well, that's the
It's kind
thing.
of weird.
They had put out with the pack with Riot and Phage within the last 2 years, and then it came with a Venom. But Lasher hasn't been for sale for like 4 years because he was in an older wave.
you got to wonder though if
Scream
these movie
hadn't been
figures
available.
aren't coming out till later because they used to base it off of like pre-release art, and there's a lot of people
That would get like
hating
spoiled a
about-
lot too.
Well, it spoiled a lot, and a lot of people got upset because it wasn't like they saw it in the movie because it wasn't final production stuff.
Yeah.
What's
Right.
that? Adam wants to hear stories about me walking to school. I could tell you stories
be
about
said.
walking to school, Adam.
I mean, it wouldn't be
Sure.
Thanksgiving if we
Right.
didn't.
I mean, I used to have to walk to school uphill both ways in the snow. It's not a lie. There was some downhill, but most of it was uphill. I missed
Both
the bus.
ways.
I missed the bus. There was no getting a ride from mom or dad. They put a coat on and walked to school.
So Travis is just laughing because he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And Henri is saying those pricey. Yeah, they are. I mean, they were pricey the moment they came out, like each one of the extra symbiotes, because people were snagging them up.
Kidding.
Yeah. And like I said, they did just complete the set like 2 years ago is when they came out with Riot and Phage. So like those were the last two that they hadn't made figures for. But even like the Scream's like 5 or 6 years old at this point. Like they haven't really reissued any of these. But they did like a Venom wave a couple years back that had like one in it. And then they did another one like a year later and another one a year later. And then it was like the last two they just put out. All right, we got Vine Jungle Figure Factory saying Toy Biz made all the symbiotes in the 90s. Those figures are not that bad in price. Those ones aren't, but those aren't the ones he sent me the link for. As a matter of fact, I can go pick up most of those over at Eternia Dreams, and yeah, you're right. They're not that bad of a price. I owned a lot of them when I was a kid because I loved the symbiotes when they came out. So, of course, it was really weird that my Scream and like most of the other symbiotes were actually bigger than my Venom and Carnage figure because I had like the earlier versions of Venom and Carnage, like when they first came out. So, like the later ones that came out were like slightly larger because Toy Biz didn't realize what they had. And it's funny. I had an opportunity to buy the banned Venom, the one that they recalled, that came with the talking backpack, and they pulled it from shelves because it was a kid's toy that said, "I'm going to eat your brains." So they had them pulled from the shelf. A buddy of mine, his dad ran a comic book shop back in the day, ABC Comics. It's funny, I didn't even know that was his dad's shop until like I'm an adult in my late 20s. His dad still had one of those perfectly sealed. And there were so many times I'd walk into his shop and I just kind of wanted to buy it. Now, mind you, it wasn't a comic book shop anymore. My buddy owns his own business called Chesapeake Billiards. And his dad had some of his collectible stuff in some glass cabinets behind the counter. And he wanted like $85 for it. And I almost bought it a couple times because that was that first Venom figure that came out, was that one. Then they recalled it, and then they very quickly re-released it where he had the little hole in his chest here and the big gaping hole in his back that you could squeeze the Venom symbiote slime stuff through that stained everything it touched.
I kind of want that transforming Punisher with
the cock gun.
Yeah.
It's big on a lot of people's lists just because it's like, really? Like they didn't have somebody test that product and realize like it's a mid transformation point. Like you're not supposed to keep it at that point, but it exists. It's kind of hard not to. But that's still one of the funniest and best friggin' best figures ever. Because I think they also had a Cyclops one, but it didn't like transform halfway at the crotch. But the Punisher one definitely did.
I had a transforming Venom back in the day. It was weird. I don't remember what it transformed into.
I know the one you're talking about. They did weird transformation figures for a lot of them. Like they had one where it was Wolverine that transformed into a wolf.
Yeah, I remember that one too.
Why does he transform into a wolf? A wolf and a Wolverine are completely different animals. And Alan says, eventually I will army build the Toy Biz Chode. He is so beefy, decent merman muscle. You know what? Yeah, and he is a pretty cool figure. As a matter of fact, Marvel Legends just did the Chode Build-A-Figure wave, like within the last couple years. And they still made him look good. And John was talking about that last night and how he's like a lot of reuse from Abomination, but it works and it's still a fun body. Here we go. Any chance of painting a bunch of basic Venom figures for him? Not familiar with the characters. Not entirely. I mean, it might work for a couple, but I always forget I'll never forget the yellow one's name. Was the guy who was the symbiote was Carl. But then I can't. He was the yellow one.
I don't remember.
I gotta look it up now.
All right, guys, I'm gonna peace out here. So.
All right, Stanley. Well, thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah. Okay. And I will see. Maybe I'll be on Saturday night. I got a game, so I got to go back over to Seattle, and then down to the arena. So.
Well, we'll see if we're going to be doing it.
Okay.
On Saturday night. We're still going to be doing a Clubhouse Cafe in the morning, though.
Yeah, I'll probably be traveling back to Seattle in the morning, so we'll just kind of play it out.
Gotcha. All right. So the one I'm thinking of, the yellow one's name was Phage. And the purple one that I was calling Phage is Agony. So you had Agony, Phage, Scream, Riot, and Lasher. And that was all of them.
I don't remember
And of course,
any
my
those.
computer's slowing down because I just had to bring those in. Well, it was all like the Life Foundation. So, like when they first did that very first spin-off with Venom and he got his own miniseries of the Lethal Protector, that was
Yeah.
when they drew out the other children of his symbiote. And then, of course, those ones were more famous later when they did the separation anxiety story with Venom.
Yeah,
And
I
then
remember
after
some of
that-
them like popping up, but I don't really remember them like that well. Like I remember the other one, Toxin, better, but that was just because I loved the art on that Venom and Carnage book. The
Yeah,
Clayton
it's-
Crane art.
Oh my god, so good. Toxin though is Carnage's offspring.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, Toxin was Carnage's offspring. Carnage, and of course these 5 were all Venom. And then because Carnage was the first, and then basically the Life Foundation found out about all the symbiotes and everything, and they were like, oh, what if there's more offspring within the symbiote kind of thing? And this is when they were still building what a symbiote could do and what it couldn't do. But basically, all the children are supposed to be stronger than the parent. So they pulled all 5 from them, and then they like forced them on like their hired security team. And then that was supposed to be this team of symbiote soldiers that they were going to use. Of course, that didn't go well. Spider-Man and Venom weren't having it. But then later, all 5 of those symbiotes, after separation anxiety, combined into one symbiote, and they called it Hybrid. And that was its own story. I say I'm a big nerd when it comes to the symbiotes. That's why I got like all the omnibuses and everything with it. And mind you, like I was all about those comics as a kid.
Yeah.
Like even when I didn't have money to buy them, I would still walk up to the comic book store and grab it off the rack and read it just so I knew what was going on. That's why like when later they added so much stuff later, I was just like, I don't see that. Like they did the whole minimum Carnage thing or whatever. Like they did maximum Carnage in the 90s, then later did a minimum Carnage where and they even showed it in the new Let There Be Carnage movie. He can somehow transport himself through the internet. Like he found out how to do that and like infected the internet. That I was like, I don't know what's going on here. That's way too beyond anything. I liked it better when he was just like had fully blonded with Cletus Cassidy's blood. So even if they got the symbiote off of him, because it was bonded to his blood cells as his body regenerated blood cells, it eventually just built back up in his body. But as long as he didn't bleed, he couldn't become Carnage. But if he bled, then he would become Carnage. I always thought that was kind of cool. And that was also the reason he was red and black. Yeah, Carnage is badass.
Yeah.
And Emil made some really good tribute.
I heard. I didn't see it, but I heard.
Yeah, he did Carnage. He did Venom. And they look good. I had to try to find it on his IG right now. This is going to be another one of those instances where I look for 2 hours.
That's the thing about Emil, though, is that if you look at any of his customs, there's like not a single bad one. Like he doesn't have off days. That dude is just talented all the way around. So
here's one of my absolute favorite, and it's one of his pinned ones right now. We're just going to go ahead and share this. Because again, his stuff is just incredible and amazing. But this is absolutely one of my most favorite customs he's ever done for Killer Croc. And this is using all existing Legion's parts. This isn't like, that's not even a 3D printed head. He took the existing head from
Decibolus, yeah.
Yeah, Decibolus and like that's the vampire head, and it's mixed with another head and fused together.
He actually sculpted the top, all the scales on the head.
Did he?
That's green stuff. Yeah, he actually sculpted.
Okay.
Like hand sculpted the details.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, because he did some making of pictures too, and I should have tried to find those. But yeah, that's just the kind of work he does on his customs and such. Let me see if I can find. I know he posts a lot of the pictures of the stuff he brings to.
I just don't remember seeing the. I know people were talking about the Carnage one, but I don't remember seeing it.
Is this it right here? No, this is just him flexing pretty hard. And yeah, like here, right? Like he teased this, and we all know what that is. It's an alley viper, and he brought it to the table.
Those little thunderlings with the cat heads were cool.
Here we go. Here's a video. So again, you get a chance to see everything. Cool. Right? And some Chrono Trigger stuff. And we got Ken from Toy Connections, a little Mega Man tribute. There's Carnage right back there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He actually took the twisty ties since he'll only use Legion's parts. He took the twisty ties from the package to make the tentacles.
Right.
Smart.
Yeah. Shredder back there. Looking great. Princess Peach, Donkey Kong, Mega Man, Lobo.
Yeah, that Carnage is really cool.
Doctor Doom. And up front, he had Nightcrawler and also Colossus. Again, there's just so much good stuff. It's really hard to get to see everything when you're there. And that's why you miss stuff. What's going on, Ken?
I've only got a minute or two here. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it back before you're all done. I'm literally in the parkade right now. So it's cold here in Canada at the end of November, borderline frosty outside. I just figured I'd come say hello because I'm trapped at an obligation tonight. But, Cobb's here. There you go. When I bow out,
come rescue you, Ken.
Yeah, I need someone to come rescue. Well, Cobb can rescue.
Blink twice if you need help.
That's right.
Yeah, blink 3 times because I need extra help. But I do got to run back. But I figured I'd at least come say hello in case I don't make it for later on when you finish the stream. So yeah, alcohol helps. So all right, everyone. Just thought I'd say hello and wish you all a happy Thanksgiving there, and everyone in this chat as well.
Yeah.
Well, you too,
Happy
Ken.
Thanksgiving.
I'm back, Ken.
All right, take care, everyone. I'll see you when I see you. Take care.
See you soon.
Gotta love that guy. He's one of the best. All right, so
what video are you working on, Cobb?
I'm doing a toy room collection tour, but mainly focus on the Masterverse. I figure I'm gonna do it in sections because the way I want it. What's up?
You got a lot.
I know it's a freaking pain in the ass the way I'm doing it. Like I showed my shelf off, but then I want like an up close. Can kind of break them down into New Eternia, Revelation, Revolution, everything. So yeah, that's a lot of work, especially digging out like verses and stuff I have boxed up all over the place.
I'm guessing also a part of that was probably just the he's got to take stuff down so he can put other stuff up to display because he's got so much of it he ain't got room for all of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to take everything down and then hopefully reorganize on the way back up. I'll see what happens.
It's a struggle we all
take it down and then it just kind of lays on its side for a long time on a different shelf.
And while I'm doing it, let's see, I left something open. This has been with me the whole time.
Which one's that? I don't remember that. Is that Mattel Creations exclusive?
Yeah.
Is that one of those lightning pussies we were talking about?
That flocked panther. No, I opened this box up and got some figures out, and she jumped in there and has been chilling right next to me this whole time. She hasn't moved.
That's awesome, though.
That's my awesome. Answer to Justin Timberlake's dick in a box. There's a
got the kitty in a box. Hey man, I'll tell you what, better she's sitting in there than jumping up and knocking everything off your shelves.
Right. I saw her right in my room and then she went straight to that box. I was like, all right, you're cool, chill.
You get scared, man. You get really scared. I'll never remember being a kid. And like I say kid, but I was old enough to be working and I just bought my PlayStation 2 And you know, they advertised it all the time. You stand it upright. You stand it upright. I had it standing upright, and my damn cat jumped up and knocked the damn thing over. Never worked right after that.
My roommate's talking about getting a puppy, and my toy room is the living room. So I'm like, I'm gonna have to baby gate the hell out of the fucking living room.
Right? Yeah. You get, especially if you're bringing a dragon into the house. Make the dragon eat the puppy.
I know where the dragon will go, and it'll be well out of reach of anything. I already have a shelf that, like, if I get the dragon, that's where it's going. But
You're gonna string it up, huh? So, Alan, how are you doing this Frenzgiving?
I'm doing good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We were
Okay.
getting a bit of echo from before, but now everything's cleared up, so that's good.
Yeah, I killed the computer audio, so I'm working on a drag store custom.
I've been seeing those pictures.
And I made 2 heads for him. I made one head that'll go on straight for when he's standing up. And then this head, I haven't painted this one yet, goes on this way so that when he's laying down in biker mode, basically, he has, he's looking forward and he's not facing the ground. So.
Nice.
Yeah, but I made it so he actually worked. Like, one of my favorite things as a kid was just, hold him by his back and you run him along everything like he's, just driving and jumping.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, playability was pretty big for me with him. And I'm doing all the Horde in red and black. And I know that's kind of like anti-Eternia's thing, but I'm not German, so I didn't know them very well. So I'm going to have an anti-Eternia Beastman and an anti-Eternia He-Man, and that's it. But all my Horde will be red and black because that's like what I think of as the Horde from Hordak.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I did a anti-Eternia Tila and Sorceress and Man-at-Arms.
Do you have that Sorceress around?
I can go grab it.
I was going to say, I think Alan would love that.
I'd love to see it. I did an anti-Eternia Beastman.
Right. Bud's got his anti-Eternia He-Man right here.
Yes.
I thought that was Alan showing off. I was like, that looks just like Bud's.
Then I would say thanks, because Bud is awesome.
Right. Bud does some damn good work on that paint.
I even painted the nipples red.
Well, go ahead and show them
those anti-nipples.
Oh man, they're sore.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he's got anti-nipples or inverse nipples, he needs to go get a mammogram.
I think it's actually on sale on that toy store pretty cheap right now.
Yeah, he's like $7, and there was like another one I was looking at that was like $5, and I was like, nope.
We got Broman in the chat for the first time in a while. What's going on, Broman? Good to have you here. Jumping in with the ahoy hoy, friends. What is up, brother? He is another mad scientist on the customs, man, and he makes everything 1/6.
Yeah. And it's all like horror themed dish.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think that might be better. I got a new phone, and this holder is it thinks this phone is massive, but this feels more natural to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Beastman is I don't know. Anti-Eternia color scheme looks really good.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people like the black and the red. I know Adam, our good friend, highly articulated, is not a fan of the black and reds. But here it is.
Yeah, there's some light down here. I'm always like sitting in the dark. And I didn't do her very like bright on the colors, so. But I gave her like bone wings.
Nice.
I just took from some Halloween decorations, and then I dyed her black, and then like you can't really see, but it's like a really dark red for the red pieces, except for like the eyes and the
yeah. There's 2 colors on the Anti-Eternia, like a deep burgundy and a bright red.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you ever saw my Hell Skull. It's not quite on the par of like your Dios, but
Look at that.
That's
I
dope.
actually have. Yeah.
Yeah.
That hell
Beautiful.
skull, man.
This is like
That-
one of the first things I ever built.
That's gorgeous.
And I just had like no idea what I was doing, but it was a lot of fun. I learned a lot doing it.
The only way to know what you're doing is to do it. Like that's the kicker.
I actually want to make a bigger version of this and use like some techniques I've learned since I've done this one, but time and all that.
I gotta say
every
that
time I see that, it's just amazing stuff.
right. That hell skull was one of those first things that I saw Thanos make, and I'm pretty sure you were posting that on Reddit when I came across it.
Yeah.
Because again, although I knew Thanos from every freaking chat across ToyTube back in the day, it was like we were both on Reddit and the He-Man group on there and the Masters of the Universe, and he had posted something. I was like, "Is this the Thanos copter? Like, what are the chances? A guy using the same profile picture going by the same name." So
yeah, this being into He-Man on multiple things too. So
yeah. Like, how many others could there be? But
there's the jaw bridge for it.
Oh, I love that. Freaking love that. That's what I love about these dios for the freaking Mythic Legions and everything. It's like, man, that's what I really want the space for. Dios for stuff like that. I want to build my alien hive. So I've kept this up for a while, but Burman's complaining because he had a job. Got a dang job. So, well, look, now you can stop stealing all your wife's stuff and just go out and buy your own. I'm sure she's very thankful for that. He told us on the Toy Frenzy one time that he was taking his wife's stuff here and there, and he would cannibalize that into his customs. I'm surprised he's still alive.
There was a long-running gag on my YouTube channel where I would sneak in or send a helper into the kitchen to get one of my wife's knives. Yeah.
Oops.
For foam cutting and whatnot.
Right. I'll never forget the one year I was having a good party with my buddy Scott, and of course you guys have heard about Ziggy before, and some of you have met him.
Yep.
We were all partying out in his backyard. It was one Halloween night, and we had been drinking, and things were getting drunk, and we were running out of stuff to put in the fire, and he was like, "Oh, go inside and go grab the couch from upstairs, and then bring it out and toss it over the balcony, and we'll break it up and we'll throw it in." Of course, we're drunk, and it sounded like a really good idea. So we went in, and his wife, Tammy's just like, "What are you guys doing?" We're like, "Scott sent us in to go get the couch." And she goes, "No, you're not getting the couch. You're not." We're like, "Come on. He already told us we could." She goes, "No, you put it down now." So we I got to say, that should have been the first sign that was going to be Scott's first wife.
Yeah, I've had those. We had a little pit in the backyard, and we're like, "Oh, do we really need that? Can we burn it? We're running low on wood."
Right, running low on wood. We want to get rid of this.
I found a arcade machine just like in an alley one time, and I loaded it into my work van and like dropped it off at my house, and it sat in the garage forever. And then one day we got the idea. It's like, oh, well, let's just throw it in the bonfire, and that thing like so it didn't have like a screen or anything. It was just a frame. Okay. But like the wind catching like from where the screen should be and like coming out the other panels, just like tornado of fire. We're like, oh my god, we may have messed up.
Yeah, like this seems like a really bad idea right now. It always starts off as a really good idea until it's in action, and then you're like, oops, I may have fucked up.
It's all right, nothing burned down.
Right.
Other than it.
But no, it's probably one of my favorite stories to tell about one of the many drunken nights of like 100 pumpkins. Because we also used to carve like 100 pumpkins before Halloween too. And like he would do really elaborate ones. Like he did this Franken pumpkin where like he took like a patch of leather and put it over part of it and stuff like that. We always made great pumpkins. That was the year I went around. How many pumpkins did we end up? I don't know. We did like 37 pumpkins before Halloween, and basically like one weekend I just drove around snatching pumpkins like from businesses and stuff like that. There was a psychic on this road, Hartford Road. I always thought it was so weird because like she was like a Catholic psychic. Her name was like Sister Sarah. I ran up and stole her pumpkins. I was like, haha, bet you didn't see that coming, bitch. Seemed so clever at the time. I don't know. Makes me goofy.
And the next day, Oz was getting weird pains from the voodoo doll she was using later on.
I gotta tell you,
I did see that coming.
She seen it coming, and she's definitely, you know, she's giving me some up spots, but she gave me a lot of lows afterwards too. There's that, and one of my other favorite stories. Probably shouldn't tell it on here, but because it's got stuff, so I don't know if I should talk about it, but whatever. It's Frenzgiving. We're supposed to tell embarrassing.
Better than the story I told in chat earlier.
It's probably true, bud. So that first wife thing, when that was all going down, Scott came over and I shaved his head for him. He was balding, and like a lot of men do when they start balding, they get their head shaved. He also went out and he got his first tattoo around that time. Is this cool jack-o'-lantern dude eating candy out of a human head.
Nice.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. You may notice we're a little obsessed with Halloween. So like he was going around and doing all this, and then it finally came time and he broke it down to his parents that his marriage was over and they split. And they said, you know, Scott, we're really worried about you because you're shaving your head and you're getting tattoos and doing all this other stuff. And he got in this big fight with his parents about it. And he got pissed off and he started storming out because he and I had made plans. And they were like, where are you going? He goes, I'm going to go pick up Oz and we're going tadpoling, because for some reason we were deciding we were going to go grab a bunch of tadpoles from like this river. So that's your argument to your parents that you're a fully grown adult and you can do what you want. And, you know, you're making all these decisions. They're yours to make, and you're an adult. You end the argument with, I'm going to go pick up my friend and we're going to go catch tadpoles. You storm out the door. But we had a lot of fun.
Mom, I'm just going to get tadpoles.
We were going to catch tadpoles, and then later on, I think that's when we were doing the Midnight Madness for the Clone Wars. So we're going to go grab some tadpoles during the day, and then at midnight, we're going to buy a whole bunch of Star Wars toys, because we're fucking adults.
You just like picture his parents. What the fuck is tadpoling?
Right? What kind of stick stuff are you into now?
Yeah, kids these days and their slangs.
Yeah.
Right. And his parents are really cool too. They're a lot of fun. We all used to go to like roller derbies and stuff together, which is always a fun time. Yeah, cheap beer, cheap hot dogs, roller derby. Somebody's getting slammed somewhere. Guys, I'm gonna hop off of this here and go mobile, but keep the show rolling. And I will see you back in a minute.
Absolutely. I'm sculpting now. I'm I don't know if you guys remember, but I showed a Sully that I was going to make into a shadow beast.
Yeah.
And the shadow, I just haven't nailed the head size. So I thought I would just sculpt a shadow beast on top of this and see how that looked.
Good idea.
Right on.
Got the scale of the head already, so
Right.
Yeah, it's the right size. I had some trouble getting it. You know, it's got to sit at the right angle because they're so forward facing. So I've got some that are normal head, the whole head. There's like a half head that'll sit on, but I don't know. I just didn't feel like I nailed it. So we'll see how this does.
You using Sculpey or?
This is 5-minute epoxy.
Oh, yep.
So it's, you know, it sets up in 5 minutes, and if you're committed, you know, I do all my sketches in Sharpie, so I'm not afraid of commitment. If you don't want to like futz around with it, then it's really good for this because it gets really hard and it's fast. You know, you can do little sketch.
Nope.
Guess he.
Was that me or
No, he
you
froze.
guys too?
No.
Alan froze.
Okay. I was looking at my phone.
I wanted
like,
to
is
say
it-
thing
is
about
it
myself,
dead?
but was that me?
I know everybody
Yeah,
gets
I've got that. The country internet happening, you know. and it smooths good with water. So, but my keyboard is over there, and where I work is over here. So if I wanted to chat with you guys, I would have to not be working, and I really don't know how to do that.
So I'm doing something kind of cool. One of the figures I got from Cobb, I am dry brushing some color shift paint into it because it's supposed to be a snake person. I don't know if it'll show up.
Yeah, I just had a bunch of cans of color shift go bad. They no longer shoot paint. They shoot the clear stuff, but the paint stuff isn't in it. And they're only like 2 years old.
Yeah, the exact same thing happened to me.
That looks great, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
really
have that
liking
problem
it.
with the color shift, and then anything with metallic in it doesn't last long.
The color shift I use is just full cart acrylic paint.
Gotcha.
How does that work?
I love it personally. The only thing is, if you are using a glossy or if the plastic's glossy, get a really fine sandpaper. You can get up to like 1800 plus grit.
I mean, I don't even know like what it is.
And
Like,
just
what does it do?
Wait,
so
is it human skin like 1800 plus grit? Like, can I just rub my finger? That's a really fine grit.
yeah. So what the color shift does is that when it hits the light, you can see like yellow, green, and kind of blue flicker through it. There's almost a little bit of orange.
Okay.
You used to.
Yeah.
It really started with the automotives, where you could see the car to be like a blue, and then it shift to black.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
They used to call it
Pearlescent,
pearlescent, right?
What's
for
that, Joe?
vehicles. I think for vehicles, didn't they used to call that pearlescent?
Yeah,
where
pearlescent. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I bought Vallejo color shift paints and they worked really well, but like Alan was talking about, mine sat for a couple years and I just went to use them a couple days ago and all the colors gone.
Yeah.
It's you know, the clear sparkle comes out of the airbrush, but there's no color to it, unfortunately. So they don't keep forever.
Yeah, that was frustrating. I've got some. I 3D printed up some gold bars. I wanted to do them in like a color shift green because they're for the treasure room of Snake Mountain.
Right.
And I wanted them to be like Eternium or something like that. So, but it did not work so good.
Right.
Bud's always a fan of those color shift paints, and I think those color shift paints would look real good on some scales from some snakes.
Right. Like, I think you were still switching to your phone and stuff, but I was showing off what I did with Lord Grasp. Literally just dry brushed it in.
Look at that. Fantastic. Looks so good.
The screen that I'm watching on is like 8 seconds behind what I hear because my phone is here and I'm watching on a big TV over there.
Yeah.
And that's messing me up.
I wish I had a yellow one because when I painted Viper, I just did it with like normal colors where I dry brushed. And that with color shift, if I had like orange and yellow, ooh, that would have looked good. But this still looks really cool.
Orange and yellow with like a more purplish stripe going right down the back.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. I mean, he still looks great, bud. You know, like it can't be denied. He looks amazing.
Yeah, that Viper is killer.
Mm-hmm. It's
good.
one of my like favorite figures I've painted. Oh, actually, here's one that it's the color you don't notice until the color shift. But that's also why I wanted to do it with this figure, if I can move him. So I left all his colors the way they should be, and I just did them all in like color shift. And then, of course, I had to paint the weapon here, but
right. Yeah, no, he looks good too, and I'm really hoping we get a Toxoid eventually. Because again,
Yeah.
it's just a simple repaint of the same figure, but I'd like
Who is-
to.
Who's Toxoid from?
Toxoid was not an unreleased classics figure,
Oh,
kind of
gotcha.
like from the mind of Axel and all that. Actually, I think he might even date back older than classics. Allison
When?
could correct me. Back when they were looking at just like doing real easy reuse waves back in the day before the line died.
When Classics was going, I was really poor. So
Me too. I didn't even find out about it until like it was like most of the way over.
Yeah, I was busy making kids.
It's funny. That's what I was doing at the time too. Well, not for the first part of it, at least, but my mind certainly wasn't on toys as much back then. Actually, that was more back when I was heavily getting into a lot more of the Star Wars stuff again, where I was collecting all of the Jedis. And it's funny because they had released like so many of those comic 2-packs at the time. And it's like I'd thought, a while ago, even before I started collecting Masters of the Universe again, which took me into my more modern collection, I was thinking about going back and trying to get a bunch of those figures again from Star Wars so I could build up my Jedi and Sith War again. And I went back and I was looking at the cost of a lot of those comic 2-packs, and I was like, nope, never mind. They got real expensive real quick. And of course, I was getting them all when they were coming out, so they were dirt cheap. They were like $14. And I was not trying to pay like $100, $120 for them anymore. But I used to have an entire shelf that was just dedicated to Jedi versus Sith. And then I was getting a Mandalorian collection back then. The only ones that I couldn't get, because I'd gotten, again, some comic 2-packs had some different Mandalorians in it. But Entertainment Earth had released the Republic Commando figures. And the original story in the books with the Republic Commandos is that they were trained by other Mandalorians that were still left. And they came with those Mandalorians. So, it was like you got 2 Republic Commandos and then you got 3 Mandalorian trainers. And I wanted to get all those 2-packs, but they were, even back then, those guys were like $120 for those packs. And I was like, I just can't afford that for toys.
Yeah, I picked those up. Those are pretty slick.
They were great packs. And they weren't the Republic Commandos from the video games. Those were the Republic Commandos from the books.
Right. It was the black ones, right?
Yeah. Because they came out with that. Oh, man. They came out with the Republic Commando game, which is still one of the best Star Wars games of all time. But Karen Travis wrote an entire book series, and she really fleshed out a lot of the Mandalorian lore, culture, and way of life in those books, because basically these clones were trained to be basically Mandalorians, not just clone troopers.
Mm-hmm.
They were so good. That's when I got mad that they scrapped all that and they went with the new continuity for the Mandalorians, but it's still cool. It's still pretty cool. I still like the Mandalorians. Mm-hmm. I just like to think a little bit more of what Karen Travis was putting into their culture.
Yeah. The Republic Commando video game was amazing. I still think that's one of the best Star Wars video games.
I agree with you the whole way, Joe. That was one of the best Star Wars video games ever made.
Anybody who pre-ordered that Black Hand that went up?
No, because those guys are out of my price range. No matter how much you and Brick flaunt them in my face, and I say that, and yet I'm going to go buy a damn dragon. But if I probably hadn't gone down the Mythic Legions rabbit hole when I did, I would probably be more about getting those, because fortunately, I can supplement my need and feel of building my world of Azeroth through building my world of Mythos.
honestly, Mythic is what got me into these guys. I was like, because the Mythic orcs, like some of them are pretty cool, but I don't know, they're not as beefy as Warcraft is making me want my orcs. So
I'm into that whole crew that says we kind of want all of our orcs now to be brute scale.
I would like to get the was it Queen Urxa, like the female queen orc? Like I would love to get that figure. I'm hoping they do her in the Legacy or
actually, I got you, Thanos.
Yeah,
I was digging through. I was actually not looking for it, but I was digging through looking for parts for other stuff, and I happen to have a spare. If loose is not a big deal for you, I'd happily hook you up. Yeah, with that figure.
Right.
I'm gonna have to wait because I'm gonna be broke for at least the next month. But
no, I don't mean pay for it. Just I'll send it to you.
Clearly, you have not gotten a Joe G gift before, Thanos.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no problem, man. I love sharing the Legion's love, so it's not a big deal. And it's to the point I probably bought it at some point to do a custom, but now and this happens a lot. Yeah, I forget about it, and then now it's such a rare figure, like I can't bring myself to customize it because I don't want to like tear apart a figure that's worth money. So it'll just sit in a drawer
for free.
Yeah, so I'll just give it away. Well, at least it's going for something, you know what I mean, rather than sitting in a drawer collecting dust at my house. So.
Right.
I've instigated a no more than 3 customs at a time rule. As soon as I hit 3, and I want to start another one, I've got to finish one.
That's
a good call.
I already failed that challenge.
But that's
like
because I had
hundreds.
I had 6 half customs sitting around, and that's table space. Then each one needs a pencil box to put all the parts in. It's a pain in the butt.
It is.
Well, Joe's working on a big project right now that we can't talk too much about, but you guys are going to see all about this project, and whenever it gets done. No rush, Joe, but
awesome.
He's helping us out big time here, and
no.
It's all about that sharing that love amongst the community kind of thing, and like I said, even Bud's gotten in on that now too, where Bud had a Ninian infantry figure that he gifted to Thanos too, which I'm still gonna get shipped off. I got to get all that stuff shipped out like in the next couple of weeks here. Oof.
And Ed here was awesome in gifting me Judge Dredd.
Hell yeah.
Like that figure. And the thing is, like, I didn't even know it was the Comic-Con edition. And I messaged him like, ooh, there's this cool cloak. He's like, yeah, it's coming with the figure. I'm like, wait, what? He's like, it's the Comic-Con one. I'm like, oh, damn.
Yeah, but I'm sending that out tomorrow to you. I gotta go to the post office.
Oh, okay.
If the weather is permitting, we're supposed to get like 12 inches of snow tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, but, we got a bunch of snow.
I wanted to tell you, when you open up the box, it looks empty, but that figure actually comes with like a plastic container to put all the accessories in. So
yeah, I saw it in like one of the shots.
Yeah, so they're all on that in the back of the box. So when you open it up, that's where all the accessories are.
And if it saves money on like not shipping the big, the box that comes in, just ship the smaller one, totally can.
It's in I ship it the shipping advantage or whatever now, so it's like $6 something or whatever it is for most normal size boxes.
And that's one of the best things about the community is when you get to do that and help somebody else out, get another piece that they've been hunting on in their collection. And I gotta say, that's one of the things I'm most thankful for amongst this community is the generosity. To help others.
Speaking of which, I had your gelatinous cube again because it was in the luggage with my squid costume.
Oh,
squid costume. So I have that, and I have to leave.
Save on shipping.
I'm driving to Georgia in the morning, but when I get back from Georgia, I'll mail that out to you.
No worries. You take your time. When it gets here, it gets here. I'm actually waiting on some packages to arrive right now, and I don't know what's going on. Darren 3-Star Draw said there's a package coming this way I don't know how many of you are aware of what's going on, but sending a Cobra Commander out for photo ops. I'm next up on that list that's supposed to be arriving, and he's been asking, but I haven't had anything show up yet.
No, I think that's the Viper, not a Cobra Commander.
You know, I was thinking it was a Cobra Commander, but you're right. It's probably a Viper.
Yeah, because I did it already. I had mine. That just reminded me. I got to get Darren those pictures. I got to email my pictures over to him.
Yeah. I got to go out, and once that shows up, I got to get out and take some pictures.
Yeah.
That'll be just like a Saturday in and of itself for him going around getting the pictures with that. And then on top of that, I know Kenny's got something coming my way, so I get that Lord Pythonus build. And that hasn't shown up, but we know it's that time of the year when shipping gets crazy. So, but I'm excited for that stuff to come by. And then, of course, I got to get that boxed up and shipped back out to the next place. Oh,
I like any shipping company that isn't FedEx. They've done me dirty so many times.
FedEx sucks so bad. We actually just switched at work from FedEx to UPS because they were screwing up so much.
Hey, nice Gygor.
Gygor Customs out there.
Did you make that one?
Yes, I did. It'll be eventually, hopefully really soon here, coming to Cobb.
Yeah,
he's really good. I'm going to try to wire the cape. Promises, probably not, but I'm definitely going to try because this cape's really, really cool. And it's big too. Like
that's what's up.
And then I made little
I'm excited.
clips so you can just unclip it if you don't want to have the cape on them.
I made one of those. I don't know, it's the 10-inch or 14-inch King Kong figures. I made one of those into a Gygor.
Yeah, I was just looking at that the other day.
I didn't know that he existed. You know, like I didn't know he existed until I saw that the
I didn't know until
did it. And then I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool because I do love me some giant monkeys.
He was because they were using a lot of the big Jim animals in Motu, and they were planning on reusing the big Jim gorilla to be this Gygor character, but never came about to getting him out.
Was he gonna be like a He-Man mount?
No, he's gonna be a villain.
Well, the artwork has him fighting the bad guys, but he was supposed to be a bad guy.
Yeah,
because they weren't great at telling their artist, hey, he's a good guy or a bad guy. So that's why sometimes Beastman is standing right next to He-Man and Man-at-Arms waiting to fight,
Yeah, especially in those earlier days, too. Like when the first wave was coming out, they didn't quite have it lined up who the evil warriors were and who the good guys were. And like even in one of the mini comics, like Merman's on the side of the good guys.
Yeah.
And like wasn't Stratos first kind of like almost seen as a villain?
Zodak.
Well, Stratos in one of the mini comic, right? He was with
this is like the very first appearance.
Yeah.
Back when he's naked, Stratos.
Right. Zodak, and the confusion was because he used evil guy parts. And they put him on the back of one of the card backs as an evil warrior. And then he just kind of became more neutral.
He had evil feet. Of course, he's a bad guy.
He had the evil feet, and he had the evil arbs too. He had the bad guy,
the fin arbs.
And then of course he had the hairy chest too.
Looks good, bud.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
you do
a lot of color shift
on his head. Like added more color to him. Like his neck. His neck's got good color, and then it's like the rest of
them. And it's added a little bit more.
Yeah, like they just. They kind of let the rest of it go, but he's still a badass figure.
The bad part is that, I mean, not that Bud's not a great painter, but a lot of the stuff he's doing is really just to bring out the details that they don't sculpt it in that
they never paint.
Yeah, they never.
A lot of it's adding the paint that's on like the classic figures or like simple thing like painting the fur of like the boots.
Yeah.
Right.
Like 90% of the figures are just like one color.
Yeah.
Well,
And-
the detail you put on the weapons and stuff always makes, because
Yep.
the weapons look so
Mhm.
light and bland, but
Like this
bring them
dagger,
out.
I believe, is supposed to be all yellow.
Yeah, it's an all gold dagger,
No, yeah,
and just painting the blade of it's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Or even simply with I probably put it away. One of my He-Man swords, or I guess for instance. Now this can be a choice. I mean, but I always like my blades to be painted. And then I have seen where some of the cross guards is either like a red or a dark red, and I chose a dark red.
Yeah,
That looks so good.
I definitely wanted to do that early on, was paint the blades in certain colors and then have the cross guards different colors, depending on like what it was. Like,
On my
silver blade,
custom
but a pink
Adora,
cross guard for
all painted.
Adam.
Oh yeah, that's freaking.
And that definitely looks better because I always thought it was weird that
And of course,
Shira's
custom
blade
figures.
was so freaking narrow.
Yeah. Which I'm hoping Cartoon Collection does Adora, which they probably will. I mean, let's face it.
We shall
We got
see next
Adam,
year.
we're
I think
getting
that's going to
Adora.
be one of those pipe glide figures for next year with it
Yeah.
being the 40th anniversary. It'll be nice to get a proper Adora, get a bow, get all those other
Hopefully, like,
Princess of
she
Power
comes with like
characters.
Loki or something.
We gotta have a
Or
Loki.
Lucky. Yeah.
Still waiting on a Marlena.
And we'll probably continue to wait.
Right.
I mean, again, Cartoon Collection, it's more possible than anything else.
Yeah.
And we're going to get
That part does
third
a
King
little bit of a
Randor.
bummer, but
Get a Cartoon Collection King Randor. I still need to pick up the Cringer.
oh yeah, same. Since now my 2-pack He-Man's my main. I was like, what am I going to do with the body? Which I might have something coming in the pipeline. But for right now,
Origins Vicor.
So,
yeah, with some of Battle Armor He-Man's
Oh yeah.
armor for the
did you
waist
say-
and the shoulder.
did you say you were looking for Cringer?
No. Several of my targets up here actually have them. I just haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Well, wait a month and there'll be less. they're
Yeah, I
they're
was gonna
they're
say.
all over right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know they're about to hit clearance pretty soon.
Yeah.
And really, the only thing I want from it is the Cringer. I don't care about that Prince Adam. I've already got the regular Prince Adam, and that's good enough.
You know what?
Nice, and you can hold the sword properly, which is really
Well, that's a good point, too.
I
can just
love
at least swap
the
all
Prince
those.
Adam vests are so good.
Yeah,
Like-
I need to add them for mine because my arm got chewed up.
Cobb, it's okay to have the cat's butthole as long as it's not prolapsed.
Is the cat over 18?
Right.
No,
right.
not even close.
In human years, maybe.
So, highlighting Widow here saying, this is the way. What's going on, Widow? Thank you for jumping in tonight. First time seeing you in the chat, but appreciate you being here for this wonderful Frenzgiving undertaking. We're just trying to spend some time together and have fun with our friends, because friends are the family that you choose.
That's right.
And that extra detail Bud put out on the clock.
That's
They even painted like the numbers on it. It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah. It's still good, though.
It's awesome.
And the extra paint you added
Dry
to
brush
the
this, which looks
monkeys.
so much better.
Bud, is your day job artistic or do you have a day job?
No,
Awesome. No, wait, no to which one?
I was just gonna say that was two questions. Hold on.
yeah. Day job artist? No. Day job period? No.
Gotcha. That's awesome.
So yes, he
Alan,
spends his
if
day
you need
painting. So yes, his day job is artist.
Sure.
If you ever need to outsource some work, Alan, you know where to send it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
This is the fun part, though. Like, this is the hobby.
It's true. It's true.
And
Yeah.
so, like, I sell a lot of masks, and they're in masks. There's things called blanks where you don't paint it. You just put it in the mold, you pull it out, and they trim it and paint it. And they're like, they should be a lot cheaper. I'm like, well, you're not letting me do the fun part. The part that sucks is pouring it up. It's an 80-pound mold. That part sucks. And the fun part is painting. You're not letting me do the fun part, and I got to do the part that sucks. So no, it's not any cheaper.
Oh, come on, Cobb. The kitty just wants to be a YouTube star.
She keeps making a full circle up on my bed, across the laptop.
If that cat started a YouTube channel, it would surpass us quickly.
All of us.
Right.
All of us. Period.
Cobb's like,
My wife subscribes to like Instagram channels that are just animals. They're
That's what I was
just
gonna say. I should start it on Instagram.
I might follow a few of them, but it's nice for the like algorithm for when you're scrolling through. You get more similar content. So you're sitting there late at night, maybe high, maybe not, whatever is your choice. It's nice seeing a random like Doug the Pug or something.
My wife knows all of them by name and has to check on them and make sure they're okay.
My aunt does similar. Like there's these two twins that this woman started putting on YouTube. Just her life with these two twins and raising them. Like 2020, the big year everybody started doing YouTube. But my aunt has literally watched these twins grow up, and anytime there's like a video that they're doing, my aunt's watching. And it's like, see, you get the whole idea behind this YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, and Widow is saying, good stuff. I appreciate your work. I'm not sure which one of us you're talking to. Probably Bud. Bud's been showing off a lot.
Mine looks like a black rock right now.
Right now.
I'm going to have to disappear here for a little bit. My phone literally just buzzed me at 5% battery. So I'm going to charge that, and then if they're all still going, I'll hop back on.
For sure, brother.
See you, bud. This is a head that I did in ZBrush, and this is the Stully head that I just started working with to turn into this. I think I like this one better so far.
Definitely the hand sculpted one is better.
Yeah, I'm digging that one too.
Well, I've been doing this for 30 years and this for a year and a half.
No, there's nothing wrong with the other head, but
Ain't
I can definitely tell the scale is better on the hand sculpted one with it coming off.
He certainly looks more sinister.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He looks mean.
Well, and then earlier you were showing off that head that you're going to put on the Igniter from Legends of Dragonor, man.
Let's hear. I did this on ZBrush too.
Here it is.
You got it, us? Okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dragon. I got to pull it up. Which, mind you, the head that comes with that Igniter is great, but I definitely like the one you made better.
It's good. He looks a little Asian. This head to me looks a little more Asian. And I like
horns.
I like my dragons with pointier snouts. And it was just chunky. So I wanted something a little more elegant.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Yeah. And then they just did the pre-orders opened up for Pyron, which is their next dragon in the line. Man.
And this is the Whiplash chest armor from Masterverse. It fits him great.
Oh yeah.
You know what the funny part is? I bet you, like, if Origins had started up and I had seen those, I probably would have just went for them. But because I got started in Origins and then they came out, it was kind of like, ooh, but now I want my 5.5 with all this extra articulation.
Yeah.
It's nothing against them because they are fantastic toys and they look amazing. I love what they're doing with it. I love all the extra stuff they're adding into their line, and it's all got its roots. I like the fact that they're not worried about doing the action features when, they can fit them in. That's just great. I really, really appreciate those guys. And again, it's the same guys that, started the whole Power and Honor Foundation thing, and we're going back to those concept arts to begin with. Getting those books out, getting that information released because nobody had beforehand. And it's a shame Mattel's like, no, shut them down, because I really would have liked to have seen volume 2, 3, or 4 of those books.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think about the Hordak and Grizzlor set that was kind of announced?
You know what? The fact that they are going back to those sketches and they're dipping into their pockets to get those, I think is great. I know there's a lot of people who are kind of pissed off because they just want them to finish.
They're like, where's Rio Blast?
Well, we know at least Rio Blast is coming.
But showed him.
There's a lot of people that are mad because like we're down to this last handful of figures that need to come out, and it's like they're piecemealing them through. But to me, it just makes perfect sense because some of these figures, there's some new tooling, but it's not like 100% new tooling. I mean, aside from stuff like Turtles of Grayskull, that's a little bit more of that more 100% new tooling in a lot of ways. But
yeah,
it's, just the fact that they're still adding more. It's exciting to me as a fan. And
I'll certainly get them. I won't call it Hordak and Grizzlor. Like I'll have to think of new names for them because I already have a Hordak and a Grizzlor.
Yeah,
and I kind of believe
that Mammoth one. There was like a checklist of what Classics was going to do, and it showed a picture of that Mammoth one. I forgot what the name of them was going to be, but it said concept art.
It was concept art, but they were going to name him something different.
Yeah,
right?
It had a name on there. I just saw it earlier today, but I forgot what it was. Also saw like the concept art for King Hiss, where he's just really humanoid and he has like all that that snake armor that Skeletor has, pretty much.
Yep.
So I was thinking that might be something they do too coming up, like a concept figure, like concept.
I really wouldn't mind seeing that come out.
Yeah,
that'd probably really save me some work.
Dude, that's like all the same armor they already have.
They've already got it all. Which reminds me, I still need to get a Necroconda. Damn it. I can't buy for myself right now, guys. Oof.
I haven't gotten one of those yet. I've got it. I used to go through Big Bad Toy Store for everything, but man, they kind of are later than everybody else getting stuff out.
Yeah,
they are. Now, one thing I will say though is on the packaging for that, in their little fright zone, they show one of those early concepts of Skeletor.
Yeah.
Where he had like that more regal look. And I'd be excited to see them release that character. And I think they're calling it the Sketchbook Collection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I'm excited to see what they come out from that, because there was a lot of stuff that Mark Taylor had sketched. Now, I hope a lot of this money is going back to Rebecca Taylor. I'm hoping
what do you think the odds?
Some royalties on these.
What do you think the odds of that are?
Yeah, probably close to none. But
it was, he worked for the company. It was company work. I kind of understand, but
yeah,
I agree.
It feels like a slight that, especially now that he's passed too.
Yeah,
like I'm hoping they're giving her some money. But mind you, she's a fully fleshed artist herself too. So it's, she still makes quite a bit of money herself on her own stuff. But it'd be nice to see them get that.
You work for those big corporations; they don't care, man. You work for them and design stuff; it's theirs. It doesn't matter if it was intended for them or not.
It's amazing that we even know his name.
Right. Well, that's one of the things that I loved about the Horsemen. I love about like what Spiro Toys is doing. Like you look on their packaging and they've got credits right there. They're telling you like sculpted by so and so.
Sculpting,
I think that's important because these guys are artists and they deserve the recognition for their art. To me, that makes a big deal. And it's something that toy companies never used to do. And even today, the big two don't really give that credit out. But a lot of these artists are allowed to share their art and stuff. Like we know the entire art team at Mattel, you know, because you can totally see. Look, the cat's stealing the show, Cobb.
It's
like, what's the cat doing? What's the cat doing?
It's up there scratching at you guys.
But yeah, you know, like we know about, you know, Roy Juarez, we know about Axel Jimenez and everything that they're doing. They're able to post it to their and Fetch as well. Can't leave them guys out. So it's really good. And yeah, like Terrence is saying, nowadays we live in a world where artists do a lot of self-promotion. It's tougher, not impossible to hide an artist. And that's it, right? Because they got their social media accounts. They are allowed to post when they can. They can't post it too early. You know, but a part of that is what gets us hyped for the toys too, right? Like everybody gets excited whenever, you know, Axel and Roy are posting on their accounts the new box art that's coming out, getting an idea of what's coming. And that's like their marketing campaign because they're not spending the money to make commercials like they used to. Even though I'd love to see Justin Rosh making all the commercials for all the current Motu stuff coming out. Because every time Stunt Puppet Pictures is involved in some stop motion, I'm down for it.
Yeah, I've seen some good stuff there.
Oh, you'd have a lot of fun talking with Justin.
I tend to talk a lot less while I'm sculpting this kind of detail stuff because that's where my focus is kind of going.
Gotta get the focus. Maybe that'll be it. I'm gonna have to pitch that to Skelly. We're gonna have to see about getting. Well, we still want to get Hollywood Haunter on as well, but getting you back on, maybe getting Justin and getting Mark Enright from Motorheads. You and him have a fun conversation, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Matchmaking. Terrence says, but I think the best companies are getting behind their artists and realize they are made bigger and better when they look like promoters of artists. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it. We just went to one of the best art shows for our realm and our hobby just a couple of weeks ago. You know, it was great seeing just the community, the creative community behind that. And, you know, I think when a lot of people hear that I like collecting toys and all like that, they totally miss the fact that to me, these are pieces of art. It's like owning a Van Gogh or, you know, oh, shoot, I was just thinking about his artwork earlier. It starts with an R.
Renoir?
Yes,
Rembrandt?
Renoir. And Rembrandt, yeah, even Rembrandt too. Like, just seriously, like, you know, these classic artists that have a ton of like really great stuff. And I've always been fascinated, again, by Motu packaging influenced me a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And definitely, it's social cause. Art matters and art inspires. It does. And it helps fuel the community behind everything, too. In my opinion, anyway. I'm always inspired by seeing other artists. Then sometimes it gets me a little beat down, like, oh, I'm not as good as that, but I still throw some stuff together. Like one of these days, I've got to sit down and finish doing the channel mascot for this freaking channel so I can get that up there. Because although my logo is cool, wait till I get the channel mascot up there. And then I want to figure out how to animate it and incorporate that into the intro video. You guys are going to freaking love it.
Yes, I found my
Tales of the Crypt kind of vibe coming. I was going to have to get Adam's expertise on that one, like how he does his little puppets. But try to figure out how I can do animation for my intro video. It's another thing I got to learn. Got to learn a new skill.
Boy, I'm trying to turn my freaking camera around. I don't know how, but
I was going to say you're like one helmet piece away from being Dark Helmet. Which is totally cool, by the way. So it says here, by the way, Joe, I plan to buy my first Brian Burke piece tomorrow. Then I have to get into the Von Burke box. But see, once you do that, you can't say stuff like this because you can't talk about it once you're in.
Well, they're well worth getting. I mean, I've been collecting the Von boxes for a couple of years now, and you get one sculpt is by Von Burke, and the other one is by Emma Wickman. Two amazing sculptors, digital sculptors. The pieces are always amazing. So, Terrence is talking about the Von Burke is doing an exclusive Black Friday head sculpt on his website. So.
Yeah, I've seen the posts about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they got the new, tomorrow. It's the new season coming up, right? He's going to start a new season.
I think Season of Demons is the next one. Apparently, Emil went a little crazy with his demon head sculpt. Brian was saying that it's going to be a challenge to support it to print, but so I'm really looking forward to checking that one out.
Nice. Yeah. Always enjoy seeing some really cool twisted demons, you know.
Again, it's an Emil piece, so it's not like you can really go wrong, you know.
You can't. Not. There's a lot of this stuff you can't really go wrong with, to be honest. Mm-hmm. And we've got Alex Black Phoenix saying, "Hi everyone. What is going on? Thank you for showing up for Frenzgiving. It is good to have you here. Longtime supporter of the channel, one of the earliest ones. Thank you for being here, my friend."
Yeah, but you know that conversation about being artistic, you know, I don't consider myself having much talent in art. I'm the kind of guy that, you know, if I draw a stick figure, like his arms and legs are not the same length and his head is out of shape and things like that, you know. Just practice, you know, I started customizing figures and just by working at it, it was kind of a heck of a compliment to be at Legion's Con and for people to see my swigs and actually be impressed by them. So
your swigs were amazing, Joe.
Just go with Humble Joe again.
Well, it just
I guess this is all right.
Lost Alan.
I'm just not, you know, I don't even know colors that way, like anything beyond the basic Crayola box, you know. I don't know very well or anything like that, but just practice and working at it. And I think if I can do it, anybody could do it, you know.
And that's the best attitude, I think, because so many people are afraid to pick up the paintbrush to start that they get inside their head and they never do.
That's the problem.
Right? But pick it up, give it a shot. And if it doesn't come out the way you like it, pick it up, do it again. You know? Yeah. And like my first drawings as a kid where I was trying to figure out how to draw muscles, my arms had like 30 bicep pieces because I didn't understand the anatomy too well. But
look
you know,
me, I'm so strong trying. I got muscles on muscles. My muscles have muscles.
The chest looked
to your defense, that's how they used to draw the cartoons back in the day too.
Well, yeah, but not in the same way that these look too. And I have none of these early sketches to show anybody anymore. But they were pretty god awful. You know, but then I started to learn more, you know, and took my time. And I always talk about this book that I got from the library like 1,000 times. It was like How to Draw Monsters. And sat down and had like Darth Vader, had Godzilla and stuff in it. And like even now I can draw like a 2014 Godzilla pretty good. It takes me a little bit, but you know, I get it. So Terrence is asking, is there still a Saturday show? So Terrence, I'm going to start off doing a Clubhouse Cafe on Saturday. So we're going to get together probably around like 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm having my Thanksgiving dinner with the family Saturday, like afternoon, evening. And I'm going to see what my energy levels are at, whether I can actually do another live stream after that. We'll see how it goes. But you know, it's me, so there's a good chance, yeah, there will be a Saturday night show. And yeah, Terrence says art takes many forms, and often art and beauty is often seen by others. And that's the biggest thing, right? Like, because what I draw down, like, I think it looks mediocre, and then I'll have other people just tell me how great and amazing it is. And I get blown away, much like Joe does. And yes, I was just going to say, it looks a lot like Rob Liefeld muscles. And How to Draw 'Em the Marvel Way. That was another book that I had very early on as well. That did give me a few key tips on the fact that you don't have 30 biceps.
Wizard was really good about that too. They'd always have like the little like how to draw, and they'd have like either a perspective or a profile, and like
Yeah,
they would always have like little drawing lessons in them.
that's where I got that 3/4 perspective, like down, like never draw something straight on, like kind of thing. Because it just gets bland, and it's true. And Vine Jungle Figure Factory Allen saying, "Good night, all. Had to bail early. Drive tomorrow. Thanks for letting me hang out with you. Anytime, Alan. Seriously, anytime." And that's the thing about the Clubhouse show, guys. Like, anybody who's in the audience, like, this isn't some kind of, you got to be, anybody who's in the audience is a member of this Clubhouse in a way, like, because you're here hanging out. If you want a link, you just ask. And as long as I know who you are, maybe
not, but
yeah,
you can get that invite. But I'm not just dropping the link in the chat. No, we won't be doing that anymore.
And don't tell us you'll come on because you're drunk and shave your head, because that doesn't work either.
No, that doesn't work unless it's a 36-hour stream on Punk's channel.
Right.
And he wasn't even drunk.
Yeah. But we also knew that guy.
Yeah. Yep. And yeah, Brick, that's exactly what happens when I just drop that link in the chat. Big black hole. And the most important thing about art is do what you like and keep at it. And if you are only ever satisfied with where you are, you might suck, because all the artists I know are always looking to improve. And that's the truth.
And don't compare yourself, because,
yeah.
That's got to be one of the most discouraging things you could do.
Everybody's at different levels. So, like, you look at somebody, it's like, oh, that's amazing. It's like, well, he's been doing that forever, and you started 2 days ago.
If I was using like trying to scale myself alongside Emma Wickman's, customs from Legion's Con, I'd be just like, well, I'm done. Anybody want to buy some paint? That's like,
right.
That's not even close to the level I'm at. But as long as people appreciate what I'm doing, and I think it's true for anybody, there's somebody that's going to appreciate what you're doing, especially if your ideas are unique or different. So,
and if you're having fun with it, keep at it.
Yeah,
and you'll get better. Like,
there's a lot of people actually that I know that customize just because it's so relaxing. It's kind of like a therapeutic thing for them to just sit and paint.
That's why I build dios. They're not up to like Rad Nom or Mystic 5,000 or anybody like that, but I enjoy doing it. It helps me relax, and I'm fine with what they are at the end of it all. It's all that matters.
And they look amazing.
Dios look great.
Thank you, Oz. I appreciate that.
Yeah. For me, it's like you sit me down and I try to draw a human face. It might be all right. You sit me down and like I'll have a skull drawn out in like 30 seconds flat, and it'll look freaking amazing. Xenomorphs. I can run through and draw xenomorphs like it's nobody's business. But the Marine, I can draw chunks of the Marine, the chunks that the xenomorph hasn't melted or ate to bits yet. I can draw Venom really good. But sitting down and drawing like a regular human person, not so much. I like my monsters. They're the most fun for me to draw too.
Mm-hmm.
With the dios too, like you can fudge parts of it up. And nobody but you is going to notice that. Like you'll look at it and be like, man, I really messed that up right there. But everybody else is like, I don't even see it.
I was really critical of myself when I first started, and you know, because there was like, you know, a hot glue line or something that I forgot to remove before I started painting. Then I was like, fuck it, I'm not even going to deal with it. I'm the only one that's going to know it's there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how it goes. You're always your own worst critic.
Well, there were customs that I worked on where I screwed up a part and then just was able to take pictures at an angle that nobody could see the messed up part, and they still look just fine for posting on Instagram. So
right. And Troy brings this up too. He goes, "That's how I got started at therapy after my TBI." Right, like just doing that. I got to tell you, man, one of the big things I spent a lot of time doing while I was in the hospital for everything, man, I was coloring pictures. And all I had to work with was crowns, which is not a medium that I work with often, you know, because the extra layer upon layer that you really got to get on there to get that full colored out. But man, I had so many of the other guys around me, you know, that were there with me. They were like, wow, that's really good. That's really good. And I'm just like, you should see what I could do with a set of colored pencils. But we weren't allowed to have pencils. So
that's like some of the pictures Allison does with her pencils, man. Jesus.
It's man, like, she is incredible. I love watching her streams. And Terrence says, I take foam tiles at Home Depot and turn them into something 3M never envisioned. I can do things with insulation board that 99.7% of humanity couldn't or wouldn't even think of doing. And because he's a nerd, not ashamed. But that's like the fun of it too, right? Because other people take it and they don't see the same things that we might. You know, that's just the way of it. Fat Red Foo, he is a big, you know, he repurposes his trash and everything else, you know, and he's making an entire Numa city out of it, which is incredible and great 1/18 scale. And that's how like a lot of like Rotgut Station at Empire Toy Works got started. Like took a Thomas the Train table and now it's an entire sci-fi space station that takes over an entire freaking room.
Mm-hmm.
You guys ever watch Bill making stuff on YouTube?
I've watched him a couple times, yeah.
He just takes trash and makes like little like robots or creatures and stuff out of it, or like little frames, like awesome stuff. But it's like mostly just trash builds.
That's one of the things I like about watching Fat Red Foo's pictures, because most of it is just, you know, little shit that he's picked up either at the dollar store that's not made for what he's turning it into, or else it's, you know, a plastic container or some shit he found in the, you know, going to get thrown out in the trash, and he's like, "Oh, I could use that for this."
Yeah, the top of a pill bottle, right? like that's what he's taking. He's like, "Oh, let me take that. I need a couple of like fan coverings or something. Let me go ahead and take this and chop it up, and bam, there it is." And yeah, Terrence is saying, "Do what you love and own it." I'm thankful to do that and have friends like you to be able to share and celebrate each others' efforts, and that's 100% it too, man. Like I always love seeing everybody else's art.
I got these at the dollar store. They're like little like baskets that like fold, but they make.
Oh yeah.
I should have grabbed the gray one, not the black one.
So it'll show up a little better.
So like I use these. I have a band picture coming up, and I use them for like the stage. But I've also used them for like space stations and stuff.
Those are really cool.
Wilhelm Toy and Hobby uses a lot of those in his 1/18 stuff because you know the 1/18 scale figures fit really good in there. Like, you know,
he's made like whole hangars and garages with them.
Yeah, they're like super versatile.
Yeah. That's cool, man. Like, you know, you build your own world out of this stuff. Like I said, you know, for me, it's not so much just a collection. It's a world that I'm building. Whether it's in my head and gets executed properly on the shelf is immaterial. I'm having fun building it no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And when I finally hit the Mega Millions and get my mansion, then I get to share it with everybody else because I'll finally have space for all of it.
That is one of the problems, right? Space.
The biggest problem, I'll say, like I say it all the time. A lot of people talk about the challenges with money, and it's like, yeah, that's a challenge, but you can always get more money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But space danger is the biggest danger to any collection.
I have a 3-bedroom place that I live in by myself, and I still run out of space unless I want to just like take over my entire house. Which
I
mean, there is toys in every single room here, but you know.
I got such a small room that I work with that there's just never enough space.
Well, if my darn kids would move out, I'd have a lot more room.
Gotta give them the boots.
Just tell them, like, by the time this dragon comes in, you're out of here.
Yeah, like, this is my son now. You have to go.
I got a few things in my kids' room. I'm like, I feel bad.
This room now belongs to Muttley. You have to go, son. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now these leave it, I'll do that.
Your son's like, who the hell is Muttley, Dad? Who the hell is Muttley?
Right,
You don't need to worry about that right now.
Yeah.
Let me
I
help
was
you
cleaning
pack.
up today, and I was just like, "Oh my god, I have too many things," and it's like getting hard to like keep them organized. Or like when I'm looking for a specific toy, I'm like, "Where is that one toy I want to take a picture of?"
Yep.
The problem now is you really have to like try to focus your collections because there's just so much cool stuff. It's like having, it's like having ADHD and looking at different squirrels. You're like, oh man, I want that. Well, hold on, wait a minute over here. Oh shit. Do I want to spend 85 over here or 75 over there? Because the money's really not the option. It's just really which one am I going to like more?
Yeah, we were talking about that in the clubhouse chat where I take things and then I put them where I won't lose them.
Yep.
And then can't remember where I put the stuff. And then
all the time.
That's the worst. Like, this is a super good place for this. I'm so clever. Where the fuck did I put that?
Yep.
Right. Yep.
I ask myself that every day. Where the fuck did I put that?
The Frankenstein's creature, I put all of the accessories from the box in a bag, and then I was like, oh, I got an idea for that waist piece, and I just cannot find it. And I've looked everywhere, like where I would normally put stuff, so I know the same thing. I put it someplace clever so that I could find it easily. And I don't know where the hell.
All right, guys. Look, we're all at that age. We all need to just start taking ginkgo biloba.
Yep.
You know,
I don't know if it's going to help because I was that way when I was younger too. So
I'm going to start taking pictures. Like when I put something where I think it's clever, I'm like, okay, click.
When I was married, I'd come home from work and I'd set my wallet and my keys down on the desk because there was a desk like when you walked in the house, right?
Yeah.
My ex would be like, "Why are your keys here? They're not supposed to go here." I'm like, they're like, "Why can't you put them on the rack?" I'm like, "Because I've always put them there and I know where they are. As soon as you put them on the key rack, I'm not going to know where they are, even though I know they should be on the key rack." That's just not how my brain works. The wallet and the keys go together. That way, when I leave the house, I do the keys, wallet, phone check, and I'm out the door and I know where everything is.
Yep.
You know, Terrence is pulling this up, and it's basically the whole basis of this show. We're all over the map, but here we are together. We're all lucky to have the toy community and each other. Might sound corny, but it's a day of friends and thanks. And if there were a day,
might be today.
Might be today. Yeah, there it is. Got it.
But
have you been drinking, Terrence?
Yeah.
That sounds like a drinking rant there.
That's the thing I don't understand is
I
like
love you guys.
all these people that argue in the community about, oh, you collect G.I. Joe, you can't be my friend, and oh, you collect, whatever. It's like, who cares what you collect, man? It's all the same shit, just different, different looks.
Right? It's all plastic. Collect what you like. Collect what brings you joy, and to hell with what anybody else says.
I mean, like my Instagram feed is full of Lego and dinosaurs and fantasy and military. It doesn't matter to me. If it's a cool plastic and it's a cool picture, I'm all for it.
I got all that stuff and tiggle bitty goth girls. I mean, what? I mean, I ain't good.
Somehow or other, those pop up in our feeds no matter what we do. The algorithm knows we're men, so
it's 100% it. They know we're men. Plastic crack is totally what it's all about, Troy. Plastic.
See, my IG feed started popping up Funyuns after our little chat earlier. On Instagram, and there was Funyuns.
I didn't realize there were this many flavored Funyuns out there now. Like,
I know, just from sending those pics to the clubhouse, I was like, "Oh man, I got in and they're trying to sell."
There we go. Now it's
that's why it's dangerous. Even on YouTube, you watch like one video that pops up, and you're like, oh, the next thing you know, your whole feed's just full of it. It's like, no, I just wanted to see that one thing. I didn't
Just
need
wanted to see that one thing.
And I swear, you can't even talk because all I did was talk about something the other night at work. I was talking to a guy about. I'm not gonna say
Your
what
phone's
it was.
always
Then
listening.
I
Don't be
popped up on
fooled.
IG too. Like right afterwards, I was like, okay, I didn't type anything in or anything. All I did was talk about a break at work.
Yeah.
Freaking
Hey, I've gone to Walmart and bought something with cash and come home and there's advertisements for that shit in my fucking.
Well, I was going to say, Amazon's been making me mad all week because it's like, here's this really good deal on something you already bought.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stop doing that.
It's like, you know what? I wish you'd shown this to me a couple minutes ago. It's too freaking late now, so I'm not buying your crap.
I bought like this remote for like, I have a screen that swivels. I can lay down in bed and watch TV, but I can control the computer it's hooked up to with this remote. And it's like half price today. It's like, I paid full price for it like 3 months ago.
Thank you for rubbing it in that I should have waited.
Yeah.
Too late now, you jackass. Thanks a lot.
Toys and shit. I'm like half off. I'm like, really?
There's 2 times a year that I can't stand like being on the internet or on TV, and that's like during an election season because all the ads are just nothing but the election, and at this time of year because everything is just Black Friday this and Black Friday that. I'm like, motherfucker, I just paid full price for that a month ago, and now it's 50% off. Fuck you,
right?
Yeah.
Well, like, you know, that was one of the worst things about the whole build up to freaking Christmas working at GameStop is everybody's rushing in to get their games, doing the midnight release stuff. And I'm like, y'all realize in like 4 weeks, every single one of these games is going on a steep ass discount, right?
Yeah.
Well,
and it's not like GameStop ever sold out of games hardly ever. I mean,
yeah, every once in a while. And again, there were times. So one of the big things they always used to have.
Now they might have sold out on release day, but they still got restocked after a week or two. So I mean,
again, it really depends because like Borderlands is the perfect example of this, right? Nobody pre-ordered the Borderlands game because nobody knew what it was. It was this whole new IP and everything like that. I was one of the few that pre-ordered it and went to a completely different store for a midnight launch, which also was a big no-no, which I didn't know at the time. But my store wasn't having a midnight launch. They're like, you should have pushed the game harder. You should have got more midnight releases. I was like, nobody freaking cared. Even if I did, there would have been like 3 people that pre-ordered. We're not going to have a midnight.
Borderlands was one of those things that once it was released, it just became a cult following. And then all of a sudden, it was like,
man,
oh shit, yeah, I gotta have it.
Exploded all over the place, and we couldn't get them in for like over a month because they just didn't produce enough copies of the game. But you know, it is what it is. Eventually, people got it.
You got to bring up Terrence's first comment.
Yep. To be people like they were. Here it is. Here it is. All right. She fell asleep while Joe was saying he isn't an artist. Her last thoughts were saying he's amazing and so humble. She loves the Jekyll and Hyde swig. She tells everyone about them and shows pictures to people like they were her grandkids.
Well, that's really nice.
She loves Joe, rightfully so. Joe is one of the best. I think we can all agree on that here.
You guys. I just try to do my part. I was super humbled by the fact that she made over those customs so much. I mean, I like them because I like Jekyll and Hyde, the story, but I thought they were okay.
That was one of the funniest parts. Like again, Ed came to me earlier this week about this project and wanted to approach Joe, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll reach out and see what we're gonna do." And then Joe's all just like Mr. Humble. He's like, "I'm honored you guys would think of me." It's like, dude, you're one of the best in the community, and here he is. He finally made it, man. I was waiting on you, brother.
All right, quick change the subject to something else. I'm super uncomfortable. Yeah.
So
I just wanted to come
everybody
on and
for
say,
stopping by.
Joe
We'll see y'all
is not
later.
as
Happy
great as he
Thanksgiving.
sounds. He's really mean in person, and
totally.
the beard's
Absolutely.
actually spirit gummed on. It's not even real. I saw him take it off when he had to wash his face.
You probably get customer service complaints about him too, don't you, Adam?
Yeah, I get emails about
tons of customer complaints about Joe all week long.
No, I literally have gotten 3 emails about products that weren't ours. Two of them from the same two of them from one company and one from another company. But I was like, we don't make those products. I'm not sure what you're emailing me. And then I was, because I'm good at my job, I gave them a link to the website and the contact information for the company that they needed to contact. Right. And I think 2 out of the 3 didn't reply at all, and one of them was like, oh, I feel terrible. And I was like, you don't even feel terrible, it's all good, like whatever.
Dude, I'm just glad you're not pissed off at us, really. So
I was like, hey, this is the good part is that's one less person that's angry with us. So yeah,
I've had a customer when I used to work at my last job that emailed me about another company's products. And I gave them the same thing, right? I said, that's not us. Here's the link. This is the company. And they got mad back at me because I didn't help them. I'm like, but I can't help you with your stuff because we don't make that
how dare
stuff.
you defer to somebody
Right.
else?
I've helped
sorry
you
you're
to the
upset. I really am.
extent that I can help you.
Till next time, I'll throw your email in the trash.
Right.
I will literally print it out, crumple it up into a paper, throw it in the trash, take a picture of it, email you back.
I felt bad, right? Because if this company didn't get this email, because we get like comments in the Facebook group and like comments in places where they're like, people are like, hey, they didn't reply to my email. And I'm like, hey, I didn't get your email. Like, where did you send it? I learned about one today where the person had sent the email. I was about to say his name because it's somebody that most of us know.
Don't do that.
Somebody sent the email and was like, it was at spirotoys.con, CON. And I was like, do you not understand how the internet works? That's not that doesn't go anywhere, I don't think. So anyway,
they should have got a non-deliverable email back anyway.
Yeah, most of the time you get apparently
there is .con, you might not catch that either.
I don't know. Apparently there is a spirotoys.con email address, and that's the con artist guys. So have fun with that.
He probably replied with like whoever gets that email replied with like terrible customer service.
Oh, more than
like trying to sabotage,
right? Sabotage
Spiro Toys.
Just send all your toys back to me. I'll get you a new one to replace.
Yeah, exactly.
We have the best articulation out there, and he gives them like a bendy figure.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, you're gonna love this thing. It's like one of those like stretchy dollar store like.
It's the bendy rabbit you get at Easter when you're a kid.
You're like, oh man, this is not.
Look
what
at
I
how well it
expected
can
from
hold
brand.
this pose.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Terrence has some questions. When can he get more hard info on Zombies from Mars? And will these scale better with Hasbro / Monster Force or Legions? What I could see at the table was the Monster Force, kind of size and all.
Yeah, they will. They're designed in the same way that Bushido is leaning more towards that sort of 6-inch Hasbro scale. Zombies will scale with 6-inch Hasbro scale too, because it just makes more sense. I mean, what we're doing is more in line with what the already established brands are doing as far as kind of military stuff, because it is kind of in that vein.
Insider information. Are you going to do play sets?
No.
Damn. I'll have to build my own.
If renders were around, he was getting into the idea of designing play sets.
I know of a couple of people that are getting into the idea of designing play sets. So if everything works out the way that it should for a couple other people, hopefully somebody will be doing them sometime soon.
And that's what I like, honestly. Like, we don't need the companies that are making the toys to necessarily put out these play sets.
No, and you don't. I keep saying to people, like, you don't really want them to, because like then you're paying for licensing, and then you're paying $300.
$300 for a suit,
and not even getting something shipped, or getting 2 things shipped,
which is a whole nother mess. But I like the idea of a third-party company just making kind of modular playset pieces and Dio pieces and just going that route. And I mean, there's a couple of companies that are kind of doing that, but like you said, it's still tied in with other licensing, so you're still paying a more premium price. And I'm not saying that these things need to be necessarily cheap, but if they were more affordable to the masses,
I think
You
the
know,
smart
make it
move is to do them like modular, to where like you can get a small piece or you can make a massive thing,
Yep.
and then
right.
Yeah.
you kind of dictate the price.
Well, that's what that Wall XD guy's doing. What's his name?
Yeah.
But that,
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing though. Like, the irony is that there's people that are doing it. Like, there's the depending on which scale you're looking at, right? Like, Extreme Sets is doing cardboard ones, and they're very affordable, and they're amazing. Like, they're but they haven't gotten the recognition that I think that they should have.
I think people write them off because they're cardboard.
I know, but that's crazy because
it's cardboard, but they're very nice.
I totally get it, because there's things like, you know, their doors. Like, if you open their door, it's just a piece
like
of cardboard hinge.
Yeah,
right.
And then you see the sort of corrugated inside part, which is fine, but you know, if you're like a hardcore toy photographer, you're going to augment that anyway with your own 3D printed stuff.
I think that's the other problem, though, right? Is a lot of people use Extreme Sets for photographs, but they don't, like, no one looks at the fact that they're, you know, all their hashtag maybe in the comments or something, but that's it, right? No one's saying this is an Extreme Sets picture.
I have a couple. I have 2 of them, and there's a couple more that I would like to get. I'm seriously considering getting a 1/18 scale one as well, just because, like I said, value for money is phenomenal.
Oh yeah, and their 1/18 stuff is even cheaper than the 1/12 stuff. So.
Yeah, but it's the exact same stuff, just scaled down, so you get the same playset for less money, basically.
Yeah, and that was the thing, like, because the last time I bought anything from Extreme Sets, like, all they had, like, back then was like City Streets and then the Space Station. Yeah, this was like way back, right? And I bought the City Streets 1/18 scale because it worked perfectly with Connor's Batman Imaginext.
Yeah.
So I was able to make like his Imaginext Wayne Manor all the way over here on one side of the room. And then we had this Gotham City whole freaking place set. And then there was like the sewer area where Killer Croc was. You had like the Bane, like in one of the warehouses kind of thing. And it was great. He loved it. And it's all cardboard, which, you know, again, he was rough with it. So it got a little banged up. But, you know, that's cardboard. He still had a blast with it either way. And I had fun playing with him and building it for him.
I mean, you're also talking a cardboard set that you're actually playing with as opposed to just
playing with, not just taking photos.
Doing pictures with. So I mean, it's
right.
You can, and I mean I will say this, not all Extreme Sets are as functional, I guess is the way to say it. Like the dungeon that I have is amazing if you set the whole thing up the way that it's designed to be set up. But the walls are just a single piece of cardboard. Whereas like I think it's called Sector 7, the space one, the sci-fi one. It's like kind of cubes of cardboard, so you can actually set it up and it stands pretty solidly.
It's a little bit more
sturdier,
right?
Some of them you gotta have like against the wall or something in the shelf.
Exactly. So it just so every not every one works as well depending on sort of what you're doing, but they're phenomenal. But like I said, there's people that are sort of like, for lack of a better word, toying with the idea of like doing play sets. And the big thing that I know nobody ever sort of wants to hear, nobody seems to pay attention to, is that like if you're making action figures, playset is a completely different product. That's like, if you're making cars and somebody's like, what you should also make is pies.
Yeah.
You're like, well, we don't make, that's not what we do.
It's they don't see it as like
it's
two different things.
It's two separate products, and you probably don't use the same factory, and it's not the same designers, and it's not the same sculptors, and it's not like on and on and on. I'm not saying that most sculptors that I know probably couldn't sculpt that, but they don't, like it's nobody's asking them to do it. Yeah. So it's like, it's a totally different thing. And it just doesn't always cross over as quickly and easily as people kind of think it does. Which is why I've been saying, like, I'm happy that the G.I. Joe brand team is doing it with Classified. Like, I know that it's an outhouse, it's just a little cube or whatever, but you got to start somewhere.
That kind of stuff, right? Like, honestly, I've wanted this kind of stuff. As soon as G.I. Joe start coming out with new things, I get the idea that we're not getting a full mobile command center.
Yeah.
But I didn't see the reason why they couldn't do like a lot of those mini play sets that we used to get back in the day, where it's like, a tent and a couple sandbags, whatever, like that, like stuff like that to kind of go ahead with it and just build out that world a little bit.
That's the problem with most of the people, though. Like, there with the play sets nowadays is that all of us grew up with figures and play sets that you could do all that stuff with, right? They were just that's how toy companies used to do it.
That's how it was.
Yeah, but so
Yeah,
now people
yeah.
still expect the same thing, just like they expect the GI Joe figure to sell for $5 like you used to back in the
Well, and
'90s.
that's a big part of it too, right? And that's when you go walk down the toy aisle, and people have said this before, like this is not a hot take or anything, but like you walk down the toy aisle now and like every peg has a different brand and a different license and a different like form function and like it's not the same, right? Like when you used to go to the toy store 20 years ago, the boys' toys aisle. Okay, 20 years ago, not 20 years ago. Let's say 30
we got to remember we're
30 years ago.
Yeah. 20 years ago, I was
90s.
22 years old. I wasn't going to toy stores. 30 years ago, you'd go to the boys' toys aisle, or if you were lucky and had a Toys R Us, it was a few aisles. But like if you had a your local mall's toy store that was like maybe 5 or 6 aisles wide total, and there was one aisle that was boys' toys, you'd have GI Joe, you'd have Ninja Turtles, you'd have like there was like 6 IPs in the whole freaking aisle.
Yeah,
with like 30
12
pegs
GI Joe
per
and 15
brand.
for
Yeah,
the Star Wars, and
the competition is not. It doesn't benefit these companies. It doesn't matter that you're GI Joe anymore because you're still only getting 2 pegs, and it doesn't like so. It doesn't. You could put out all the stuff you put out in the 80s, and it wouldn't even make it onto the shelf. So what's the point? Like it doesn't work the way it used to work, and it's just.
Right.
So when they do something like the outhouse, buy it or don't. But like I'm thankful that they're doing it because I think that if it does well enough, we could see something for the Joes. And then if the one for the Joes does well enough, we could see something a little more elaborate for Cobra. And then it's rungs in a ladder, right? They'll build up to the mobile command center.
Yeah. And I really don't see us getting much bigger than the mobile command center when it comes to bases.
The thing about that mobile command center too, with that outhouse they're doing, they made that outhouse very modular, so you could easily do the mobile command center in 3 pieces,
100%.
2 pieces, and be done with it.
Yeah, and that would be probably the best way to go about it too, to make sure that it sells and you're not stuck with a bunch of overstock somehow.
I'd like to see more stuff like the McFarlane Batman 66 stuff. Not the talk show set that you just put out for $250, but like
I think we can pass on
$30
that.
play sets that are just basically like, it's like
here's
a room.
Yeah.
And they're great.
And then buy a few rooms and you have like a whole thing, right?
Yeah,
that
like
was
now
my
you can
only
have the
complaint.
manor and the poles that slide down to the bat cave. Like
that was my only complaint, that you couldn't really stack the office above the bat cave.
Yeah.
But
I mean, if you put them on
figure out
different
how to do
shelves,
that
you
to
can-
yourself,
You
right?
could,
Like
though.
you can
All you
create
need-
the illusion.
Go Home Depot, get an 1-inch sheet of pink foam core. Cut it.
There you go.
You just paint it. Just paint it one color. You don't even have to detail it because you have all the detail in the McFarlane kits, right?
Yeah.
You just need a structure where you can put that stuff. So
it can
you totally could. I mean, it wouldn't be hard, and that's
it would be fun.
That's kind of the thing, right?
Especially with the bat cave, because you can make a couple extra little rocks or something on the
you can make somewhere to park your Batmobile and somewhere to park your bat copter, your bat boat, your bat. What were the other? I'm trying to think of like any of the other ones that there was. But
the only thing they did was they did the bat cycle, the bat mobile, and then the bat boat for the 66 is what they've done so far. And back
they got to do that copter too, right? Like that'll be the next
copter,
one for
man.
sure.
That'd be so awesome.
I'll tell you what, if they do that copter, Thanos is definitely getting a Thanos copter in 112.
Well, I mean, I could customize it.
Well, that's the thing I'm saying. We'd customize it for you. We get that going. All right. So I did want to take a moment here and say happy Thanksgiving to our friend Wraith Mace. Definitely pulling up all the Warhammer stuff. Go check out his channel, guys. It's awesome stuff going on. Definitely gets into the lore of the of all Warhammer 40K, which is nice. Onryu's heading out for the evening. He's got to work in the morning, brother. Yeah, I'm not sure too much longer I'll be going, but see, then I always get re-energized when we get the new conversation going. So I don't know. I'll just be dead tomorrow talking to patients. Maybe that'll be it. And Terrence is making a couple comments too. If only Extreme Sets had a guy who would guerrilla market them on IG or something. You know what? Speaking of which, let's go ahead. I keep forgetting I got these now. I got a commercial for Extreme Sets. So let's go ahead and play that from our good friend.
You need to watch this if you struggle with finding affordable collectibles. We've got a game-changing discount just for you. Imagine getting 15% off your next purchase at extremesets.com. Sounds awesome, right? Well, it's super easy. Just use the code SKYDRO at checkout and boom, instant savings. But wait, there's more. If you sign up for their newsletter, you'll get the inside scoop on exclusive deals and upcoming releases. So you'll always be ahead of the game. No more scouring the internet for the best prices. Just head over to extremesets.com, use the code SKYDRO, and watch the savings roll in. And don't forget to sign up for the newsletter for even more perks. So what are you waiting for? Head over now. Go grab those amazing sets and make your collection shine. Happy collecting.
Okay, that straight up seems like a scam. Like, that's the
only because the AI. Only because the AI.
That is the kind of ad that if you click it, you're never not going to get emails in your spam folder ever again for the rest of your life.
So that's our good friend Skydro Walker on IG. I vouch for this guy. He's not trying to scam you.
They're running a Black Friday promo, 25% off right now, too.
Yeah, I was just going to say they got a Black Friday thing going on.
Hey, you know what? See if it'll stack. See if it'll stack. You hit it for the 25% off, and then you Skydro.
Am I crazy or are their prices higher now?
It looks.
Am I looking at Canadian prices?
You're probably looking at Canadian prices. Yeah, they're $69 still.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I am looking at Canadian.
We have a bunch of the display packs, which are like the flat ones for like detolfs, for like $20. And those are good though, because you can move them around and reconfigure.
Oh
them.
yeah, especially
those are great for people that have that are like. For me, they work really well. I don't have any of those, but they would work if you just have sort of a display that you don't actually need to pose things and kind of set it up. It just gives you a nice background and stuff. So
yeah. And Terrence says that outhouse is the shit. Literally.
It is.
It's totally the shit. Lone Dragon in the chat saying, classified limits my collecting by insisting on including a figure with every damn vehicle and playset, so I can only buy one or two instead of a bunch. And that's kind of a downfall too, but at the same point in time, that's how a lot of them were released back in the day, where you got like the pilot or driver. Now, the difference was back in the day, a lot of times, like maybe that character that came with the vehicle was a generic pilot, right? Mm-hmm. So it was a little bit easier to army build that. Whereas now it's all like every single one of them's been a named character. I think the closest we got was that.
The driver for the ferret is a female trooper.
Right. Yeah, so like stuff like that. Like I want to see more of that, where they're coming with like just a generic kind of pilot or something. Pilot, driver. Even when I think back of it too, there really wasn't too many generic ones. Most of the time it was like a named.
But there's also a few that are kind of like, it would be weird if the Vamp didn't come with clutch.
Right.
Well, yeah, exactly. But then you get like your Mark II. Maybe it doesn't need to come with a clutch Mark II.
No, it needs to come with a tan clutch.
Yeah, it's true.
Because that's how the vintage one was.
It's true.
And I need a tan clutch.
Well, he's got to match the camo of his vehicle.
I love clutch, and I need a tan one. And if they did
he's an awesome
whatever third
figure.
version that they did, a Tiger Force clutch. That's what I want.
There you go. And Terrence is also saying it's 25% Roblox brands, right? Like all those little
stores? Yeah.
Weird video game brands in the stores. And then he says, my pal Rob Zamora is a fan of AWOC now. And then, speak of the devil, we got Rob Zamora coming in, say, hey, yo, what's going on, Rob? And he says, this is true. I am a fan and just went a little nuts on the Spiro Toys sale. We were just pulling that
it's
up
live
earlier.
now.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Oh, my goodness. I just logged into the...
Ooh, I bet that was a bad idea.
No, I have work to do.
Yeah, I bet you do now.
orders for the last week were like trickling in, and now there's like pages of orders I need to fulfill.
Well, we were also promoting the Delta 17 toys. So for all you 118 scale collectors, Want to remind you, 20% off Delta17toys.com. Go there, pick up all your army builders, and do it. Get it.
I'm trying to find Rob's so that
I
I
just
can
got an email
or
from
deny.
D13.
Oh, yeah, their demons went up.
Well, they're in production. They'll be collecting for the shipping around February or March, and then should be out around July, I think it said.
Well, check out his sellers on Amazon too, because his sellers on Amazon should have some like.
Adam's got to go. He's getting told off by Mr. Wonderful, Am Zamora. Send my stuff. Ship it.
Yeah. Send me my stuff.
No, I'm gonna process all this stuff tonight. I don't know if the warehouse is working over the weekend or not. I'm gonna process it tonight so that if they are working, it should get shipped out tomorrow.
I don't even get what this comments. No need for no Delta junk. Weed is legal here. First off, my Delta 17 toys are not junk, Mr. Lone Dragon. And I don't have any idea why that matters that weed is legal there to get Delta 17 toys.
I don't think Lone Dragon collects 118 scale, so I don't think that's in reference to that. Delta must be some form of other weed.
So I don't have to wait because
I'm selfish.
Travis says I ordered a bunch earlier. I didn't see any.
Yeah.
Does he mean today? There wasn't an order today.
Well, Travis, if you ordered it from the Spiro.com site, not the Spiro.com site.
Right? You got to be careful about that. There's this con website out there that people are sending emails to. Horrible customer service. It's actually Adam's evil twin who doesn't have a mustache.
Yeah.
And he jumps on there and he just chews people out.
He says he ordered 5, Adam. Yeah, see here, Delta numbers is what fake weed is called. I did not know that.
Fake weed.
Is that like when you put oregano in the rolling paper?
Anything that's not weed,
right?
What does that even mean?
I don't know. Like, honestly, medical weed's been so long here in Maryland that I even forget what buying it off the streets like.
I was just having this conversation with my brother today. He's like, yeah, my friend gave me some weed the other day and I stuffed it in my trunk inside a coat so no one could find it. Then I remembered it was legal. I was like, yeah.
Right? Like you still got habits. Like I always joke about the fact that like you could stash the weed inside like the clock or inside the figure obscura stuff. Like go lock it up in Jacob Marley's safe. And it's like you don't need to actually hide it anymore.
Nope.
Like you can even grow a plant or two for yourself now. That's not illegal anymore.
Yeah.
So
synthetic weed. Oh,
yeah.
What the hell is synthetic weed? Like, why is that a thing?
Was that shit called Spice? They had that for a little bit.
I don't know, but then they're calling
that must
Delta,
be made in the same
and
place
then
they make that synthetic hamburger that they're using nowadays.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch that either. And JMac77 with the happy Thanksgiving, friends. JMac, thank you for being here, brother.
Hey, Jay.
I had one of the greatest times. I was hanging out with him and Scott Baker out by the fire at Legion's Con. It was just all of us sitting out there talking about how great it was. And it was pretty cool. And then Ziggy and Christina were sitting out there getting cold as hell, a little bit bored.
Travis, I see your order now.
There you go. And it's exactly it, Lone Dragon. You put your weed in there, man.
Travis, your order is going last on the bottom of the list, so you'll be shipped out last after everybody else.
Received your order and promptly lost it.
No, I'm literally pushing their orders into the fulfillment queue right now. Both his.
And if you have any trouble with your order, Travis, you can email Spiro Toys. You can email customer service at spirotoys.com. For that.
CON.com. Nah, here we go. He says, works for me, homie. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I love this. Absolutely love this. Guys, you're getting the live action stuff now. It's kind of like the other night, too, when Ken was doing all the orders for Delta 17 that were coming in while he was live with us. And he's telling Steve, yeah, I just put through everything. Like, they were talking back and forth. Like, guys, where else do you get that on YouTube, right? Your
No,
toys
it's
are
real.
getting
I know, and I
spoiled
know
right
exactly
here.
what they're talking about because they've probably got the same setup that we do. They use Shopify, so they're like I know exactly the buttons they're clicking, and I know exactly what they're. There's
Right?
some weird little. So you know, a bunch of us are all sort of moved over to Fulfill, right, as the fulfillment company, and
Right.
there's some weird little things that you have to figure out on that end, as far as like the most efficient way to kind of get the orders through.
Yeah,
and
you
stuff
don't have
like
to rush
that.
Travis's out. He's going to Mexico for a week or Cabo or somewhere tropical. So
Well,
you don't
I
need to rush-
hope
you don't
nobody
need to rush
steals
his
the stuff
order.
off his porch.
Ed can't help you out, Travis. He can't go swing by your place because he's
I
heading into
could
the mountains.
because I'm only going to be an hour away from where Travis lives on my vacation. So
Yeah,
Go
but you got the
go
blizzard
steal his
coming in.
stuff.
it don't
while you're
matter.
at the mountain.
Three AWOC sitting on the porch. I mean,
I'll
there's
send
three
I'll send you
AWOCs.
the tracking info so you know exactly
Yeah.
when it's going to show up.
There you go. And then he's going to hop on his snowboard, go down the mountain,
It's all
fly
downhill
right
from there.
across. Fly
It's
right
heading,
across.
it's
the
heading
board.
south, so it's got to be downhill, right?
Yeah, that's how
That's
it works. South is downhill. And Rob saying, thanks, Adam. I was going to purchase this order last Friday, but Brick told me to hold off for Black Friday. Been patiently waiting. Man, what a killer freaking sale, too, right? Oh, by the way, Adam, make sure you process my sister's order for Onyx.
I saw it there too.
Beautiful. That's what I love, guys. Coming together as a community.
No, I don't know where it is. I saw it though.
You saw it, which means you probably already put it in the queue.
No, I prioritize. Doesn't matter. The fulfillment company is so efficient that it's like I'll try to prioritize, and by the time I'm like sorting out the list, they're like, "Hey, we're done," and I'm like,
"Yeah,
okay."
Nice.
So just put them all through. Like it doesn't.
Like that doesn't, that I can't be mad about that.
No, exactly.
So here we go. D Griff says, managed to grab some extreme sets from Amazon Warehouse and Control Center for $49.99 each. They went back up to $75 after the purchases, but still a good find. Hell yeah, that's a great find.
That's man, Amazon's funny because I ordered the new Eternia Beastman. There was a glitch on Amazon.ca.
Okay,
It popped up with that new Fisto, and I think they were $14 Canadian, which is like
nice. That's gonna be like what?
$10?
About $10.
Yeah, it's about $10. So far, they haven't. Amazon in Canada at least doesn't typically send you the email that says, "Oh, we made a mistake." They just ship it, and they just.
I was gonna say, even
hit.
here, most of the time they'll take the hit because it was on their end, kind of thing. But then, like, they'll get emails like, "Why didn't I see it at this price? So and so got it for this price." And they're like, "Yeah, well, we're not going to honor that."
For half off over here.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. Well, when you say the new Eternia one, you're talking about like the old school new Eternia Beastman, right? Oh, the new Eternia Beastman?
I pre-ordered the new Eternia Beastman.
I love it when they do that.
Fisto.
It took me forever to get Sunman, but I pre-ordered him through Amazon, like when he first went up, and he was like $6 on there.
Yeah.
And then they they completely honored that price by the time I finally got him. Mind you, it was like way later.
Oh yeah, they'll be late. Like I don't even know when these figures come out, but somebody
got it for a
mentioned
great
to me
price.
that they were exactly. Yeah. I was like, what do I care?
Yeah.
I'm not waiting on the latest and greatest.
I didn't even know that Beastman went up anywhere.
There we go.
Well, you have to get them late anyway, Adam, because opening late just doesn't make sense if you're.
Well, I won't open it anyway. I'm sitting on my stack of GI Joe Classify figures. I'm sitting on my Dragonfly. I haven't opened my Dragonfly yet. It got here like what 3 weeks, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, at least 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Just sitting, waiting.
But that's one of the best things about your show, though, because you're just like it's open.
No, it's not. I want to open that Dragonfly. I just don't have time.
Well,
I don't have time to open anything right now. Like I'm so crazy busy with every other thing that I have to do.
Not to mention your workload just tripled over the next at least 24, 48
Maybe you
hours.
need to work for a couple more toy companies, Adam.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my problem. No, I gotta do order fulfillment for AWOC tonight, and then probably tomorrow as well, because I will say this. They do fulfillment on Fridays. I don't know if they're working tomorrow or not, but that's why I'm going to put these through tonight so that anything that comes in before I go to bed will get put into the queue for tomorrow if they're working. So I don't know.
Right.
If they're not, they work on Sunday so that everything would be sort of ready to go
for Monday.
Yeah, basically, when the first truck comes Monday morning, they pick up everything that these guys processed on Sunday. So they
That's
work.
really
The only day they're off is Saturday, and then they work 6 days a week. And they absolutely destroy these lists that I send through to them. Like they put through, I think it was about 400 orders in 2 days. Like it was,
Jesus.
and that's
Dude.
our orders. There's other people's
Right.
orders.
I was gonna say you still got who else is out of there? Because of course, Delta 17, they're using it.
Delta 17s is out of there.
that,
Creative P Studio is out of
Creative P
there.
Studios,
yeah.
Skeletron is out of there.
Skeletron,
There's others that I'm forgetting, but like, but that's just the toy companies that I know. They're not a
Right.
toy company warehouse.
Not just
It's
toy
like
companies. It's a distribution center, like an
we
Amazon
went there.
warehouse.
It's a big warehouse.
Hey, you know what? Do they need anybody?
We went there by accident, but on
as
purpose.
long as they don't treat their employees like Amazon, I wouldn't mind working there. Probably strictly in the toy department. I want to touch all your toys.
Well, Oz, how Jewish are you?
Shalom. How Jewish do I need to be to work there?
I think it's a pretty.
It's a kosher establishment.
It's a kosher establishment. Oh man, what if I show up with this? Never mind. I'm not even going to say.
That's where all the underground tunnels start at. Oz is in that warehouse.
Oh,
I have nothing. I'm not. I'm not saying anything bad in any way.
No. What I was going to say was probably going to be better.
That's why they don't work on Saturdays, but they do work on Sunday.
Yeah.
So the Jewish Sabbath is Saturday.
Yep.
So Friday at 5 p.m. they're unreachable.
Done.
They're done. You can't get in touch with them until Saturday at 5 p.m. But then if you show up at the warehouse Saturday night at 7:30 in the evening, or what time did we get there? Like 9 o'clock at night. They're more than happy to help you out. They're awesome. Those guys are so awesome.
I dig it though. That is really great. So Legend Collector 1321 Dylan says, hey, just got back from my brother's house, put together some furniture. What an exciting Thanksgiving. You know what? Since we're still going and I don't feel like stopping just yet, no matter how bad I'm going to deal with it. Dylan, if you want the link, hit me up on Messenger, man. I'll shoot it out to you. Come hang out with us tonight.
Best chauffeur at Legion's Con.
I got to tell you, me and Ziggy tried to be John's chauffeur from Legion's Con. I got so pissed off with the traffic. He got a new Jetta just like 2 weeks prior, right? And we keep missing the turns because the way the map is showing, it's like at the last second, it's like, oh yeah, that right we're telling you to make, it's got to be here now.
The jug handles.
Oh my God, they're so terrible. And so
some of them make sense. Most of them make no sense at all.
None, especially when you come from a place where, I don't know, you can just fucking make a left-hand turn.
Yeah.
Around here.
So, we passed by yet again another one of the places we needed to turn off while trying to get away from the airport with John. And I see this strip of dirt that goes over the median, right? Like it's just a strip of dirt. And it looks like, okay, well, you know what? Okay, let's go ahead and let's go across this little patch of dirt here and get over onto the road for the exit we needed to be on, right? You couldn't tell that when you came up to the other end of the dirt strip, it was fine on our side. On the other side, it was a curb that just dropped off. He's got a brand new Jetta, and I was just like, well, fuck it, let's just go right there. And we go. So then we're coming up, and then we realize it's a curb. It's like, oh shit, and we just come off that curb, and you hear that crunch as the new car is smashing down into the curb, and we're like, oh. And I'm looking at Ziggy. I'm like, dude, I am so sorry. If I'd realized that was a curb, I would not have suggested. He goes, I don't blame you because I thought it was a dirt path too. I didn't think there was a curb at the end of it either. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. I'm like, okay, as long as we're cool. All right. Lone Dragon's asking, there's a new Beastman? Yeah, there was a new Eternia Beastman they revealed. I don't know why
I didn't even want it, but for $14,
right? Especially when it's Masterverse. Come on. Even that's what got me in trouble with Masterverse in the first place, which is why I got a bunch of Masterverse figures I didn't even really want, but I got them anyway. All right. Rob says, isn't Adam a father as well? Let's not forget the most important job of all, dad mode.
Yeah. Yes.
Totally.
I have 3 children under the age of 10.
And for some reason, he even lets them come on here onto the clubhouse. I'll never figure that out. Well, at least he lets Victoria on. So, well, we had Georgie too last time for a little bit.
Yeah,
that was great. That was great.
I'm gonna hop off, guys. I gotta work in the morning, so.
All right.
Have a good night.
The best part about Georgie coming on was
Thank you for
Victoria keeping him in line. When
Right?
he's on there. She's like,
Right?
no, you got to sit here and do this. Just
She had him on lockdown.
Yeah.
She knew what was going on. It was great,
Yeah.
but I love that. Again, the fact that you're comfortable enough to have your kids come on and hang out with us, I can't. That honors me most, especially with some of the conversations that we have on Clubhouse. I'm just like, whoa! But you know what?
I mean, we don't. You know, we monitor what they watch and like what they, you know, what they're doing and stuff like that. But at the same time, like I don't really want to pretend that the world doesn't exist, right? Like that doesn't benefit them.
You can't.
So you know, there's things that I would not let them see yet, but you know, as a kid of the 80s, like when I was I don't even know when it was on, you know, what year, but like I was really young when Tour of Duty was a show on TV, and I used to watch that show, and my parents
China Beach
seem to care. China Beach is pale in comparison to Tour of Duty in terms of the context.
Yeah, but like then considering other stuff like MASH that was out, right?
Well, it all kind of like I think for a lot of people it all just went hand in hand. Like if you're watching a Vietnam War show, they're all the same. It was terrible, and they're like MASH to some people is like no different than Tour of Duty because the context is the same, right? Even though the content isn't the same at all. There was a Tour of Duty episode that I watched where one of the main characters had to like kick his opium habit. And I was probably like 6 years old watching that.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of rough stuff on TV back in the day. I mean,
you know
even
what?
The 18 that never saw anybody get shot still had some pretty, you know.
Yeah,
there was a whole He-Man episode where they had a drug addict on, and stuff like that. You know, they definitely did some more riskier stuff.
G.I. Joe actually had this episode where Falcon gets hooked.
Yep.
I don't think they like it's kind of like veiled, like they don't really explain what's going on, but like
they don't tell you how they do it.
My dad took me to see a freaking horror movie about Sasquatch when I was like 5, and I was horrified for weeks after that movie.
Man, I remember like
it was no big deal to him. It was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I'm scared shitless." It was basically like, "Just close your eyes." All right.
Hey,
we were supposed to go.
I just have a question on this one. Legends Collector 1321 said Friday at sundown to Saturday at sundown. Does it change then, like through the course of the year? Like for me, where I live, it would be a massive difference. And what I mean is, like, can I get on that program? Can I not work from sundown to sundown?
There's a reason.
I'm just saying they do it right because it's
you got to go to the temple, man.
And I would. That's
you wouldn't go to the temple on the Sabbath because you're basically not even supposed to do anything.
No, I meant to ask if that.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, I grew up Seventh-day Adventist, and it's kind of the same thing, but it's at sunrise till sundown. Nothing going on.
But does it change? Like in the winter, do you get more relaxing time than you get like in the summer?
Whenever the sun went up to when the sun went down.
All right.
No television, no work.
I like that. You get a nice long Sabbath in the winter. Then
I was going to say,
if you're in the northern hemisphere.
I didn't like it as a kid because there's no television. I was like, I can't watch wrestling.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Hey, that's what DVRs are for.
Yeah, we didn't have those back then.
No, we didn't.
I don't get any
and
Sabbath right now, so I'm jealous of anybody. I'm jealous of anybody that gets.
I joined the Universal Life Church because they accept all religious practices, and that way I could take my Sabbath on Fridays, Sabbath on Sunday,
until Monday.
Sunday, right? Like I told people I just wouldn't work weekends because I respect all religions.
I'm pretty sure that my work doesn't believe in God because I work what I'm told to.
I think I work there too.
For the longest time, that did work when I was like some part-time employee that didn't matter. But then once I started to go full-time, they were like, our God's green and he don't care what fucking day of the week it is.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna probably head out too.
All right.
Talk about Masterverse problems. I gotta finish recording this tonight while I got empty house. So
good
point.
All right,
Gavin.
Have
a good one, brother. Everybody. So I'll
good to see you, my friend. All right. So Skydra Walker saying, "Say by the bell." Jesse is so excited. Talking about the drug, right?
Mm.
And okay, so Lone Dragon was asking on Amazon. I only see Origins and TMNT Beast Man. It might be different listings if you're not in Canada. So
yeah, it was Amazon Canada, so I don't know.
Yeah, they are different.
I mean, I could share the link, but I think it's although there is a little trick. So the trick that I learned is that so Amazon, no matter what country you're in, so Amazon in the US is Amazon.com. Amazon in Canada is .ca.
Yep.
So if you just prune that out and put the other one in, if it is available on your Amazon, it will the rest of the address works. So when listings pop up on Amazon.com, what I typically do is I actually just prune that, put the .ca rather than .com to see if I can order it in Canada. And if I can't, then I'll just order it through the .com and then kind of wait and see and then sort of change if I need to. But
I'm gonna try that out because I collect Mega Blocks, and since they make them in Canada, you guys usually get them first.
Yeah,
there you go.
So I might have,
which is crazy, but
right.
Hey, look, at least you guys get something first, right?
Right.
Yeah, there is still Spin Masters is the other one that's actually Canadian company. So there's there's. I mean, it has offices based here. I mean, it's pretty international now, but
right. Yeah, it was weird back in the day, like collecting Halo Mega Blocks and having them appear in like Canada and Mexico, but I couldn't get them in the US. It's like, what's happening right now?
It's because they make them in Mexico, they put them on a ship, transport them up to Canada, and then they got to filter down from them.
Right.
Speaking of Canada, there's this company that is a customer of the company I work for now from Canada. It's called Lumen, right? They buy tools, and it makes me laugh because we were just talking about how it's a Jewish company at this warehouse, right?
Right.
There's 4 guys that I talked to in their customer service department, and every single one of them is named Samuel, all spelled the same, all named Samuel. And they call and they're like, "This is Samuel." I'm like, "Which one?"
You're gonna have to be more specific. There was a time that the shop that I work at had 4 Daves, and people would walk through the door and they'd be like, "Is Dave working today?" And I was like, "Yes."
Right. Like I said,
yeah. There's
but then I'd be like, everybody other than me is Dave. So which one do you want?
Yeah, there's 4 Joes at where I work in my department. So that's where the Joe G actually started from. Yeah.
So for me, it was the same way at Walmart, right? Like when I first started with Walmart, there was 9 other Chris's working at that Walmart, and most of our ships overlapped with one another. And there was 3 of us in receiving alone. So anytime they paged, would Chris from receiving come to the front? I was like, this shit's got to go. I cannot keep calling myself Chris here. Yeah. All 3 of us would just show up, which then they get pissed off because it slows down unloading the truck because 3 people just walked off.
That happened to my family. We had when my grandparents were still alive, we had 7 Joes because I had my grandpa, his son, and my cousin were all named Joe. And then my dad's name is Joe, and then 2 other of the family were married to Joes. So someone would say Joe, and you'd hear, yeah, and it would be like in chorus. It was like,
you're right.
No, my Joe. Well, which one is my Joe? Because you're in a different room. I don't know who's saying my Joe.
Define mine, because I don't know who the hell's yelling this out.
Yeah, we had relatives that their last name was Joseph, so there was actually a Joseph in my family. So, yeah.
Man, that's malicious naming.
Yeah,
That it
Right?
actually totally is. Yeah.
Like you were so lazy at naming.
So did he go by
Right.
JoJo?
You know,
I would have.
I don't know for sure.
That is the ultimate. Never trust a guy with two first names. That's the ultimate.
Right.
That's right there. The rule to live by. Nah, it was like very quickly. I was like, all right. So you guys said we could put any name we want on our name badge, right? And they were like, yeah. I was like, cool. I am now Paco from receiving. That's what I put on there first. And I'm pretty sure I still got that Walmart badge somewhere because that's what I named my Dia de Muertos skull was Paco.
That was the joke on what was that show where they worked in the Walmart, but it wasn't a Walmart?
I was about to say Clerks, and that's not it, but I know the one you're talking about. They got like the blue vests and everything.
I was thinking Employee of the Month, but that was that.
That was a movie.
No, the store's called Cloud 9, but I can't remember. But there it is.
There it is.
Superstore. Yeah, and that one sort of assistant manager or whatever, she always just wears a different name tag. Like every episode, she has a different name tag. She didn't want anybody to.
It was real retail work though. That's.
It was so on point.
Yeah.
Oh man, anybody who's worked in any of those big box retailers totally relates to that. Yeah. Kind of in the same way that like pretty much most people who work in an office setting can semi-relate to the office.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I've never worked in Parks and Rec, but I'm pretty sure some of that stuff might
the last place I worked when
I think anywhere that's got bureaucracy.
Yeah. When I was the manager of an office, I had 15 people and they called me Michael Scott all the time because I just come in and crack jokes and stuff. And they're like, "Oh, Michael's here." I'm like, "Hey, what's
sexually harass people?"
Yeah, I did. Just on
right,
just to be funny. It wasn't like unreal, but you know.
Oh yeah.
Going
around slapping everybody's ass, telling them good game.
Yep.
Make culturally
inappropriate jokes.
Completely inappropriate.
Burn my foot on the Foreman grill because I was trying to warm my bed up.
I like breakfast in bed. That show never gets old.
No,
it doesn't. You know, the fact that season 1 is like at least 20 years old. You know, it hasn't aged a day.
No. You can watch that same episode over and over and over again and still laugh your ass off.
Still good. Yeah. I still watch the British one every once in a while too.
Yeah.
Specifically, my favorite one is where he puts the stapler in the Jello.
Yep.
And then the conversation where he's holding it out the window, and he's talking about like, you know, they'll come looking for you, and he's like, they'll come looking for you. Your name's on the stapler. They'll know exactly who to ask for. He's like, oh my goodness, this is written so well.
And Ricky Gervais's delivery is like completely different from Steve Carell. So you know, the show's dynamic is completely different when you watch the UK, and I recommend everybody else, you know, should.
Mm-hmm.
Also, give IT Crowd a chance, but not the bad American US version. Go back, watch the UK IT Crowd because it is so much better.
I was upset when it got canceled. Like I was watching it when it was like brand new, and I was upset when it got canceled because they didn't really announce that it was canceled because it's British TV.
No,
they don't.
No.
It's just like there isn't a series 4.
Yeah, it just stopped showing up.
It just stopped. I just stopped getting new episodes, and I was so angry.
With good reason, because that was a great one, man. That was a.
It was. I think it was just.
You know, they'd really
that's just how British TV works.
Yeah. They run about as much jokes as they can have with it, and then they kind of like, okay, we're gonna move on to something else.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of shows like that. Black Books was really good. My favorite show of all time, Mighty Boosh, was like that. They're like, okay, well, that's all the scenarios we have, so we're gonna like move on with our lives.
We're done now.
Go on British Bake Off. That's gonna be my life from now on.
Which was weird.
No, it's not. If you know that guy, if you kind of follow his career, it's completely on brand for him.
We're getting just in from Brick. He says Spiro Toys Black Friday sale live at the link below. So you know what? We're just going to copy that and we're gonna go. Ahead
I
and
can
drop
assure you, people are aware.
I saw that Robo had on his Space Zombies from Mars shirt on his play date today, and then he showed yours.
He
and
did?
Brick. Yeah, and then he showed yours and Brick stickers off in his Legions Con review.
I was so flattered because like I am like the last guy to like.
I think Dylan just flipped his hair.
Yeah,
Robo.
Dylan definitely just flipped his hair.
I'm the last guy. So like it's really, really weird to me, and it's a total trip because I've said this before, but people don't believe it, that I'm very much an introvert, and it's like I never go out of my way to like talk to people and introduce myself. Like I feel really awkward doing that, and it feels completely unnatural. And if people want to talk to me, I'm more than happy to talk to people. I'm like I don't shut down. I'm not that guy.
Right.
You don't run and hide in the back.
No, but like we had Seth Green at the table at Joe Fest. I didn't say a word to him. I was like, I'm good. Like I'm not starting a friendship with Seth Green. I think I shook his hand and kind of, you see all the pictures of the other guys with him, and that's great. That I'm cool with that. Like that's them. That's not me. But like I've talked to like Dan Larson a couple times now, and like Robo, and like all these guys. Like it's a total trip for me as somebody that like would never stop them for them to like stop and talk to me.
Yeah.
And Robo was, so I had run to grab something, and they said, oh, Robo was here and he wanted to know more about zombies. They were like, he's gonna come back. And I was like, okay. Like when's he gonna come back? And they're like, I don't know. And I was like, can I go put my zombie shirt on? Like I didn't know if he wanted, I didn't know what he wanted or what he was gonna ask. I was like, I'll put my
You were
zombie
gonna
shirt
find out though, right?
So like I ran away, and then I came back, and they were like, he came while you were gone. And I was like, oh, okay, what? But he came back again, and he really wanted to know about zombies. And so I got his email address, and I was like, I'll send you all the information, which is literally all the information.
Did Arlen
that he had
and his brother not go to Legion's Con?
No, they didn't go to Legion's Con.
You were supporting the zombies there then.
Yeah. Jason was generous and gracious enough to sort of let us have a little corner of the table, and so it was kind of there, and it was kind of tucked behind some customs and things. Like I wasn't even like really pushing it. So to have him sort of specifically say, I want more information about this, was super, super flattering.
Robo's not really an extrovert either, even though you'd never know it from the way he acts on screen.
No, and he and I kind of, the couple minutes that we sort of chatted was sort of like, do you get used to this? And he's like, no, it's still weird. It's just, he's like, I would love to just walk the floor and like look at toys, but it doesn't happen anymore.
Well,
and
he's too recognizable
like,
now. It's like Dan Larson and them guys. It's like they're just too recognizable at toy shows. I mean,
yeah, it's and having seen both of those guys, so where our table is at Legion's Con, there's nobody across from us. Like we're at the back, we're like the back row, and the way they set it up, there aren't tables against the wall. So a lot of we've actually at Legion's Con, like Dan Larson kind of hung out in front of our table because it's kind of like a quiet little corner, and Robo did the exact same thing. Yeah. So they just kind of hung out and chatted, and it was like super, super cool to get to chat with those guys. And we, Brick filmed it. It may sort of eventually come out, or sort of parts of it may come out eventually. We had Toy Bro, as well as Robo and Dan Larson, all up in one of the Spiro Hotel rooms, like looking at the prototype figures, the test not test shots, but the check models. And like, and that was even weirder because there was nobody sort of asking for pictures, or like it was just a bunch of people just hanging out talking about toys. I say people because Sequoia was there. I was going to say a bunch of dudes. It wasn't all dudes. Sequoia was there as well.
Right. And she was awesome too. Just meeting her for the first time.
Yeah.
Is that Derek's wife?
Yeah.
What's Derek? Yeah, Derek's wife's cool. I like her.
Yeah.
All right. So I did go because Dylan had mentioned that Wolf King Customs has a few things running for Legions related stuff for Black Friday. They were doing a Stuff It mystery box where you can get like a figure as well as you could also get you're going to get a figure as well as you're going to get some customized gear so you can try your hand at doing some custom stuff. And it was only $59.99, which is again a great price, especially considering some of these figures like Tharnog or Desabalus. These are talking like ogre scale figures, or brute scale, which always cost a little bit more, and some rare chase figures. However, they're sold out already. They went
like an hour. Yeah.
They went live at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Right? The Horsemen have a in-store sale going on, though, don't they? I thought I saw.
This was for the Wolf King. The Wolf King
Custom.
No, I was talking. He was asking about a sale on 4 Horsemen.
No discounts that I had seen.
No Black Friday.
Rarely do sales.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, very, very rarely.
And if they do, it's something like, I think really the closest thing to like a sale was more like when they did their mystery box, because you were getting 2 figures for
but even those figures were at the standard pricing.
Retail. Or their price.
It was
not
like
retail. Not retail. Yeah.
The last actual sale that I can remember was through retailers for the deluxe Legion builders. They did a sale that was like a month long.
Well, they did that 20% on the all cosmic
too. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They did
that was a good one.
Right.
Yeah, that was like 2 months long. They had that thing going for like 6
Yeah, because it was like mid to end of the. It was like summer of Cosmerium.
Yeah,
they called it.
Yeah,
but it's pretty rare that they do that.
And Dylan, they're sold out of that as well now.
Yeah.
Because I was just on there looking. I was going to drop the links for those in the chat, but that's sold out. They do still have, and again, it ships today, right? Today's the street date. You can still get Fisher Rice, and you can also get the Fallen of Vikenfell from Wolf King Customs. So the 2 that are sold out currently at our friends at Helidope Toys are for sale. So you can definitely go do that at Wolf King Custom. You can get those 2 figures for sale on there. Also, if you want to try some really cool ones, you can also check out Figure Obscura, the retail versions. And I will always promote our boys at Helidope Toys. And if you use code APWT, you can at least get 10% off of those. So it's not much of a discount, but it's something.
Oh, it is the street date already, isn't it? Yeah,
it is. It's after midnight
tomorrow,
now.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. For us on the East Coast, it's already here.
Yeah.
Which means right now Ted should be licking and shipping my Fallen Viking Fell as
he probably pre-licked it.
Oh, he definitely did.
Yeah,
he saw it was mine, and he was off.
He packed all those orders up already.
Yeah. He wanted to get those out.
There's
first
probably stuffing and stuff in the.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get
little mashed potato gravy left over.
Yeah, all that stuff in there. It's great. It's just what I want. All right, and we got a nice $2 super chat here from Robsmore. You know what's not sold out? Spiro Toys Beaches, and he's absolutely right. Definitely go get you some sweet AWOC right now. Look, we already told you $10. Get yourself one of the Primal Beasts.
Yeah.
$10. Go get yourself a weapons pack and have some fun. And that's less than their standard figure.
Do they have the gear packs up too with the armor packs up?
I don't think those
the weapons packs. Not
the
weapons packs.
I mean, they're
they're not much more money.
Or the armor packs.
It was weapons pack. What I saw.
The armor packs are $13. So it's. I mean, come on.
Because you get that Onyx figure with that purple colored.
What I will say is this: the shipping that we charge is less than we get charged to ship things.
Yeah.
So I don't know where there's like a disconnect, but like I process I see the difference, and it's a few bucks, in the collector's favor. What I will also say, and I will remind people of this. The sale is 1 day, so this isn't like a Black Friday weekend sale. Like the sale ends at midnight.
Yeah.
Like it started at midnight, it's going 24 hours, and then it's done. So if you're sort of thinking about it, pull the trigger sooner rather than later. Like if you're kind of watching this thinking, oh, I'll do that, like maybe do it now so that you don't forget, because you're going to be kicking yourself if you don't get it in, and then back to full price tomorrow morning. So
Adam, I have a question for you about zombies. If you can't answer, I get it, but the Kickstarter's going live in March, right?
March 1st.
How many figures are going to be in the Kickstarter?
So the launch, like the Kickstarter launch offering, will be 5 figures.
Okay.
Including a Kickstarter exclusive. And then as far as stretch goals go, there will be 6 additional figures.
Okay.
So
basically
there's
11
a total of
total,
11.
roughly.
Yeah.
All right, good. I'm just trying to plan because I'm going all in on that because that thing is just awesome.
It's intentionally like pretty manageable.
Yeah.
We're not 100% certain whether it'll get broken up into 2 shipments. But that's more of a sort of a production question that we'll deal with a little bit later down the line. But
what about the vinyl? Is that going to be part of the Kickstarter?
Yes.
All right.
To be clear, that's Space Zombie from Mars. They're not doing a third Kickstarter for AWOC,
right.
In case
TNT.
People didn't catch that.
The no-name toy company.
Yes.
The nameless toy company.
Nameless toy company, right.
There we go. Just want to make sure we're clear with everybody what's being talked about. AWOC does not have a vinyl that they've made us aware yet, but the fact that
not yet, but I mean,
not yet.
Never
the
say
fact
never.
That, right, like we can't rule it out now.
I would love it because I always talk to Jason. I'm like, okay, what would each tribe listen to? Like, what would the? So I actually have like an AWOC playlist in my Shopify.
Does it have King Louis song on there? I want to be like
you. It's not that on the nose.
Copyright infringement. They can't do that. Although now I'm totally picturing Tancher singing that shit.
Every time I post an AWOC picture, I always use that song because I just think it's hilarious.
Well, that's what started it, because every time I wanted to post an AWOC picture, I was like, okay, what like on Instagram, right? You can pick from pretty much anything.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, there's no soundtrack to this, but what would the sound of, the Chunari tribe be? Or what would what would they be into? Are they?
There's a couple of really good like jungle drums, like tribal battle drums that I've used for some of the AWOC pictures that work really well. But
I don't go in that. So here's the thing, is because they're, spoiler alert for anybody that's not paid attention at all. Animal Warriors of the Kingdom is humans that have had their DNA changed to be animals. So I'm thinking of like actual, songs. Like I'm thinking like, okay, if these are humans like from, Earth, are they into like Jefferson Airplane, or are they into like 9 Inch Nails, or are they into like what does each tribe kind of
like Guardians of the Galaxy, with
exactly
with
like
Star-Lord,
Guardians of the Galaxy, where it's like, it may not be Earth anymore, but Earth is sort of part of it or thereabouts. There's never been confirmed that it's Earth, but
happy Frenzgiving.
So that's where my brain goes.
Yeah.
So when the zombie guys were like, oh yeah, and we have a soundtrack, I was like, man, this is what I've needed for so long. A toy line that's going to have a soundtrack that goes with it. So I love
Rick
it.
Didn't order the Vikingfeld. He got
apparently he didn't.
Raider.
But Brick, because I love you, buddy, I got you. First
Aren't they still available?
Yeah,
not on Hella Dope.
Not on Hella Dope.
He used the gift card that I got him for his birthday to buy that, and he thought he got the Vikingfeld, but he got the Skeleton Raider, which is actually a cooler figure because it's got the skull with the beard on it.
No, not that one. That's only the one that's got
That's the dwarf skeleton.
Not the dwarf. Well, the dwarf's got one too, but then the other son of Necronominus.
Oh, it's
the
Thrasus.
One has
Thrasus has the Joe
has
beard.
The beard,
right?
Yeah, he's got the Joe beard.
Thrasus. I'm not into skeletons. I did pre-order Thrasus.
Yeah.
He's just awesome with the tattered tunic and everything else.
That is one of the coolest skeleton figures out there for sure.
Right.
Full disclosure, I'm probably going to take everything off that figure and put it on a
I kind of figured you were going to do it. I kind of figured it. I'm not offended by that. Look, if you don't want those skeleton parts, you got a buddy right here.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
And Robo showed off the AWOC Gladiator Atreyu too on his show.
He did. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So he's saying he got the skeleton raider, which I get because it also had like the horned helmet and everything like that. Very easy to confuse. Brick, I also dropped the link to make it easy for you in the chat. So go pre-order the freaking thing now. Which skeletons are best to buy? I see 2 in stock on Store Horseman. I gotta bring up Store Horseman and see what they got because I want to know. I think that's just their Legion builder, right?
Mostly their
Deluxe Skeleton Builder and the Waltor the Mad. I see they added the original Reinforcement Skeleton Legion Builder on there too. So I guess technically there's 3. That Waltor the Mad comes with a ton of stuff for $37.
I was gonna say the Waltor the Mad's probably the best.
They got
deal
both
out of all
versions of Walter because they got the cosmic side of that too, right?
Right. Why does this keep trying to tell me that? There's been a couple times here now where I try to join Store Horseman. I try to go to it, and it's like this site's not safe. Like
Brick's helping you out with your playlist, Adam.
You know what it is? That's a 4 horseman warning. They're like, just so you know, you're going to spend all your money.
You're going to spend money. But the Deluxe Skeleton Legion Builder is $26 and an amazing figure.
Yeah.
I bought many of those, and they are freaking awesome.
I screwed up. I ordered. Joe, you were mentioning that you bought a bunch of those D20s. And
10 of them.
I meant to order 6, but the 4 horseman thing, like where you go to your cart and then you go back to your cart and then you check out or whatever.
Yeah.
When I checked out, I had checked out with 4, and I was like, oh well, 4 is probably 3 more than I need anyway, so it's fine.
I role play with people in real life too. And my kids are all into role playing, so I figured I covered a lot of Christmas gifts with one purchase.
I have mine, but there was a couple people that were like, "Did you get any extras?" And I was like, "Why are you asking me now that I'm home?"
Yeah, right.
So when they popped up, I grabbed them that night because it popped up pretty late at night for East Coasters. So I was lucky enough to still get one. So
yeah.
Oh man, they got the Deluxe Legion Builder is still available. Always good. Tusk Heavy Gunner available. And Deluxe Skeleton Legion Builder, the Skeleton Legion Builder from Reinforcements. You've got Waltor the Mad, both versions, so you can get a Space Skeleton or a, just again, a very different styled skeleton.
The Waltor the Mad, the mythic version, that is a really good one with the alternate heads and the accessories it comes with. It has a fur cloak. It's
got the really banner flag too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I remember correctly, I think Aaron needed the fur cloak, but I'd have to check with mine to see if I got it. But yeah, it's a solid figure through and through. You can't go wrong with that guy.
Yep.
And he gives you a good mix of the weapons. He's got like the satchel bag going on too. I forgot that came with him as well.
Yeah, a lot of good accessories. Yeah.
He even comes with the Cabal gourd for drinking.
Yeah.
You can't get that and you can't get the Cabal banner flag with any other figure, which reminds me, I really need to buy one of these because Aaron kept the banner flag, and I'll leave it to him. He definitely needs it, but I kind of want one too.
Right. Yeah, that gourd originally came with the Monkey King figure, which was cool. But yeah, it's definitely cool to have it with Walter. Because in real life, someone gifted Walter a
banner
gourd with the Cabal sign painted on it. So, it actually was a true to life thing.
He's probably got just about everything with a Cabal sigil.
Oh,
on
I
it.
would imagine.
I'm sure
Like
somewhere.
rings and backpacks and shoes, and I know I've seen plenty of gear, so that's definitely something that
That's
he
what you
should
need
be
to get
proud
into, Joe. Start making Legion specific add-ons for Crocs.
I'm surprised there weren't any because there's a fair number of
Right?
Crocs at Legion.
That's what I'm saying. I can imagine
Yeah.
there was.
I
Hey.
had never, I had never really had much exposure to Crocs. This might come as a surprise, but that's not really my style. But my youngest
No,
boy
yeah.
this summer got some actual like name brand Crocs that he was really proud of. And
Does he wear them in 4-wheel drive or 2-wheel drive?
yeah, I haven't actually seen him wear them yet, except around the house.
I have very narrow, flat feet, so I wear mine in 4-wheel drive.
I didn't know there was a difference. I actually
So when you wear the strap behind your heel, that's 4-wheel drive. When you wear it in the front, then it's 2-wheel drive.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah, I
Because
didn't
when
know
you got
there
the
was a
strap on, you
difference.
can like actually run and move fast in them. When the heel's not there, they're kind of like clogs.
I'm also just remembering they've got the shadow work still up.
You should get your
Oz
son, Joe.
Oz is disconnected. He's just shopping right now.
He's
He's
shopping
not-
now. They have a set
No,
of
I'm
snow
not- I'm
plows
not
you can hook to
buying
your Crocs, Joe. You should get your son those for shovel in the driveway.
Hey, so far
It only
so
snows
far,
like twice a year here.
That's why you don't want to buy two. You don't want to buy a snow shovel. Just buy.
I've got
Right.
snow right now.
So do we.
I wish I
We're
did.
supposed to get 12 inches today. So
That's what I told her.
My wife might still be watching, so I'll not.
Yeah, no jokes.
that's what she said.
She knows how much she's really getting today.
That's right.
The
Sorry,
biggest
man.
order that I've seen so far was 38 figures.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Someone
It
doesn't have a
was not
family to
cheap.
buy for.
Hey, you know what though?
I mean,
It's
at
all
the
good.
price that they're at, I mean, if you're going to buy them at some point anyway, you may as well buy them now.
Especially those
This
ancients
is
for
the
$10.
time.
Geez, you can't go wrong with those figures. Jesus.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Also, you can still get the ogre accessory pack too, by the way, folks.
And that
Not on
looks good
sale,
on that looks good on any ogre. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
You
Like it does
cannot
not
go wrong.
matter. Does not matter.
Yeah. I put those shoulder pauldrons on my Kurzog and it looks so good.
Oh, I bet it does. And seriously, a giant goat-headed hammer? Like, come on. It's one of the best war hammers there is. And there's not many ogre scale accessories, so that really helps.
They've had the same weapon build from like the
Mhm.
beginning. That's one thing that's a pretty common wish list is like new ogre scale weapons, because even the brand new ones are using the same weapons that the originals
Same
did,
handles.
so.
I think the next ogre that we get, we'll probably see that, and at the rate that they're sort of, it wasn't that many waves ago that every figure was,
Same
1.0.
tooling, right?
And now, like, you look at the last wave, and it's like, okay, here's 4 new body types, and
Yeah.
there is kind of a 1.0 figure in here, but there isn't even
Kind
a
of, but
1.0
not
figure
really.
in
It's
there.
new articulation.
The 3.0 body is the same size, but
If you watch the Four Horsemen too, like their figure obscuras, right? They like play with things like the cat feet and all that stuff, and then let's see what else we can do with this. Then all of a sudden, like this whole wave comes out. You're like, yep, that works.
And you know what the greatest part about that is too? The new feet for Leodicius and the Cackler are different from the figure obscure feet. They're not even sharing the same sculpt. It's just like, can we do it? Does it work? Does it look good? Okay, now do something similar but different and make it better and bigger. Because again, Leodicius is massive.
Yeah.
So, Joe, what do you think the Christmas figure obscura is going to be?
I think it's going to be another ghost.
From the
go
Christmas
with
Carol?
Christmas Carol. I think they're going to continue with that. I mean, just my assumption, but
from what they said at the end of that book or whatever last year,
yeah,
definitely
return. So that I'm assuming that they're going to keep going with that for
And I
probably
hope so.
years.
Yeah, it's a good way to keep. They did the two big figureheads, right? They've got Father Christmas, they've got a Krampus. So who else do you do, right? And really keeping up with something like a story like the Christmas Carol, You know, and it does say, "You will be haunted again. The ghosts of Christmas shall return."
Yeah.
So
I
I'd
really
say
like
it's
Bud's
safe.
idea on our show Tuesday night. We were talking about it. Bud said they should do the heat miser and the snow miser, but do them as wizards.
Right.
I can't remember if it was a meal or if it was
Jeremy
that other-
Gerard did the misers.
That's right. Yeah, because he had those on display.
Mhm.
Again, great.
Kenzo says, I heard it was Cousin Eddie emptying the shitter. Merry Christmas. Shitter was full.
You know, I love that accessory pack.
Right.
Really
It's-
useful stuff there.
It's gonna have the crust buster and you know really breaking
Comes
up
with
the
a camper backdrop.
That would be fantastic. And honestly, the Purple Gang guys would go nuts over it.
Oh boy, you ain't a kidding.
So we get 3 ghosts and then a Scrooge. I mean, I wouldn't be mad. Honestly, I
Yeah,
hope Scrooge
I
would
don't
look
know.
like Bill Murray.
I could see them doing a 2-pack of the ghost and then a 2-pack of the last ghost with Scrooge. I could see them doing something like that.
That could be kind of cool. And they have been doing, you know, they did the Gods of Egypt as a 2-pack. Although I will say, when I went into Random Treasures this past weekend, when I picked up the 2 timbers here, again, Random Treasures is not an authorized retailer, but they did sell things pretty close to the retailer price. It like wasn't too much over it. They only had 1/2 of the Gods of Egypt. So they were
the
selling
Gods of
single
Egypt
figures.
split up at Legion's Con?
No,
No, you had to
was a
buy
2-pack?
both.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it was $120 for both, if I remember.
I didn't even pick them up, but I for some reason I thought that they
I asked about that because I want some more Bastets for
the female
to get
bodies.
the parts. Yeah,
Right.
to get the parts. And yeah, they were only selling them together. The rumor is that when the retailer exclusive versions come out, because those you pre-order them and then they make what the pre-order is, you should be able to order those separate because it's made to order.
That's what's up. The only problem then is though, like with the accessories, right? Because some of the accessories that come with Bastet kind of go with Anubis because
think if
of the
people
way the
missed
set
the
was
2-pack,
parted out.
I could totally see people buying both if they missed out first time around anyway. But I also think they'll have different accessories for that reason, right? Like they tend to have, you know, 1 or 2 different things for the retail releases anyway.
Different colored, but not necessarily different things. Like everything that comes in the regular version comes in the retail version, but it might be
Oh
different.
yeah, I'm thinking of
Like the
con
father-
exclusives.
Right, the con exclusives is when they take it out, you know, when they release the regular versions. I always try to say retail versions, but they're not retail. It's still exclusive through Store Horseman. The other retailers aren't getting them.
Yeah.
But they have less accessories. Like they're missing some of the exclusive body parts. Figure Obscura, it's just paint apps are different, but everything else is the same.
Brick never read Christmas Carol. Wow.
Yeah, Brick, you're that's
You're really
disappointing.
missing out, buddy.
It's only like
That's
like a 150-page book. It's not that long
Yeah.
either. But yeah,
No.
the Ghost of Christmas Future is
Well, that's the Reaper.
That's the Grim Reaper.
Mhm.
The Christmas present is the giant, but he's never
Yeah.
called the giant. He's just described as like
He's large. Right.
But he also shrinks as
Yeah.
the day goes on,
Right.
and gets older. Yeah.
Yeah, as a lot of the depiction goes too, it's like when they say large, it's like large bellied, not necessarily ogre scale.
I would say that the Jim Carrey Christmas Carol that Disney did was probably the best representation
to the
of
book.
the Christmas present. He was still a giant, but they showed him shrinking and getting older, and then
Right.
Running out of time.
So, spoiler, folks, Maxilius the Harvester is just going to be the Ghost of Christmas Future. There's no other-
Yeah, pretty much.
You know,
I
mean, I would
that's
be-
the thing with Eric Treadaway, though.
He wouldn't let it be the
surprised. Yeah, it's going to be
He
some to completely knock our socks
Last
off.
year, my Christmas Dio, I used one of the ring wraiths from the Lord of the Rings collection as my Ghost of Christmas.
That's
feature.
a good choice. That's a really good choice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like the door knockers that come with Marley too, those were really great.
I love a good set of knockers.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But no,
everything
because
he did come with 2 knockers too. You know,
he did. 2
knockers.
I thought about doing a picture of a female figure like holding the knockers, but then I was like, that's Thanos.
Well, give that idea to Thanos. He'll do it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but and again, we're probably not going to see that hint later today. I'm really hoping we don't see that drop later today. Next week, we should see it because, again, I was like looking at the dates from last year. So it was December 2nd.
Well, you called it on the last one, so you're probably dead on, Oz.
Yeah, so I'm thinking next weekend is when they're going to drop it. So guys, get that check. I was going to say get your checkbooks ready. Does anybody even write fucking checks anymore? I don't think so.
Someone might have to pick me one up because I don't even know if I'm going to be having internet at that point in time.
Ed, we'll make sure you get one. Don't worry.
Because if it's next Friday, I'll be out of town in the middle of nowhere.
Send me your home address. We're going to make sure you get one.
All right.
If I don't handle it myself, somebody else will. Yeah. Especially if it's Christmas Carol, you're not going to miss out.
Yeah.
Thank you, boys.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
And now again, we've gotten into the whole Mythic Legion's 4 Horsemen love fest that this show often turns to, but it's hard not to. It's really hard not to. And I've just decided I think I need to buy a couple more Bryophytuses.
Fantastic figure. I know that he got a lot of hate, and I have no idea why. Like, I love that figure.
I want to see him do an ogre scale centaur. Like just a big ass,
a larger one.
Yeah.
There is one.
He's got the. I thought he had the
brute scale. The centaurs are brute scale.
Yeah.
The torso's brute scale, and then it's the regular horse body.
You said ogre scale minotaur?
No,
centaur.
Oh, centaur.
Yeah, because I was going to say Rising Sun's Wave's got a ogre scale minotaur. Finally, it's a Highland cattle of all things.
Yeah, I know.
The cool thing about
Well, Dragon, you're okay because it would have gone to Mythic Legions anyway at some point in time.
It would have. Me and Joe are on screen. It's going to happen. But I've also seen where you just use
that cow looks dope though. That new cow.
Heck yeah, it does.
So many people were like, "I don't like it. It just looks like a cow," and I was like, "It looks amazing.
It's
look close,
awesome. That's one of the best minotaurs I've seen."
I'm telling you. I've said this to anybody that was willing to listen. That is going to be a sleeper, and people are going to get it in hand, and the people that didn't order it are going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
because I think, and I don't know this. I didn't ask anybody or whatever. I think that it's not going to get produced in the numbers that a lot of other figures do, and I think it's going to be a harder one to get sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Dylan's mentioning we'd get the teas tomorrow, and then the drop Saturday. There would be 2 drops, one in the morning, one in the evening. And again, I don't think they're going to. Yeah, they would.
They won't do it tomorrow anyway because it's a street date for the retailer exclusive, so they're not going to. Do
right?
It.
Yeah, that would just be too much. But yeah, no, I'm stupidly excited to see what they're going to bring us.
Are you guys saying that they would do it this weekend? I don't think they would do it.
No, not this.
We're saying
we're saying they wouldn't do it this.
Oh
weekend.
yeah,
they're going to wait.
That would be foolish. Like that's
because the retailer exclusive wave is going to hit my wallet pretty hard. Give me at least a week.
So hold on a sec here. He's talking about how he only has a little bit of money, and he's going to go buy Alder the Moose. Which
do it.
That's I mean, I'm not going to argue. That's
I've got 2.
Thing.
Yeah, that's
giving you a moose.
Fantastic figure.
I got Mises.
I still have not picked up the freaking moose. I wish I could have jumped on it quick enough the last time it was in
That's
stock.
a bad thing I'm worried about, right? Because you got the dragon coming out in January, and then the reindeer should be hitting from Fresh Monkey Fiction in January, February, right?
Yeah, they're
Are they
supposed
going to be
out
later? Do you know,
Q1
Adam?
next year.
Well, didn't they say fourth quarter? Like, I mean,
No, they said
I
first
thought it was
quarter.
First
First
quarter.
quarter of
it?
2025. Yeah.
Okay, they bumped it then because it was
Because
supposed to be
was
fourth
originally supposed to
quarter.
be out before Christmas. Now everything got shifted back because
Somebody has it. There was a so samples are out.
yeah, samples are out.
Yeah.
And samples are production figures. So so basically what that means is
Robo has them to review still. He hasn't
Yeah.
reviewed them, but he showed them.
So if those are
He
production
still may
figures,
have
what that effectively means is the production is
done, right?
underway.
Yeah.
And if he has them, they got air-shipped over to be sent out as samples, and then the rest of them are probably on a boat, which means that Big Bad will probably get them. What is it now? Like, so they'll probably get them, first week of January.
Yeah,
give or
that's what
take.
I'm saying.
And then
Yeah.
does he do that every time?
Yeah.
I missed the hair flip, but I heard all about it after.
It only happened once.
He got a big
I was
crush
out
on her or
there.
something? What's the
Robo was leaving the hotel,
Uh-huh.
and somebody says, "Oh, Robo's leaving," and Dylan's like, "Oh, I've got to say bye to Robo," and he goes like running, and while he's running over there, and of course Jeremy DeWitt's outside, Dylan like flips his hair. And Jeremy's like, "Did you see him flip his hair?" And then everybody like just started busting up. Like Big
I'm not
Greg
gonna
was
stop
crying
with it
laughing.
now either.
No, and they shouldn't because it's a good bit. But I
is.
didn't know the
it's
origin
hysterical.
story of it. He did it. I think I saw him do it. Like people would mention Robo, and he would still just do it.
Just flip his-
like,
he was like
of it.
he was like running and flipped his hair back, and it was. I
Robo
wouldn't have thought
preview-
twice about it, but when Jeremy DeWitt points it out,
I'm sure you know
can't
what.
not.
In his defense, I'm sure that it's just something he does every time he gets up and runs.
Right.
Yeah.
But Jeremy DeWitt probably isn't usually in that immediate space.
Yeah,
right.
right.
To sort of catch it and call him out on it. So
Yep.
Which again, by the way,
when you
if
have
guys
long
don't-
hair, you're definitely every time you're getting up and running, you're trying to get it out of your face, right?
there was some pretty luscious locks at Legion's Con. There was a few
so many.
There's a few very lucky gentlemen.
Luscious locks
that,
and Crocs. What more could you ask for? I'm going next year.
And that's the theme of the weekend right there.
Tables
Now-
full of alcohol. That you don't have to drink if you don't want to. I'm not trying. I'm just saying, like,
I didn't drink the whole time, but
look,
no,
you
I'm
know
just
what?
saying, like the
Only part of the time, right, Joe?
It is a magical. It is a magical
all.
weekend
but
for sort of whatever you're doing.
I'll put it this way, man. Like I had some of my most favorite drinks sat right in front of me and still managed to resist somehow.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of myself for that.
No, yeah, good for you.
Damn it.
That's-
I wanted that beer so bad.
So with the reindeer, though, like Robo just reviewed the Kilowog from Fresh Monkey Fiction, or he was showing it off. And then I got like the email from Big Bad that it was going to charge soon. So obviously it's
Did you get charged for yours?
Not yet. I just got the email that said I was going to be charged soon.
I think. Hold on, let me confirm this. I thought mine was actually in my pile of loot. No, it's not yet.
Yeah.
I got that email
Processing
too.
soon email. I hate that email and I love that email at the same time.
I thought I had gotten the next notice on that Kilowog, but
it's actually why I stopped ordering from BBTS, because as much as I love seeing that email, I freaking hate that email. Like I really hate that email.
I wish they would like, even if they, I mean, I get why they don't do it for, like, I understand the like that, you know, having money that isn't tied to a product is a liability against insurance and blah 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 blah. I get it, but I wish you could prepay for stuff with Big Bad.
Yes,
right.
Or at the very
should
least,
be an option.
Yeah,
or at the
the
very
option
least
to
have
pay
like
in
a
full.
have like an account balance that you can like pay into.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, like
you can buy into over
I
time.
totally know why they don't. I totally understand
Yeah.
because
It's-
like some things don't ship on time and people kind of
so
freak
really
out,
difficult
and there's
to
more
Helidope does-
processing fees if you have to refund something than
Right.
if you just don't charge it in the first place.
Helidope
So I
does it, and
get
that's
it,
one of the
but
problems they run into is when people
yeah,
cancel it,
it's
or like
it's
when they had the Mezco
refunds.
turtles. A lot of people
Yeah.
paid in advance for the $400 Mezco turtles, and then Mezco only sent them 2 out of the 12 they were supposed to get.
Yeah.
And then they had to refund all that money. You know, it's I mean, Big Bad's not short on any kind of cash, so I mean, it wouldn't hurt Big Bad.
Yeah, Big Bad's not going to feel it the same as Ted and Aaron
right?
will.
But still, it's a lot of liability and processing.
I mean, believe me, I've still had my Scarlet Spider on pre-order through Helidope since April.
Yeah.
And it's not here yet. And honestly, in another 4 months, we're coming up on April again. It's like, are you guys getting this figure in? You got the rest of the wave. What happened to this one?
Speaking of the Santa Clauses, Adam, I got the
I don't work for Fierce Monkey Fiction.
I'm all over the place. But I got the Lumberjack Santa and then the Checking It Twice Santa.
Yeah.
And I put the Checking It Twice Santa on the head. It's such a cool looking figure with the meter head on it. It's awesome.
Yeah. The kind of the black eye, the one black eye.
Oh, yeah. It looks like he just got in a brawl fight with the Street Clothes Logan that came out with Saber Jude.
They're good, man. Like those figures are
they're solid.
So bad.
So Arlen initially sent them to me because I was sort of asking him about like the factory and like the plastics and stuff like that. We were just sort of talking about like because I you know that was before he told me like more about the factory, but I was like, is there like, do you have any figures that you guys have done in the factory? I don't know if I'm supposed to say it or not, but who cares? It's the same factory that Mythic Legions uses, so it's like
doesn't surprise me.
But he didn't say that initially, and I was like, oh, okay, so it's okay, I get it. But he sent me a couple of the Santas, and apart from the articulation, which was a design choice, to sort of just have the single jointed elbows and knees, which I totally understand from a.
But you're also talking about Santa Claus, so how articulated do you really need him?
Exactly, and that was the choice. That was the choice. It was like for you know, again, and because it comes out with 4 horsemen too, right? Like the idea that like, oh, it's cheaper to manufacture a figure with limited articulation. That's not true. Like it's a design choice. It has nothing to do with cost. It has everything to do with how does the sculpt look when it's posed.
Yes.
And do you want your Santa to have more cuts in the sculpt, or do you want your Santa to be able to look like Santa? Like it so that's what it comes down to.
Right.
And I
expect they're not saving any money on paint apps. I mean, Fresh Monkey.
No, and that's just it. Like when you're talking about figures that are head to toe painted.
Yep.
Like you'd save way more on paint than you would on. Yeah. Trust me, paint apps cost way more than putting pieces together at a knee or whatever. But yeah, articulation on the Santas aside, they're fantastic figures. They're really, really nicely done figures.
Well, and again,
and the Monster Force stuff, same factory.
Oh wow, Monster Force stuff,
gorgeous stuff.
The more I keep seeing about Monster Force, the more I want to pick more up.
Yeah,
they're fantastic.
I still need to order my Dracula. I haven't ordered it yet.
You haven't?
I haven't
Dracula
either.
Yet?
I got the Troopers.
Well, I've got the one from that, but
you got the.
I got the one. Yeah, I've got the all red one. And I've got the Forgotten King too as well, because Terrence, got that for me. I want to get though the actual Dracula figure. The only reason I haven't ordered it yet is just because, first off, I had Legions Con coming up, so I wasn't trying to spend any money until I got there. Then, secondly, afterwards, now it's like, okay, I got to make sure I start buying other people's shit. Before the end of
that Dracula is a gorgeous figure, man.
And that's what I'm worried about. He's going to sell.
He's the best looking one out of the wave. I mean, they're all really great figures, but just the overall appearance of him.
Yeah, and that's what I want. I
got mine delivered to Legions Con.
Hey, you know what though? That was a great idea for you.
When I figured out that, okay, so I had to figure it out for Spiro. I said, okay, what do we need on the pallet so that that it's ours? They're like, yeah, anything that you guys need for the show, just make sure that the name that's on the hotel reservation is on the outside of the package. You'll be fine. And I was like, for anything? And they're like, yep. And I was like, okay. So Big Bad shipped there. I think I had 4 boxes shipped there of stuff that I.
Did you bring a 2 extra suitcases with you to this one?
No, I bring one full size checked bag, the biggest standard size suitcase you can get, and that's so far. I brought home a Snake Mountain last time, and then this time I was able to bring home.
But
I was
you
able
take it
to
all
bring
out of the
home a lot
box,
more.
right?
Snake Mountain, I didn't, because what I did is I actually opened the box, kind of slid it out, packed it. You know how like when you get a big box like that, there's little
A lot of room.
cavities where
There's
you
some
could,
space and stuff.
so all
yeah.
the other like Motu Origin stuff that I got, I kind of tucked into all the little cavities, and so all my Motu Origin stuff was in the Snake Mountain box because I really wanted that box. I wanted to keep that box.
It's like good. Like they're all good boxes with Origins.
And I had Terrence measure the box beforehand, so I knew the box would fit in my suitcase.
Very good.
But then I managed to like Tetris everything else in with like 0 boxes on that trip. My Legions Con trip, I was able to bring more boxes home. So
you guys do realize this is the kind of crap that we all figure our logistics when we're trying to go to these things. Like, this is what we do so that we can make sure we maximize coming home. Just saying.
I was sweating packing my suitcase to send home with toys. Like, I couldn't have fit one more action figure in there. I couldn't have. I would have had to smuggle that one.
That's like when I went to PowerCon last year. I was so glad I drove because I had so much shit that I went home with. My back of my fucking SUV was just packed full. I was the only one in the fucking car. I was like, holy shit.
You know what? And
a long drive for me.
Thank you to Adam, because
happening for me.
Adam was the first one where he messaged me. I picked you up the D13 PowerCon exclusive demons, and he goes, "Oh yeah, no, just go drop them off over to Ted and Aaron, and you know, we've already discussed. They got my address. They're going to ship it up here." I was like, "Wait a minute, we can do that?" And I walk over to Ted and Aaron. I was like, "So, you know, you guys, because like at the time, I'm thinking I got to catch that stupid crammed bus on the way back. That was just terrible for the ride. Of course, then we ended up getting a rental car because the bus fucked up anyway. But it was like everything we had to get shipped. I just, you know, went over to Ted and Aaron, and I was like, "Here you guys go. I'm gonna need all this stuff shipped to me." And then it was like, you know, after they got back, like a week or two, and I was like, you know what? Yeah.
You would not believe how many people's stuff Ted and Aaron took and shipped back because they offered that service to people at PowerCon. They had a ton.
And again,
well, I was getting
shows you how good those guys are.
So that goes back long enough that I actually wasn't working for Spiro, and so I asked them to get me a Tanger. And so they got me a Tanger, and they were going to ship that to me. And I said, "Hey, since you're shipping me the Tanger, would it be cool if I had, like, is the room in the box for more stuff?" They're like, "Yeah, no problem." So they were sort of, and I say this all the time, right? And like I don't just say this, like I actually am guilty of this. Like, if you need a con exclusive or whatever, like reach out to people, like figure out the logistics ahead of time. Don't like wait till like Sunday. You know, the cons, people get there like Thursday for the con that, you know, opens maybe like there's a pre-show Friday and then it's Saturday and Sunday. On Sunday afternoon, don't text somebody and be like, "Hey,
can I get that con
are you still
exclusive?
at the con? Like, can you get, like, set it up ahead of time?"
There's a lot of people
not
trying to
rocket
do that
science.
shit at Joe Fest because DFW was going on at the same time. So they're like texting people at DFW, "Can you get me this?" And they're like, "Dude, I'm already gone. Like I left the show already, you know, or I've already got
3
my
hours
limit for
away.
the day or whatever." Right? It's like, come on.
I mean, I had a lot of people hitting me up going into Legion's Con about trying to get stuff. And then it's like, well, some of this stuff there's limits on. Like once that snake guy got revealed, everybody was trying to hit me up, and I'm like, it is one per person, and it's a snake. That motherfucker is mine.
It was
I did
one
not
per
wait
person at first?
the first day.
Well,
But then
per trip through line, but the line was also like through the lobby, wrapped around back all the way to the show floor.
Yeah.
So.
And
I
if
was
I
so
waited
confused
in line
walking through the lobby because I was like,
Oh my
why are
God,
people facing the lobby? The lines, like, where are you lining up? Are you lining up for the pub?
So
this story is crazy for me because I'm just walking by. I saw the line and I'm like, I'm gonna wait till later, new figure or not. Like, I'm not gonna spend like 3 hours standing in line.
Oh yes, you will.
I heard somebody go, "Hey Joe," and I turn and it's Chris Kelly. So I was like, "Hey," and we just started BSing, right? And we talked for probably about a half an hour, and then I'm like, hey man, I'm gonna take off. You know, I don't want to cut in line. And he's like, you already did. We've been talking for a half an hour. And I look, and we're like 5 feet from the door going into the. And I was like, well, I guess I'm cutting in line. And
yeah, no one cares.
And nobody cared because
nobody said anything.
Yeah. And for me, it was like I waited in line an hour and 45 minutes or whatever it was. So I got my steak, and I wasn't doing it a second time. And that's not to, say I wouldn't be willing to, but I wasn't going to sit another hour and 45 minutes in line and miss out for on all the other stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I really couldn't. If
you're going to wait one time and be able to get a bunch of them, it'd be different. But to do that again,
it was just one. So that one was for me. I waited that whole time for me. Then ended up, by the time I was finished, walking out of the con with 3 because Brick got me an extra one because vendors were allowed to get 2.
Yeah.
And then, John had ended up getting an extra one because he got there like early Sunday and they still had them. But by the time I got there Sunday, they were gone. They were all sold out.
I only got one. Because
sorry, I'm laughing at Dylan's comment.
Because Lord Bashotti bullied me into getting my second. Vendors were allowed to get 2 on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
And so Stephen Bashotti, cornered me and told me that he had to get one of mine. That's not at all what happened, but if you've ever met Steve, he's not like that.
Right. Dylan stood in just the wrong spot. Like, he was in line on Sunday morning and he just stood in the wrong line and like accidentally cut in front of somebody. And like this, I guess the guy wanted to kick his ass for cutting in line, and it almost ended in violence.
When I was at PowerCon last year, there was almost a fight that broke out at the McFarland booth. They were just giving out free shit. It wasn't even like they were getting to pay for anything.
And you could just keep going back. Like it was a
these 2 guys started fighting with this other guy because he stepped in and like there was a break in the line because the main aisle was there, and then there was a break, and this guy just caught behind what you'd assume was the end of the line.
It's so
right.
Like,
Didn't realize it was a break
in the line, right? It's like you could have been cool about it and just been like, "No, dude, the line's back there." I almost got in a fight about it. I'm like, it was just free shit. I mean, it wasn't even.
I was gonna say, or just been like, whatever.
Right,
he's one person in front of me. Big whoop.
And legitimately, like if those 2 people end up at the table, right, and there's one snake left. If you're the guy that accidentally ended up in line ahead of somebody else, I would think you're going to be like, you know what, you have it. I saw stuff like that happen.
Dylan is a super nice guy. I do have to say, though, the comparison isn't fair, Dylan, because I'm taller than people thought, and look at me. And you have a very punchable face, buddy. I'm just saying,
that's accurate.
Punchable.
So
that's 100% accurate.
Maybe if you flipped your hair at him, like
that's right, you
should have flipped your hair.
They would have been mesmerized.
Yeah,
so
your fault.
Poor dude started getting all up in my face at 7 a.m. Like, dude, calm down. There's 15 people here.
Maybe they heard the rumors about you flipping your hair for Robo, and they were upset that you didn't flip it for them.
I think some people are a bit weird.
Or maybe they just didn't have their coffee yet at 7 a.m. and they were just grumpy.
Look, man, next time something like that happens, you hit me up immediately. Your 4 dudes are going to turn to like a half a dude by the end.
Maybe they found a couple loose Legos in their Crocs and they were uncomfortable. Who knows?
I had the K-bar there with me. I'm just saying. And then we could have sold the extra organs and got more legions.
They probably would have thought that I had a knife on me after everything that people said.
You always you go strapped. You got little ones like this that you could just tuck anywhere. Medium-sized ones like this, and like I said, the K-bar is right over there right now.
I didn't feel like I needed one. There was enough talk. I'm sure everybody thought I had one.
Just assumed.
At least one.
Just assumed.
My coat
All
is
right,
a little
guys.
large to kind of hide out inside my coat or anything. So
Right. I'd have just stuffed them all in the backpack that Christina was wearing,
There you
and then
go.
if anybody came over and said anything, I was been like, "They're in her bag."
That's right.
Totally would not have thrown Christina under the bus like that.
Right.
All right, guys, it's hitting to be. I said we weren't going to do a full length clubhouse here, and we're
not going to go
5
6 hours, but we did 5. So
we did 5 hours. I got you. And then when I'm done, I can finally get Van and Jordan that skull they want so bad. So,
Right.
you know, Joe just need to put on locks, sunglasses, and tall socks. He would intimidate him.
Sure. Right.
No,
I guess why not?
snails.
Yeah. I've been
All right,
known to
guys.
rock a pair of crew socks once or twice.
Yeah, a couple times, right? All right, guys. Well, this has been an amazing night. Thank you all for joining Frenzgiving. Thank all of you in the chat for showing up tonight, because I wasn't really sure how many people were going to be here. Oh, look, now he wants to come on.
yeah, he knows he's just harassing the shit out of you now.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Not tonight. I've got work in the next.
You did make the mistake of saying when new people come on, you get refreshed. So you made that
I do.
mistake.
I shouldn't have put that info out there. But it happens. It just happens. So look, guys, if you want more of my shenanigans and you want to see me hanging out with Joe, we got a stream coming up tomorrow night with Let's Go All For We're going to talk about some cool Black Friday stuff we call as well. Then there's going to be a Clubhouse Cafe somewhere between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. on Saturday, where we're going to be rolling around, getting up, having coffee, doing this thing again. And if somehow I still have energy after Thanksgiving dinner and all like that, you'll catch us again live probably Saturday night doing the same shit, because that's what I do to myself. But it's only because I have so much fun with all of you guys that I just like hanging out. All right, folks, we will see you all throughout the weekend. Guys, have some fun. Do some great shopping. Make sure you get your Look, now Scott Baker comes in.
Scott
really?
Scott got a big AWOC order in.
I bet you he did. That's probably why he's here.
He probably
everybody on the West Coast is waking up from their
he's...
food coma.
No, Scott's in Texas.
I was going to say Scott's.
Oh, Scott's in Texas.
Yeah. And again, Scott, had one of the most amazing times just sitting and hanging out with you and J Mac outside. Got to meet Scott's wife. We had a blast together just hanging out. And it was great to actually meet you in person, brother. Scott's another giant, by the way, guys. Like actual giant. Him and Greg. I mean, those two guys are ogre scale for real.
Greg is literally ogre scale.
Yes. Yep. Yes, he is. Formerly brute scale.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was one of my most fun and favorite experiences, just to hanging out, chilling, talking to people. So, guys, we're gonna wrap it up here. Have an amazing weekend, everybody, and we'll see you dotted throughout the weekend. Peace.